Welcome to the GunCharles.com lobby chat.
Hey, Dad, how's it going?
It's going.
That's about all I can say here, too.
Oh shit, Tony left? What the hell? He was the one who recommended that Doers white label.
Which one's Tony?
He's the one that has a shit. He's like the older gentleman. I don't know. He was just in the chat with us before.
Oh, okay. The one I was talking about squirrel hunting?
Yeah, he was probably
Okay.
yeah. I don't know what to think about this Doers. It's I just took a drink from it, and it's everyone was talking about liquor in the lobby, and I was like, oh shit, you know what? Like I'm like down to like maybe a couple mixed drinks. Like maybe I should like go stock back up. So I went down there and I bought a couple of things. I bought the vodka I like, the whiskey I like, but then I wanted to try something else that someone mentioned. Someone mentioned that Doers white label. Tony did. I don't know. It's kind of I don't know what to think of. I'm gonna have to have some more drinks of it. It's weird. It's not. I don't know. It's not smooth. It's not girly, but it's.
Hey, I'm not one to talk shit about girly drinks. I'll be the first one to order some like girly drink if I go out to eat, just because it tastes good. And it's,
Oh, I like Long Island iced teas, man. I think that's.
it's funny because like
all-
it's funny because my wife will order like a strawberry daiquiri, and I'll end up drinking half the damn thing. Fuck it, I don't care.
I don't know. I honestly expected this to be a little bit smoother, but it's kind of harsh. It kind of tastes like. Have you ever had Canadian Host?
No.
Like. Or have you ever just had it like pretty much like any cheap Canadian whiskey?
I'm not a big whiskey person. To be absolutely honest, I'm more of a beer person. I like to try different kinds of beer. Eventually, sometimes I'll have like vodka or something like that. Are you a big Sig fan?
I like cigs. I don't know if I'm like, I don't like sit there and say like, oh, this is like the best gun ever fucking made, but yeah, I like cigs.
Is that a Sig in your picture? That looks like one.
Yeah, 226.
Oh, okay. It's funny because my last name is Sauer, and I don't own a single Sig. People always give me shit at work because they know that I'm the guy with all the guns and stuff, and they're always like, "How do you not have any Sigs with a last name like that?" And I just don't.
No, they make good guns. They definitely make better guns than a lot of other companies, but they're definitely, I don't think, the best gun.
I don't think I've ever had an issue with them. I've fired lots of them, and as far as like anything other than like their 1911s or whatever, for me it's purely just for whatever reason they just don't feel good in my hands. It has nothing to do with the quality of the firearm or anything. They just don't feel right to me, and that's
Yeah,
just
see, and everyone's different like that. Like everyone has different grip angles and thicknesses and shit, like to feel good, right? And so that's why, there's so many different people in the world. That's why there's so many different fucking guns. And like, you know.
But there are so many people that will just like jump on you because you don't like their people that's wearing a gun. When it may not be anything that you have against that gun, other than the fact that it just doesn't feel right to you. And I don't get why people go crazy about it.
So I went to hit and miss, and they were talking about the Kardashians, and I had to leave.
Yeah, see, that's why it's called a hit or miss. Is because sometimes it's a hit and sometimes it's a miss. So.
Is there a debate tonight?
Between vice presidents.
Yeah, the vice presidential debate. It should be starting or it should already started like 15 minutes ago, didn't it?
Is Kane going to start going off, believe me, believe me?
I don't know. I want to watch the one guy like all of a sudden he's supposed to go into some kind of like trance, like he's possessed, and just start blabbering in tongues. So I guess he can like speak tongues fluently. So he just like goes off.
How do you speak a language that is just kind of personalized? I'll probably watch like the reruns of it later. I like to be able to fast forward if I want to.
So when I go to my Yahoo newsfeed, first article that pops up, why the Second Amendment applies only to your muskets and dueling pistols. From Ozzy. O-Z-Y.
Yeah.
The first time I shot a gun, an M4 assault rifle, I didn't want to pick it up. I was scared of the unexpectedly giant death machine I agreed to shoot with. You can't make this shit up.
I
As
always
it
laugh at
happens,
people that say that shit about that it only applies to like muskets and stuff like that. I'm like, well, they didn't have the internet back then for you to bitch on either. So does that not apply?
I probably shouldn't have picked it up. A stray shell casing burned my leg and left a bullet-shaped scar, along with a story that has gotten me through many a bad date. But pick it up I did, and goddamn, it was fun. I felt so cool. The metal in my hands, my eye on the target, the little red light telling me exactly where to shoot. So I felt like a crack shot, even though I was hitting the target only because that little red light was telling me exactly where to shoot. Go ahead, make my day. This is what we're up against, folks. I'm skipping ahead through shit you don't want to listen to. Revolution-era muskets were accurate at 50 meters and held only one round. Compare that with an AR-15, which fires 45 rounds per minute and is accurate at 10 times the range of a musket. As it turns out, plenty of people still love shooting muzzleloaders. Like, this is just the most rambling story.
Where do they get 45 rounds a minute from?
That's a good question. I was just looking at my cleaning mat that has a number on it, but I don't have it with me right now. I feel like it's significantly more than 45 rounds a minute.
You can wrap up, if you can reload quick enough, you can definitely empty two full mags in under a minute. Maybe they're saying average. And if
Yeah,
it's
I'm just thinking this guy is pulling as much shit out of the internet as he possibly can, and some of the times he gets it wrong.
yeah, clicked on the wrong I hate freedom site to get his information.
What kills me about these articles is that they never name the author. It's just a bunch of rambling bullshit from some mysterious source.
I wrote that
Hey,
article. Thank you very much.
yeah. Like really, this is what turned me off from the local paper about 5 years ago when I read an article there, and I was like, "You asshole! This is utter bullshit." And yet there was no source, no author. I was like, okay, well, unsubscribe or I'm taking you off my favorites. I'm not reading this fucking paper anymore. You know, you have to be a person to write this shit down. You have to put your name on your work.
But if you hide their name, then you don't have anybody that you can yell at.
Yeah, so there's a photograph of some reenactors with some muzzle loaders, and they're dressed up in uniform. At the beginning of this article, and the caption of that picture is, "If it was good enough for George Washington, it's good enough for you."
Yeah, that's so fucking stupid because, like, if you think that George Washington wouldn't have taken a semi-automatic gun or even a fully automatic gun back then, you're fucking nuts. Because back then, what guys would have to do is they would carry like their 50 caliber ball, right? But then they would also carry a 45, a different sack of 45 caliber balls. And what the 45 caliber balls were for is for like if guys got too close, or like, or maybe it was like 62 caliber musket and 50 caliber ball or whatever it was, they would carry a smaller size ball for when the enemy got too close and was charging, they could load faster and not have to ramrod the fucking ball down the barrel. And they could just, the ball would just roll down the fucking barrel and they could load like way faster. And of course, they're not going to be near as accurate, but that didn't matter at the close ranges, you know? So they were doing everything possible they could to load and shoot as much as they could. So if anyone thinks it's just they didn't have the technology, I mean, you know, if anyone thinks that, oh, like, oh, look, here's a semi-automatic black powder gun that somehow works with ball and shit. If you don't think they would have taken one of those, man, like, I mean, they were doing everything they could. Like,
Everything has always been about, especially like, not so much with modern warfare because we're not doing like lineups anymore or charging person to person anymore, but everything was always about who can get the most rounds downrange the fastest. That's what it's always been about up until within
Well,
the last.
even when the troops were lined up, like you say, the whole concept there was for the entire line to fire at once. So you would have a volley of rounds going at the enemy, and then they would take a knee and reload, and the line of soldiers behind them would then fire off their volley. So it was situated so that you would get high volumes of projectiles at a consistent rate. That, of course, left soldiers open to enemy fire, and historically determined to be not good tactics. But for the technology they had at the time, that's how they were able to get the high volume of fire. Have you guys ever been to a Civil War battlefield?
Nope.
Garage, you must have gone to see some Civil War battlefields.
Yeah, I've been to a couple of them. Hang on one second. I got a phone call. I'll be right back.
So, Dead Horse, I apparently ordered a stripped charging handle. So, is this just like a pin, a spring, and a lever I got to buy?
Yeah,
Like
it's
this?
just a roll pin and a lever and a spring. Like, yeah, it's I
So they
don't
make-
know, man. I don't even know anywhere where that sells a stripped. Like,
Yeah,
I haven't seen
it kind of caught me off guard because I was just looking for the cheapest one at
Where did you order it from?
Brownells, and I'm pretty sure it was Brownells because I bought that
And
$85.
how much did you pay for it?
No, so I bought like an $85 bolt carrier group, and I also bought a lower parts kit, which is on sale for $50. And then I was like, oh yeah, I need this charging handle. Look, the cheapest charging handle was like $19.99, and I didn't realize until after I placed the order it said stripped charging handle. So I'm just thinking now, like, do they make charging handle parts kits or repair kits or?
Dude, I don't know. I know you can buy everything separate. I'm sure someone might sell like just the kit. I know you can buy like an aftermarket latch, like a Strike Industries latch or a Badger Ordnance latch. So you can like use that mil spec handle, but get a bigger extended latch or a bigger or latch with a more purchase area. So you could, there's definitely like, and that's what I would look at maybe doing is buying just an aftermarket latch since it's already, you already have a stripped one.
I'm thinking
But
that
I
this
don't know.
could
I
be a
don't know
good
anyone that sells the
opportunity.
kit. I don't know anywhere. Like I would look like first place I would look is like Natchez or something, or you know, and just.
Yeah, well, I gotta pick one up, but
And how much did you pay for that charging handle?
it's $20.
Oh my God! I could have got you like you should have like you should ask me anything you want to order. Just ask me where to go get it. Like I could have got you like a mil spec quality brand new charging handle for $12 shipped.
Wow.
So like fully put together, not like
No,
yeah.
I
So
appreciate that. I was just trying to make like the minimum free shipping, I think, and I don't know. Brownells has got good stuff. I just tried
dude,
out.
they have
a
like
new
a
upper from them.
unconditional lifetime warranty, right? Go on their website, look at how much a fully assembled one might be. It might be like $25, or maybe the same price
is.
even.
It's only like $25.
Yeah, so then be like, dude, listen, man, like I thought I was buying an assembled one. I guess not. It's like a stripped one. Like, what the hell am I gonna do with this? Like, can I swap this out for that one? Like, you know, pay the extra $5, and they'll probably say sure, and take
No,
care.
I'm sure I could return it, no problem. I'm just trying to chalk it up as a learning experience, and like
Dude,
you
I've
said,
never
maybe
seen
I can
like
add some enhancements, and make a custom charging handle. Because all I need is just like a bigger lever and stock spring and stock pin, and I'm sure all that's like $5, you know. So I just got to follow through that. It's just it's the intricacies of the AR. You can delve into it to as many depths as you like, and never quite find the bottom.
Well, it's like that for a lot of other things. It can be like that for cars. It can be like that for comic book stuff or anime stuff, or like, you know, and people can like get into these worlds, you know, like collecting Star Trek figurines or Star Trek stuff, or you know, and like that. And just because it's a gun, it's really no different. Like some people, like they buy a new car, what's the first thing they do? Like they need new rims, new tires, new radio, new this, new that. It's like it's a fucking brand new car. It's not like it wasn't fine before. It's just that they want to make it personal, and they want it, you know. And there's so many different people that make parts for ARs. It is possible to configure an AR in such a way to where you know you're like the only motherfucker on earth that has a gun that's exactly like this, you know. That that can be kind of a cool feeling, I guess, for some people. They're like, oh, dude, like, you know, I have a very unique gun. Like, no one else has a gun like this. Like, you know, but when you look at the heart of it, it's like, no, it's just an AR-15. But, you know, but it can be like that for cars and collections and all sorts of things.
Did you have any luck finding a red foam tube for your stock?
Kind of. I just barely ordered my scope mount today after I called Warren for the scope mount. And I called them and I said, hey, I noticed you guys have this scope mount. I want to put it on an AR with a Leupold, this and the scope. I'm really worried about like it clearing the rear folding sight. I don't want to set it in front of the sight. Like I want the bell's going to be right over the sight. You know, will it clear a folding rear sight, And he's like, oh, it'll clear Magpols, it'll clear the CAC, it'll clear this, but it won't clear this. Like he knew, like right off the bat, man. Like, and I was like, oh, cool, thanks, man. Like that's all I want to know. I'm going to buy it right now. So I bought the Warren MSR scope mount, and then that was like $100 for that scope mount. And then for the foam tubing, like, and that's the only thing I need now. Like I literally haven't ordered is the foam tubing. But I think I found a place. Here, can you see the internal?
I'm on my phone.
Okay, let's see. I found a place that has this foam tubing, but it's not tubing. It's like it's just like a crescent shape. It's like half a tube. It's like a U. And it has it comes with like 3M tape on it. Like good tape, and it's made for like roll bars and stuff, and like sand rails and dragsters and stuff like that. And it's this high density foam, so it's not going to be. It's going to be like pretty solid. It's not going to be like way, you know, givey, and so it actually looks like it might be like a total upgrade compared to the foam that's on it. But the only problem is for like a 3-foot piece of this high density foam, it's like they want like $30 for the 3-foot piece of foam, and then they want like $20 shipping, and so it's like $50 for a 3-foot piece of fucking foam, and I'm just like, I can't justify. Like I gotta do like it's I can't justify like $50 for a piece of foam.
I feel like you could just spray paint the black foam a few times.
And see, I got online, I searched all over YouTube, right? I searched all over everywhere, and I found one guy in a video where he was just kind of showing off his AR and shooting it that had that stock, and he like Cerakoted it or Duracoated it, FDE, that foam pad, like his whole stock, he just like Duracoated the whole gun at one time, and he Duracoated that pad FDE, and then he was like shooting it and stuff like in later on in the video, and then I don't know how many times he had shot it like after he Cerakoted it or whatnot, but you could see this black streak running down the side of that foam where his cheek was. Like it totally, like his cheek sucked all the FDE out of it. Like so it was like, oh, I was like, ooh, man, like I don't know, like I want something that's gonna hold up, man. Like I'd rather not have to worry about painting that.
Oh, I can believe it would wear off after a while, but.
And if I had like more of this foam, like if I would have more of this foam, I would like probably totally be like, okay, I'll at least like spray paint it real quick just to see, you know, maybe it will look good or work. So I would like take a piece and spray paint it, but I don't have any extra of this black foam.
Well, what about
a replacement piece of the black foam is like going to cost me $20 just for the replacement piece.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to think of on the cheap. What about pipe insulation?
No, it's way too like coarse and like kind of cheesy. Like that stuff it'll just peel right off. Like it'll end up flaking. Just that stuff I don't think will hold up because I have some pipe insulation down on my water heater and stuff that I bought. When I finished my basement, I insulated every single water line with it in my entire basement. So and then I sheetrocked over, but like all my water lines are like double insulated. And
Because that stuff seems like it's got like a closed surface, which you may accept Krylon better.
mine doesn't. The stuff I have is just like pure like foam all the way through. It doesn't have a different type of surface or nothing. It's just like the same foam all the way through. I'm sure they make different kinds of it in brands and stuff, but the stuff I bought from Home Depot to do my water pipes, because I have some of it right on my water heater, and I went down there and I looked at it and all that. And I was just
Yeah,
like,
because
oh,
that would be the logical, least expensive option. But I don't recall seeing those.
I was thinking like maybe some shrink wrap. Like
I don't ever recall seeing that type of foam being colored unless it's a pool noodle.
have you ever seen like shrink tubing that you take like a hair dryer to for like wires and stuff like that?
Yeah, it's called heat shrink tubing.
Yeah, heat shrink tubing. Yeah. So I was thinking about getting some of that stuff, and like if I could get a big enough size in red.
And again, I've never seen heat shrink tubing in that size diameter. It may exist, but that's for some heavy duty wiring.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was going to search tonight, was for heat shrink tubing in red that'll fit like in 1-inch ID pipe. And or no, it'd have to be bigger. It'd have to be like 1 1/4 or 1.5
But
inch
you've
ID
got to be
pipe.
able to get it over the end of something. You can't slice that down the middle because then it won't shrink over.
No, yeah. So it has to slide over like 1 1/4 to 1.5 ID pipe, and then I would just cut the length to fit, and then I'd hair dry that shit, and maybe it would like suck down and shrink around the foam. So that was
But
kind of like
doesn't
my
the
next
stock
idea.
like occlude that piece of tube?
What?
Doesn't the stock wrap around that piece of tube?
Well, you kind of slide the front end of the stock onto an A2 tube, right? And then you slide the foam right behind it, behind the front piece, and then the stock caps it off on the rear.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so it's just a foam tube over an A2 buffer tube, basically, you know, and then it has like a cap on the front and a cap on the rear, and then the foam's suspended in the middle over the tube. And so I was thinking I could just like, you know, so I could put that on the foam tube, slide the red chip over it from behind, cap it all off, basically have it all put together, then heat shrink that shit on, and then trim it to fit if I need to anywhere else.
So another option I just came up with is taking a piece of fabric, maybe it's nylon, red nylon, and wrapping that around the foam tube with like a Velcro.
Like paracord, I saw another guy do that with paracord. He had like a paracord, like he took the foam tube completely off of his, and just right around the A2 tube, he paracorded the A2 tube.
You could do paracord.
Yeah, and so I could do that pretty easy, but I don't know. Like
you could do that over the foam as well. I mean, that it would make it a larger diameter, but I think that would look cool, like burly, cool, kind of cool. But yeah, like I'm just thinking back to when I was a kid and I had a BMX bike, and that crossbar had a foam and then like a piece of pleather wrapped around with some snaps on it. And that's I was just thinking some kind of like, not a snap closure, but a Velcro closure. And it could just be Cordura. It could just be a red Cordura wrap to that correct outside diameter length, or circumference, I guess it is. And then with a Velcro hook and loop on each side.
can you see my screen?
No.
You can't see my picture on your phone?
No, I can't.
Okay, can you see this foam tubing right here?
It's not coming through for whatever reason.
Okay, I'm sharing it. Can you tap on my picture? And that should make it big for you.
Yeah,
Make it
it's just
stable.
not, for whatever reason, it's not coming through. Wait a
Uh,
second. Now it's black.
okay, and it might be starting up. Might be lagging a little bit.
They're having some interesting conversations in the side chat or the external chat. Robbie's a funny guy.
Rubberized. Oh, yeah. See, I thought about that, about doing that, because I have some of that stuff. I've used it on tool handles. Mine's like the Plasti Dip brand. But yeah. Like I figured maybe if I dipped it a couple times, it would take care of that porousness of the foam.
Oh, just dip the foam tube in there. Interesting.
Yeah, and because I've used that on a lot of tool handles, like I don't know, wrenches, screwdrivers, shit like that.
Yeah, I've seen that. I get this catalog from Gemplers, and they have stuff like that in there. I have one right here on my desk.
Actually, now that I think about it, I think I do have some foam I could test it on because I have a bunch of those little foam pieces that come on pistol tubes for like the cheek wheel. Just those little short foam, black foam. I have some of those. I don't know if those are like the same type of foam or same density or whatever, but I do have some foam little tubes that came on all the pistol buffer tubes I bought. I could totally test stuff out on those. That's a good idea.
The other thing I was thinking is to go to an arts and crafts store, and maybe they have some sheets of foam that you could wrap around and cut to the correct circumference and just glue the seam.
Like this foam tube I found is called Kirky high density roll bar padding, and like on the sides of it, it's like a crescent shape, so it's like a half circular, right? And then it fits roll bars between 1.3 and 0.8 inches. So that's perfect because my tube's 1.1. So that's like right in the middle of that. It curves from like each side of it's a ½ inch thick, and on the very top it's 3/4 inches thick. So it kind of enlarges as it goes up, and then thins back down as it wraps around the other side. And it's really high density foam. It doesn't look like it's porous at all. Like it looks like almost like a rubber, And so that shit would probably cut smoothly, but it comes in a 3-foot piece. And this one's only $30. Okay, so I just found it for $10 cheaper. So it's $10 a foot, and I need a foot of it, but I can only get it in the 3-foot piece for $30. And I don't even need a foot. I need like 9 inches.
Well, now this should not be that expensive for them to ship. So
I looked everywhere, not just on eBay. I looked on like Amazon. I looked everywhere, and most of the prices I was finding, it was like $20 for the tube, $20 for shipping. I was like, what the hell? Like,
right. So if you can find it for $10 and then get it for $5 shipping, or negotiate that with them, and it's not that heavy. So all they gotta do is put it in a bag and put a stamp on it.
Well, like if I bought this stuff, I would have to like just buy some more stocks, I guess, to use it up because I don't know what I would do with an extra 2 feet. Like I don't know, I would cut the rest of it to size and then sell it as eBay as a replacement foam tube for that stock. And the people would be like, "Oh, look, there's finally a different option of foam tube." Like,
So, just peering through this latest Gempler's catalog, I happened upon a compact respirator, which is a new design I've never seen before. Low profile filters provide unobstructed field of vision. Very interesting design. Looks like it wraps around. It's like a curved filter element. Lighter and more comfortable than ordinary half-mast respirators. The mask itself, a P100 particulate mask, is $25. Nuisance odor mask is $28. Filters, $12 a piece. Carrying case, $10. It's kind of cool. They have a little belt carrying case. Huh. Yeah, this HESPA filter is called high efficiency synthetic particulate air filters. Huh. Very interesting, by Eclipse. And then they also have some of those just dust masks that kind of look like a Road Warrior type mask that I don't know if they have a removable. I don't know what these are, if they're just disposable, but they look like something you wear when you're BMXing. And wow, they're not cheap. $30. Neoprene. Yeah. Going back to the masks in the winter and smoke and shit hits the fan. Let me get me some good respirator masks for the kit.
Plasti did. So I wonder if they have red plastic. Oh, they do. They do. Plasti dip. It's red and it's in a spray can though. Okay, no, here's some in a can. Plasti Dip Junior. What the hell is this? Tape.
Check this out. Bald Eagle Decoy repels animal pests from gardens and waterways. USA made. Eagle Decoy, 8 pounds, $60.
I've got
Optional
one of the owl
flagpole
ones.
adapter. What's that?
I've got an owl one. It works.
Yeah, they've got all kinds. This is the first time I've ever seen an eagle, bald eagle. It says it's new. I'm pretty. Oh, check this out. Made of recycled American polymers and hand painted for realism. Very cool. I mean, that would work in my neighborhood. Just with some of the locals. Yeah, those owls work great. I guess
That's
the eagle is for like when all the wildlife catches on, the owls are fake.
yeah. I've always used one ever since I was a kid. My grandfather always had one, so that's just what I've always used. And whether it works or not, I don't know. I mean, I've never really had any issues. We always get like little critters and stuff in the garden, but half the time it's almost fun to just sit on a porch and pick them off with a BB gun.
We had an owl for our boat to keep the seagulls away because they would make a mess. They've got this solar powered owl with a rotating head. Solar panel eliminates the need for batteries. $50, 8 inches high, hand painted for realism, with surprisingly lifelike predatory features. Timed solar powered head movement that appears to be natural. That's so fucking cool. The owl is just like turning its head back and forth, watching over your land.
How much are those decoys?
For the
The
owl one?
bald eagle is $60, and the solar powered owl with rotating head is just under 50.
I think I picked up an Eagle one at Harbor Freight for like $15.
They also have a 3D predator coyote decoy, and that is $62. Rid your property of messy, disease-carrying geese with this realistic life-size coyote decoy. Realistic furry tail.
I've never hunted coyote. I mean, I've shot them out on the farm and stuff, but I've never, like, I know people actually go out and hunt coyotes. I just never have. I had a company mail me uh, a holster, a Kydex holster, so I'm sitting here playing with it, trying to see if I like it or not, so I can give them an actual opinion on it. They just like sent it to me, like, here.
What pistol is it for?
This one is for a Glock 19 or a Glock 20 or a Glock 17. I got my Glock 19 in it right now, but it's for the Glock 19 with the Enforce light. I don't know if you know what that one is. And then it's also got the spare mag pouch built in. But it's, the brand is T-Rex Side Saddle, and it's for appendix carry. I'm just playing with it.
Yeah, I don't know how people carry all that stuff in front of their stomach. The gun, the light, extra mag. I would not want to do that at all.
I mean, I appendix carry. I don't usually carry this much stuff. Normally, it's just a gun, but I mean, this holster. It's like, here. I'll just turn the camera on so you can see it. But and then I'm just wearing a pair of jeans. All right, turn on. Just a pair of jeans and a t-shirt. I mean, I would imagine appendix carry helps if you don't have like a big gut or anything. But it's right back here, and then there's the holster. And it's curved. Fits your body. And then here's the light.
What kind of holster is that?
It's made by T-Rex is what it says on the package, and it's called their side saddle because it's got the spare mag. They call it the side saddle because it holds the spare mag as well. But, I mean, it's really not that bad. For almost a year now, and I like it. And if you want, I just have like a Glock 26 mag in there right now, but I mean, you can carry a full-size G17 mag as your spare. But it's actually like when I sit down and stuff, it doesn't bother me at all.
That's cool.
And I get an
Like,
appendix like that and sit down like.
when I sit down, I definitely notice it. But I definitely think Kydex is the way to go for semi-autos. I have a bunch of holsters, and the Kydex ones are the best.
Well, here. Obviously, it doesn't really matter because it's not like I can shoot somebody through a screen, but I mean, it's unloaded. But the thing I like about appendix carry is when you're walking around, like you're able to draw. Say you fall on your back, you're able to draw. You're not worried about really falling on it. A buddy that was a cop, and he used to small back carry. And he slipped on some ice and actually fractured his spine because he fell on his firearm.
And I'm sure
another
that
guy
story's been told over and over and over again, which is why small the back is not a good option. But
Yeah,
I think
I even tell
3
people
o'clock
not to do that.
3 o'clock is great for me. I mean, I can access it when I'm in a vehicle with the seatbelt on. I can, walk around. It's always right there. And it's, I mean, yeah, granted, it kind of sticks out a little bit, but
Yeah.
I'm
And I
not that
think that's
worried
the
about
main-
printing.
Yeah, I think that's the main advantage of, like, I completely agree with you. 3 o'clock is a great position, and I switch up my carry so often. Like, I'm so used to so many different ways. But at least for appendix carry, I think for drawing from a vehicle with your seatbelt still on is much easier appendix. Like grappling maneuvers, like if you happen to get into like a grappling situation with somebody, I think it's easier to get to appendix wise. If I have for training like with a disabled hand or a disabled arm or whatever, it's easier. Things like that. Mostly I just find certain things easier in like a training type environment. Obviously I can't just go out and test
I
it.
never, ever carry concealed when I'm in my car. Like the second I get in my car, that gun's coming out and going in like the center console, like right next to me, So
Yeah.
like, I can't stand to be in my car and have my seatbelt on, and it doesn't work for me at all. I'm still being able to draw. Like there's no fucking way. Like so
I can.
Yeah, so I just have my
A lot of
gun.
times I do the same thing.
As soon as I get in my car, man, that gun's coming out and is like right next to me where I can grab it.
Yeah. I think it's also like sometimes I'm not necessarily always the driver. So like say I'm getting into like somebody else's car and I don't feel like just whipping it out. It's easier just to like get in, sit down. Nobody ever knows. Not that people I hang out with don't know I carry anyway, but I find it easier to carry a bigger gun appendix just because you've got more real estate to hide it. I'm really not 100% for either way. I can do it both ways, and I see advantages and disadvantages of both of them. The worst part about appendix carry, in my opinion, is weird, is like going to take a piss in a public bathroom, because you got to like scoot it off to the side.
Yeah, that's something I hadn't even considered. Like, that it's right in the way, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of like right there. I mean, it's not like it's covering your junk all the time, but it is right there. And you don't have to worry about that with 3 o'clock position. You just go.
Well, even if you were to sit down at a restroom, I'm afraid that it would come right off of the belt at the appendix position, whereas 3 o'clock, you still have a chance to like grab the belt and keep it on and not have to take the whole holster off.
Yeah. I see advantages and disadvantages for both of them. But like when somebody sends me something like, here, try this out, I usually try it out for like a week or so, and I just go back to whatever I usually do.
I like Kydex for the retention mostly. I feel pretty secure knowing that no matter what I do, like in a public restroom or when I take the holster off at the end of the day, it's just not going to come out of there. I've been using this hybrid Kydex leather and nylon, I believe, holster from I forget who it's from, but it's for a J-frame, and it's outside the waistband. It's a DeSantis, and I got a deal on it. And yeah, that Kydex form on the outside really locks the revolver right into that. I believe it's a synthetic on the outside, and then it's leather on the inside. And it's just a really nice assembly of natural and synthetic materials that conforms yet stays firm, and just it allows for multiple positions. It's got 3 loop holes, and then I can also, like, depending on what kind of pants I'm wearing, I can like slide it forward or back if the loops are in the right place. I can have some flexibility, so when I'm walking around, it can be more at 4 o'clock, and then when I get into a car, I can slide it forward so that it's more comfortable at like 3 o'clock. I mean, it's not the most tactical thing because, it's kind of loose, moving around side to side, but in terms of retention, it's phenomenal. And that's what I think a holster should be best at. I think it should be best at just holding the gun indefinitely. And I'm not a believer of taking the gun in and out of a holster, like, ever, unless you're training or practicing. Yeah, it's some of the inside of the waistband holster that I bought. It's not quite Kydex, but it's like a thermal molded plastic. Galco. It's a Galco plastic inside the waistband with like a really nice pliable plastic belt clip. You could just pull that back and pull the whole holster out of your pants and just throw it, in a glove box if you got to go in somewhere like a post office. But I don't like taking the gun in and out of a holster ever.
I'm the same way in my vehicle. Like, I grab the whole holster. If I'm going to take it off, I don't grab the firearm. I grab the whole holster, remove that. And, like, if I got at a public restroom where I gotta sit down, I actually take the holster off my pants and I'll like set it on top of like the toilet paper roll holder, or I'll set it inside my pants. Just so that way
Yeah,
it's not dangling there.
that's definitely a method that I've seen before. I generally don't like to do that if I can avoid it. I like to keep it just kind of on my person, you know, attached.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's one of those things, right? We always say you should always carry on your body, and you know, a lot of people with off-body carry, they don't have these issues as long as they keep their bag or their fanny pack or whatever it is close by them. They don't have quite the
My
same issues.
my wife, for the longest, I finally got her convinced not to do it. Well, it didn't take that long, but for a while when she first started carrying, she would put everything in her purse. And I always told her, I was like, I don't give a shit about anything in your purse. I'd rather you have the gun on you. I understand, like, for female clothing, it's a little bit more difficult if you want to have, like, your cute outfit or whatever to hide a pistol. Like, you have to buy clothes that are just a little bit bigger or whatever you got to do. But I didn't like the fact of her carrying in a purse, because if somebody wants to, like, just take her purse and run away, don't shoot them over that shit. Give them your purse, let them run away, and call 911, and we'll order new cards and we'll get you a new driver's license and stuff. That's not that big of a deal. I would much rather them just take your purse and run away than them take your purse and they also have a firearm in there now. So she started carrying on her person. I don't really do any off-body carry. A couple times when I've deployed and we've gone out in civilian clothes, I've had a holster mounted, a backpack with a holster system inside of it, and I've done that before, but not too often. Actually, I could show you that system if you want to see it.
Sure.
All right. Now, I don't remember the exact name of this bag, but it's a 511 tactical bag. And what happened, is it lit enough in here? Okay, so it's just a 511 tactical bag, and we got issued this. Then on the side here, there's a hidden compartment, and it's just a zipper. Just open that up, and then this opens up. There's a little Velcro pouch in there, and a flat side holster with Velcro on it, and we just shove our M9s in there, and it stays in there just like that. The only time I ever use this bag is when I'm deployed.
So is that holster riveted to the pack or is Velcroed?
It's Velcroed in there it's industrial strength Velcro. Like, it ain't coming off. Like, you gotta like get in there and like rip it out of there to get it to come off.
So that's just like half of a typical Kydex holster, like the outside half?
Yeah, here, I'll take it out for you. See, it's flat.
Okay.
With Velcro on it.
Huh, wow, the whole thing is Velcroed.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool. I've never seen that before. Yeah, the only holsters I've ever seen that go into those type of concealed carry bags are just like these cheap looking nylon trigger guard type holsters. I know
what you're talking about.
That's really cool.
But other than those situations, I never off-body carry.
I've got a bag. It's an Expedition Jumbo S-type. It's like a left-handed bag I got on sale, and bought some magazine holsters for it. And so I've got the concealed carry part of that. It's the same type of thing with the zipper lined with Velcro. I've got a couple of magazines, a flashlight, and a big tactical folding knife in there. And so I feel like if I were going to walk around armed, you know, and for whatever reason that I felt like I needed to be armed to the teeth, that I would like to have extra magazines. And I think carrying a bag like that with like an IFAK and maybe a bottle of water as well, it holds all that, and maybe even a radio or some other comm. That would be a great way to carry some extra ammo. But yeah, in terms of the primary firearm, I'd like that to be on my 3 o'clock, either inside or outside waistband holster. For my right hand, the dominant hand, you know, even though I've practiced with the left hand, just makes sense. But yeah, I don't like carrying guns around in bags. For me, it's not so much I'm afraid someone's going to try and snatch it from me. For me, it's like I'm afraid I'm just going to leave it somewhere, forget about it accidentally.
To be brutally honest, it sounds like something I would do.
Oh, I'm sure. Like, if you think about it, like when someone's trying to take your stuff, a bag is an easy thing to walk away with. And if you've got your firearm in there, that's just so much more protective you're going to be over that bag than if you just had, like, just some random crap in there that you could just replace and not have to worry about it. And that's the way I look at it. It's like, I'm going to be much more, protective over a bag with a firearm in it than I am going to be if somebody just wants to take my bag and go away, and then we'll just deal with the legal aspect of it.
Agreed.
I'm not going to shoot somebody over just wanting my bag. You can take my bag. I don't give a shit. I'll get a new bag.
Yeah, like I say, bags are replaceable, and so is most of the stuff in them. So.
And it'll be a lot cheaper to buy a new bag than it's going to be to deal with the legal side of it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what pepper spray is for.
Uh-huh. Yeah, complete. I actually carry pepper spray in my EDC bag, and then I've with my wife being a cop, she just brings home the stuff that they carry, and I keep one in the center console of my truck, inside the passenger door in case like somebody comes up to that little like cubby that's always in all the doors. There's one in there, and then we keep all that like throughout. Like each one of us has a bag. We just keep one in there. I don't care.
You know, it's great to put it in bags and cubbies and stuff, but for me, I like to have it in my right-hand pocket when I'm not carrying a firearm. And I haven't quite integrated it into my firearm carry protocol, but where I'm living right now, I can't carry a firearm, so the pepper spray is pretty much my main go-to. And one of the things that I really like are the cargo pants that I buy. A lot of these pants now come with a cell phone pocket, which is just about the right size for you to stick one of those industrial strength police type pepper spray canisters right at mid-thigh, right below where your right hand normally hangs.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I would definitely not want to be pepper spray. That is not a comfortable experience.
And it marks the assailant with infrared dye, so he can later be identified by law enforcement.
Oh, you have the one with the dye in it?
Well, doesn't it all?
I thought there was specific. I don't know. Let me look at the shit. I don't think I ever even like looked at the package that I got. I didn't know that they all had it. Pressure. The bottle I got here doesn't say anything about it having a dye in it, but I have heard of that. I just didn't know if that was. I didn't know that was something if they all had them or not. I suppose I could look it up.
Yeah, I was just going to do that myself. I may have misspoke. It seems to have the UV dye, which is ultraviolet.
That's interesting.
Wasn't that the black light that they use on crime scenes?
Yeah.
It doesn't seem that they all have the UV dye. Looking at a gel right now that makes no mention of it.
I've heard mixed reviews about the gel stuff. Like it works great in a like a warm environment. However, in like I don't know if this is true or not, but in like a colder climates, it doesn't work as well or at all.
Yeah, that's something to consider. If it's freezing outside and you go to shoot this stuff, is it going to be like the windshield wiper fluid on your car?
Well, I'm sure if you appendix carry your bear mace, then like it would stay nice and warm. And then when you pulled it out, you would spray them, and then it would freeze to their fucking face, so they wouldn't be able to just like wipe it off. Like that sounds even better to use that. Like yeah, like I want it to freeze instantly when it hits their face, so they can't wipe it off.
I've seen many people, cops included. I've seen training videos of it where they've panicked and used their mace when they've been catching a headwind and they end up macing themselves, which is a shitty situation. But you're also kind of limited on how you can use pepper spray too. And
I
obviously,
would just have a Bic lighter, and then I would just like light it on fire as I was spraying them. So either way, like I'm gonna mace them or I'm gonna burn them. So
and he's also got the distance factor as well. Like mace is only, or pepper spray is really only good for what, 10 feet maybe. I mean, if you live somewhere like you were saying that you don't really have an option, something's better than nothing always.
You know what? I feel like they should sell every single one of those pepper spray canisters with an inert training canister. Like that should, if they're going to make a law, that should be the law, so that you automatically take that training canister and go out when it's windy or when it's freezing or when it's 100 degrees and you test it out and it's just water. So it doesn't hurt anybody, but you know how it comes out of the thing and you know how it flies through the air and you know what it does when it hits something. And I was kind of joking when I said this should be a law, but I really wish like they would just send you that as a complimentary, even if you had to pay twice the amount. Like I've had this pepper spray here in my possession for several years, and luckily I've never had to use it, but I have no idea how it would work, if it even would work. So,
Yeah.
You know what I use
And I
pepper
know-
spray for? Like honestly, like no joke.
no.
Every
What?
time my kids go to walk the dogs, they take the pepper spray with them. And it's not for fear of like them getting robbed or anything. It's from a fear of like a big dog trying to like come up and bite my little rat dogs. So they can pepper spray the shit out of it. So that's what I use pepper spray for. It sits like right next to my dog collars and dog leash. You know, so like that's literally what I use it for. It's for the kids to spray fucking dogs.
That would be perfect for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's great for dogs. I half expect to use it on a dog if and whenever I do. But at the same time, I'm going to be shooting it like I'm blind because I don't know how this thing works. I've shot thousands of rounds of 9mm out of a pistol and 1,000 rounds out of an AR, but I've never squeezed
Well, on
the
the
trigger.
mace thing, they say to test it every year. It's like every single year. Like on my can of mace, it was like big warning label, like you got to test this every single year, and its shelf life is only like 3 years. So after 3 years, I'm supposed to buy a new one every 3 years. So, but you're supposed to test it every single year.
But what do you test it at? Whatever you shoot the thing at is going to be poisoned.
Yeah, well, I don't know, if a weed or something. I don't know. Got in like your backyard to find a weed and spray that sucker. I don't like, you know. I just definitely want to do it inside your house. I would just go outside and make sure the wind's not blowing back at you, and you know, take some precautions. Even maybe put on some glasses or something, some goggles. You know, cover your face with something, and yeah.
No, I really should test it because it's been kicking around in my pockets for like 3 years at least. And it's all dented. The canister's all dented and worn. And one of these days it's just going to explode in my pocket.
I don't worry too much about other dogs coming after me. I got 3 of these.
Yikes.
But they're
He's the
friendly
one
as
who's
shit,
got to
though.
be worried about Dead Horse.
No, I'm not worried about guys who own dogs like that. I'm worried about the guys who dogs are not trained and the dogs don't fucking listen and the people don't give a fuck enough to train their dogs. So they like let them like out roam around the fucking neighborhood or out in the front lawn. We're walking the dogs by, and then their dogs make a beeline for us after my dogs, and the owners are like, "Oh, come here, Sam." Like, come here, Sam. Oh, don't worry. He's never bitten anyone. And then Chomp, you know, like, he's a nice dog, Chomp. Like, you know, if you can't control your fucking dogs or your dogs don't listen to you and you don't have them on a fucking leash, man, they're going to get fucking maced, dude. That's all I can.
Those people drive me nuts. I mean, the one you guys just saw, that's Kane. He's a 115-pound purebred pit bull. And I take him he's a registered service dog. I take him to the VA hospital, and he deals with like patients with like PTSD and things like that. So like I know he's friendly, but any dog can like has a trigger. Like they can snap at any point in time. You can have the nicest dog in the world, but like something could happen and that dog just decides it needs to protect itself or whatever, or its owner or whatever. Or maybe your dog was talking shit or something. He decided he had enough. I would never put it past my dogs that something might trigger them.
And that's why you train them to fucking listen to you and shit, right? And they actually listen.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you're just not like calling them back to you, and they just keep running,
Well, I'm sure you've seen it too, since you walk your dogs. Those people that like they have huge dogs, but they say they take their dogs for a walk, but when you actually walk them, that dog's pretty much just dragging them around the fucking housing development. They're just kind of attached to the other end.
Yep. They don't know how to make their dogs heel and stay right by their side. Like my dogs will like stay right at my side, dude. Like right, they will not go 1 foot in front of me or 1 foot behind me. Like
Those people drive me nuts at the like when they go to the dog park and they just like walk in there and then just release their dogs and then they're starting fights throughout the whole thing, and the owners are over there in the corner like texting and shit, and I'm like, dude, come take care of your damn dog before mine kills it.
Dude, this is why we carry guns.
You can't shoot a dog with a gun, unfortunately.
no, I don't want to
Talking about the owners.
dogs. That's why you just mace them, dude. Like that's what maces.
Oh yeah.
Like I would shoot a person before the fucking average dog. Like I'd shoot a person attacking me long before I'd shoot a fucking dog attacking me.
Oh yeah, because that dog's not. Yeah, that's just their owner's problem, and people forget that they're my dog bit you. It's not my fault. Well, it is your fault.
Yeah, people got to take responsibility for their fucking pets, man. I'm right with you on that.
I wasn't talking about shooting the dogs. I love dogs. I hate people.
Oh yeah. I would definitely.
The worst thing that's going to happen is you're going to mace that dog. It's going to get like sad and like it's going to hurt a little and all that, but it's not going to fucking kill it. You know what I mean? It's going to be like, okay, maybe teach him a lesson. Like, okay, maybe I shouldn't go up and charging people anymore and trying to bite them and shit.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that dog more than 99 out of 100 times that dog's instantly going to be like, oh shit, I'm not doing that no more, because dogs learn from their mistakes. Especially in
Owner
extreme
cares
like
enough to teach it.
Yeah.
I know some people, dude.
The
I had
two
this one
collies I
friend that
have
was
right
letting
now.
his dog like shit and piss all over his fucking house, right? And I'm like,
That's
dude, how come
disgusting.
you don't train your fucking dog, dude? He's like, well, I can lay down paper in the corner, and he usually goes on it, but like we'd like go over to his house, there'd be like a big pile of shit right in front of the couch. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, dude, like I would beat my dog's ass, like like I would like grab my dog, throw his fucking nose in it, give him a couple hard spanks right on the ass, and say, "Bad boy," and then like put their ass outside all night. And then the next day they're gonna be like, okay, I fucked up. I'm never doing that again. And then you're done. You never have to do that again. Like that training's over. Like,
Yeah.
I've always been lucky. I've always had my dogs have always like trained each other how to be potty trained and stuff. Like so, I've always already like had an older dog that was potty trained, but I got a newer dog, and like they just taught each other. Like, oh no, like. We go whine at the door, and we go whine at him and tell him we want to go outside, and then he lets us out. Like,
It definitely helps if you have other dogs that are potty trained when you bring a new dog in.
Well, the two collie puppies I have right now sure have a difficult time with that learning their lesson bit.
Collies are kind of stubborn though, aren't they? They're too smart for their own damn good.
These are, if there's a dog version of a smartass, these are certainly that.
Well, then on those dogs, what I've heard on those dogs like that it's not like corporal type punishment. You got to reward them like all totally like treats. Like every time they go outside, they come in, you got to give them like a bacon treat or something. Like you reward like those dogs, you got to like train them like that.
Yeah, because collie type breeds are real big about like pleasing their owners. So once they find something that pleases you, that's like their big thing.
Before these, I had a border collie, and god damn, there's a world of difference between those two breeds.
I love it when people tell me pit bulls are inherently dangerous dogs because I've had nothing but
All about
pit bulls my whole life.
It's all about the fucking owners, dude.
Oh, yeah. That's all I've ever had, so I've never seen the
number
bad
one
side.
dog that bites people? Like, isn't it like a Shih Tzu or some little rat dog, right? I can't remember.
The
terrier,
the little terrier shit things.
yeah, or something like. Yeah, it's like one of those dogs is like the number one like dog bite fucking dog.
Jack Russell.
You know, so it's all about the owners.
And as far as large breed dogs, I think they say the most like aggressive one is the Dalmatian. Oh, mine are lazy as shit. I'm lucky if I can get them off the couch. I swear if somebody were to break in my house, my dogs would look at him and be like, he's upstairs, and go back to sleep.
You can't walk by my house on the street without my dogs raising holy hell.
See, mine don't bark ever.
Yeah, that's basically the dog's job is to guard the house and garage.
Yeah.
Should be every dog's job, no matter their size. I mean, they're not just like, you know, attack an intruder or a burglar or something like that, but just they're barking to alert you. You know, so it doesn't even matter the size of the dog. You can teach them to be kind of a defense mannered dog to let you know when someone's around, when someone's outside, if something's going on.
We got 2 pups this time, so we could have one in the house and one out by the garage and rotate them so there's not one outside dog, one inside dog that both get to come in and hopefully end up potty training and stuff so when it's cold and they both have to be inside, we don't have issues.
All right, Tony, I don't know if you saw, but based on your recommendation, I went to the liquor store and I got some Dewar's White Label. And it tastes like Canadian Host.
Is that a good or bad thing?
It's kind of bad. It has like a real harsh kind of like after bite. Like it's not as smooth as I thought it was going to be.
You gotta chase that shit with Budweiser.
I don't drink beer. I don't drink any beer. The closest thing I drink to beer is like wine. I got some Moscato while I was there, and that's my beer.
I'm sorry, man, but I always like the Dewar's.
No, it's okay. Like I like to try new shit, but like I don't know, it just has a harsh afterbite. I've only had a couple drinks, but I'm gonna have a couple more. Maybe it'll grow on me. But like the first thing I tasted, the first thing I said, I was like, "Whoa, this is like Canadian Host. Like it tastes like kind of like a cheap Canadian whiskey."
And they may have changed it since I've had it. I haven't had it for a number of years.
But it's not like horrible. It's not like I'm not gonna fucking drink it, you know. But it's definitely not. I don't know. I want to say it's like as good as I thought it. Like as good as like the price was. The price, like, as for what it costs, I don't think it was good.
I'm not a fan of Canadian whiskey.
I am. Give me a glass of Crown Royal, and a little bit of water to bring up the flavor, and I'm good.
Yeah, I like the southern stuff better, like Old Grandad. Have you ever had that?
Nope. Like my favorite drink right now is a cheap Canadian whiskey, but it's the caramel toasted black velvet, and that stuff's pretty yummy, man. I can just drink that straight. the whole bottle and be like, "Oh, this is great." It's that yummy.
Yeah, luckily I don't really drink hard stuff anymore. But yeah, I don't like Irish whiskey. I don't like Canadian Club, any of that bullshit. I like the bourbons, I like the Scotch.
Well, there's nothing bad about Canadian whiskey. It's just it depends on the brand. Like Canadian Host, I buy that for like mixed drinks. Like that's like my mixing. Like this cheap whiskey, cheap vodka, like that's all I use to mix drinks with. I'm not using top shelf fucking alcohol like, from all my top shelf liquor. That's the stuff I'll drink straight or just put a little bit of water in.
I just drank the Dewar's over ice. Occasionally, I would take and pop off the top of a Bud Ice bottle and fill it up with Scotch, but I didn't do that a lot. That wasn't bad either.
As you guys are making me want to go get a beer.
I don't drink it all anymore. I quit when I became a diabetic. It causes me to have a silly ass reaction to alcohol. It's kind of dangerous.
Yeah, I'm allergic to beer, like the barley or the hops or something in it. So I can't drink beer, but I can drink hard liquor. So.
Blasphemy.
I always find that fun, like when I get deployed to like different locations or like when we travel through different places. It's always kind of cool, like to go try like their beer and all that stuff. That's how I got into beer.
Well, that debate, man, fucking was pissed. Dude, that dude was just a fucking bulldog for Hillary Clinton going in there. He ain't accomplished shit, but just basically talk trash the whole fucking night. It's ridiculous.
We're getting popular in here.
We started talking booze.
He was just like on the attack. Can you defend this? Can you defend that? I'm like, do you have any opinions of your own, asshole?
Who are you talking about, Edge?
The debate tonight.
Oh, it was so boring I couldn't stand it.
Oh, yeah, no. Let's not talk about the fucking debate, dude. Like,
I just turned on that debate like when it was almost over, and I just heard him say, "Oh, there you go, whipping out that Mexican thing again."
Hey, Tony, have you tried
Mexican thing? Is he talking?
Tony, have you tried unplugging your microphone and plugging it back in to see if that resolves the static issue?
Am I still getting static with the silly bat?
Yes, sir.
I've changed microphones completely.
Well, the other thing is maybe change your bandwidth down a little bit. I don't know.
Didn't sound like
It's all the way down.
Well, then maybe turn a little bit up. I mean, just try something different.
something's distorting.
Yeah.
Is that any better?
No, it's just quieter. It sounds like you've got a lot of DC on us. It
Yeah,
sounds
there's
like
static on the line.
direct current on the audio circuits is what I was referring to.
Oh. Or static on the cable.
Same thing.
Well, yeah. I said static, which is what people have been saying for 60 years. And then you
Is
come
it-
around and say,
Direct current has been around longer than static. I mean, Edison.
in common use. How about this? In common use.
Is that the same thing as overdrive?
Don't know.
Guns across school can lick my taint.
All right, guys, since my bike's fucked, I'm gonna bail. Take care.
Thanks for stopping by, Tony.
It was fun.
Hey, Tony. You know, just for shits and giggles, every once in a while I look at police Glock trade-ins, and I was just curious if the prices were still as good as they had been in the past, just simply because we're getting closer and closer to the election. And for the most part, I'm not really seeing, you know, what I would call, you know, good used Glock prices for, you know, what I call $350 or less.
I just picked up. I sold them already, but I picked up 3 of the 45 gaps because our local highway patrol, they use 45 gap and they traded them in, switching to the G22s, and I picked up 3 of those for like $185 a piece.
Hey, you must live in Florida.
No, I'm in South Carolina.
Now, were you able to get that price because you are local to them, or did you still have, I know you still had to go through an FFL, but
Well, I am an FFL, but the reason why I got it at that price is because my wife is a cop. So we went to
well,
yeah.
that doesn't even count. I mean, it's like
counts for
talking,
me.
well, first I got it at a blue label price, and then I got it at a used price. It's like, you know, unless you're in the Glock shooting sports or a first responder, you're not going to get that blue label, let alone that kind of deal, let alone if you're not married to a cop.
Yeah,
That's a great
and I think
the ammunition will bleed you on using it.
Yeah.
I think it's also because nobody the company around here that sells them that they sell them to is Amchar, and I think they realize that nobody fucking likes 45 gap. So
What would be sweet is if you could score a deal on through the local PD to buy up their excess 45 gap ammo that they might have.
The contract that they had here, they had to send it back, and they got it replaced with the 40 ammo. So they sent in the 45 gap ammo and got it replaced.
Well, it was an idea.
Oh yeah, I tried that one. Trust me.
Because the 45 gap ammo, that's where it's. I mean, because unless you just love that round, the price of the ammo is going to get you every single time.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it'll be a fun range gun, I suppose. And besides that, everybody's going to want to shoot it because no one knows, well, what's it shoot like?
Here's a question. Can you rechamber 45 gap barrel to 45 ACP?
No. I don't think so anyway.
Why not? It's just a shorter chamber, so can't you just rebore the chamber longer?
Well, I mean, I tried to put my G21 barrel in her upper, like you can, like with the 22 and the 9mm, and you can do all that stuff, and it didn't fit in there because it's smaller.
Does Lone Wolf make a conversion barrel that's automatically set to fit?
I think you can go from the G21 to 45 gap, but the 45 gap won't go to 45.
Oh, okay.
Sounds like just a flip gun that you should flip if Hillary gets elected.
Yeah.
I already sold the ones I bought because I don't like 45 gap. So.
No, there you go. You answered the question already. But yeah, I was just curious if the $299 police specials were still out there, and it looked for the most part that the prices have gone up.
About 6 months ago, like I know a lot of people don't go for these, but I picked up a couple of the police trade-in Model 10s. It was like 3 or 4 of them, and I kept 2 of them, but you don't see those very often.
Okay. What's a Model 10? I don't know what that is.
Smith & Wesson revolver.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
There's still, believe it or not, there's still actually several police forces in security, like the armored guard securities that do the money stuff. They still carry revolvers, half of them.
Oh yeah, well they have no incentive to upgrade, because if it fires a bullet, they're covered by insurance, and that's all they care about. They don't care about actually protecting their people.
Oh yeah, and I've talked to a few of the armored guard guys. Like they say straight up, like in their training, like if somebody makes it into the vehicle where they have direct access to the money, they're taught that shit's insured. Just let them take it.
Yeah, the most pathetic place that I've seen is Guardia. Their trucks, at least in the big city around me, they're all rusted, that they're blowing blue smoke. I mean, it's really sad. And to think that these guys are sitting inside, a truck that's blowing oil.
No, I got one for you. It's not as bad as Garda, but we have Dunbar delivering our money, and these guys come in, their shirts are all untucked. Half the time they're not wearing vests, and a bunch of times they come in and they're wearing silver Smith & Wesson revolvers, like 20-year-old ones, and they got little numbers on the side. Like somebody took a number maker and put a 1 on the side or a 5 on the side or a 10 on the side. I said, hey, what's that 10 on the side of your gun for? And he goes, oh, that's where I pulled it off the wall. Yeah. And I went, you picked that revolver up off the wall and put it in your holster? He goes, yeah, it's company. And I'm like, you seriously got to be kidding me. You're pulling a revolver off the wall as your carry weapon? He goes, yeah, why? I'm like, maybe because you need to know how to shoot the damn thing.
Yeah. It's a little bit more it's a little bit more sophisticated than just a hammer.
Yeah, I mean, we used to have Loomis. Loomis, they'd come off the truck, vests, calling on the radios, head in motion, had a high-capacity pistol on their belt with at least 2 spare mags, tucked in boots in their pants, just professional as all get out. Then Dunbar rolls in, it's all shirts pulled out and revolvers with numbers on them, and I'm just sitting there going, you kidding me?
It doesn't take. I thought before I really started talking to people, I always thought those armored car jobs, you had to go through extensive background checks and stuff. It's just a normal ass job that anybody can get as long as you can legally carry a firearm. They'll give you the damn job. I mean, there's certain companies that are a little bit more.
You can get that job being a custodian in a lunchroom at a public school. You can qualify to be an armored car guy.
I mean, there's certain companies that are a little bit more picky depending on what your clientele is, but for the most part, the general ones that are just going to Walmart and all that stuff, those are just generic armored security.
Yeah. And I always wonder with the generic ones, do they give the drivers actual driver training?
No.
I highly doubt it. I bet they get extremely basic training in all departments.
For the most part, I mean, not to talk shit because it's a profession, but a lot of those people that are in those security, for the most part, even armed security, are people that can't pass the local PD test, and they can't they can't qualify for PD. I mean, right here in San Antonio, PD, now they're starting to pay them $50,000 a year or whatever it is, starting pay. So it's a job that a lot of people tend to aspire to because you just have to get a peace officer degree or whatever, and go to the academy.
It's a career.
Go to academy. Yeah, it's a career, mind you. Here is San Antonio, you either PD is top paying. Second is I have to say the sheriff's department, and they get paid a lot less than PD. And then you got the constables, the frickin' ISD PD. The highest paying, I understand, it's not necessarily local, if you will, because they're statewide, are stadies or state troopers.
State troopers get paid more than any of your guys.
Yeah, but
state troopers get paid a shit ton.
What's the difference between a state trooper and a Texas Ranger?
Texas Rangers are state troopers that go on to the detective level.
Oh, okay.
Your average state trooper is out, doing, pulling people on the side of the road for speeding, going out in that particular patch in the middle of nowhere that doesn't get that response from the sheriff's department. They kind of help them out.
Their jurisdiction is also a lot broader than just about everybody else.
Yeah, they got 200 plus miles, right?
pretty much the only person in a state that has more like jurisdiction is constables, because they can work in any department, whether it be sheriff's office, or they can, because they don't get paid.
Well,
they can pretty
state
much just go
troopers,
for it.
state troopers are statewide, but their territories are huge.
Constables are restricted in Texas to their district where they're at, or their county that they're at. Constables, like you heard about 10 years ago, they had to buy their own car, buy their own gun. Man, these were the raggediest batch of law enforcement you ever saw, because their cars are always dog shit, and they get a discount. They get a bunch of ways to to support or to help get them on the road, but they were the least paid of everybody, man. They were the fattest cops you ever saw, if you will. And mainly back in the day, like 10 or 15 years ago, they only did like summons, or evictions. And now
They were serving notices back in the day.
Hawaii
now
cops.
constables right now, right here, every freaking police department is like super aggressive. The only way you got pulled up by a sheriff, a Bexar County sheriff, or a constable back in the day is you had to cut them off. Basically, you had to do something stupid and mess with them on the road. Now they're all competing for the same dime, man. They're all going after that same coin and trying to get as much revenue as they can. They will pull you over for infractions now, and general infractions. They didn't used to do that in the past.
Going back to security guards for a moment, I was a witness to a spontaneous group fight this past weekend. I went to pick up some customers at a local bar, and as I was rolling up on towards the entrance in my vehicle, all of a sudden about 15 guys come flying out of the bar, fist flying everywhere. And at the end of this 15 guys is about 5 or 6 bouncers and 2 security guards. Now, let me give you a little bit of background here. This particular bar, about 6 months ago, started hiring private armed security in addition to their bouncers. And they always had about 5, 6 bouncers out there. And I saw they were armed, and I thought that, gee, that might not be the best environment. No, it's not. It wasn't. But
I read about Alaska Bar, some of the bars in remote towns in Alaska, and they're basically, the police don't go in there unless they're wearing body armor.
Gotcha. Anyway, so I pull around, go the long way around this group to try to find my customers, and they're out there, they're fighting and everything else, and they finally pretty much the bouncers are the best at kind of settling people down, so to speak. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, armed security decides to focus on one particular guy. And the guy is slow. He's mouthy. He's yelling at him, but he's walking backwards and slowly leaving the property. So he's moving in the correct direction, regardless of what's coming out of his mouth. And the youngest of the 2 security guards, the first thing he does is he breaks the retention on his holster. And I thought, what the fuck is he doing? I mean, yeah, the guy is mouthy. Yeah, the guy is also 30 plus feet away, but he's also walking away. He's not walking towards. And so the guy eventually walks off the property. He resecures his firearm. Okay. And then the 2 security guards walk on back towards the main door. And then 2 minutes later, the mouthy guy comes back on the property by about 5 feet. But they're still now 40 feet away from each other. Break the retention on the holster again, and it's like, how fucking quick are these mall cops plus breaking the retention on their holster, getting ready to go to guns?
All ninjas.
I mean, it's just insane about how quickly they were ready to go to guns.
Are you doing Uber, Denim?
I do ride sharing.
Okay.
Well, more important question is, why are you sitting there if there's like about to be a gunfight in your car?
Well, I'm waiting for. Well, I didn't realize this all happens rather rapidly.
I'm just going to sit there in the middle of a gunfight waiting to pick up a ride.
And there's also 40 feet between me and them. My car's in reverse, and there's nobody behind me. So I can just hit the gas and create 200 feet worth of distance really fast.
I have a tip, Daniel, to increase revenue is you get a minivan that little magnet sign says free beer.
But you know, and I think that's kind of, you know, it's something that I was always assumed that security guards, especially if they feel threatened, will resort to their instincts rather than to their training, which is going to be, I'm afraid, I need to go to the most potent thing possible so that I'm no longer afraid, and that's their guns.
That's what a lot of PD does. Or the way they're being trained is, you one up somebody, but they escalate it for. And I'm not saying all cops or all.
But there's a difference between a guy that's yelling and screaming at you, and a guy that's actively a threat to you. This guy, to me, as an uninterested witness, I would have not done well for those two security officers, because they were, in my mind, the way I saw it, they were the aggressors.
What's the name of this bar, just for the record?
Manhole.
ABCHaveadrink.com.
Oh, come on. Don't give us any of that generic shit.
It's an internal.
No,
There's a lot of bars with that name, you know.
He meant to say BUTT have an interest.
Yeah. But no, and there's a place for security out there. It's just that it's disappointing to see the lack of professionalism that some of those security people are living down to, or rather than living up to.
I think a lot of it has to do with funding as well. Like, there's no real state requirement, at least as far as I know, as far as security goes, like what these individuals have to be trained on, or specifically.
Any established
the average person has minimal requirements in most states to be a security personnel person as compared to law officers. They don't have to get through academy. They just have to go through the standard testing, which is about 3 days to be a security officer.
It's like our condominium manager, they made him go to a security guard class. They want all the resident managers for, all in the state of Hawaii to go to like a security guard class. I was just telling them, don't start any fights because I'm not going to back you up. Don't call. He said, I'll call you for backup. And I was like, no, don't call me.
I mean, it definitely it doesn't really have anything to do with training, but I was talking to my wife's a cop, for the people that weren't in here when I brought it up, but I think it's ridiculous that just comparing it to the military, I'm active duty military as well, that the police force, they've got basic uniform requirements, but they don't have a physical fitness requirement to be a cop. They have
Just
a physical fitness requirement.
They should be required to watch Roadhouse 5 times.
Well, that brings up an old Cops episode I remember watching where this black guy, he's running from the police, and this heavyset dude, yes, he's mic'd up, of course, and you hear him, he chased him 300 yards, and then he finally catches him, and then the dude's and then he's on top of the guy, and he's breathing super heavy. It's all, hey man, you all right? You all right, man?
You said there's no requirements to be a cop.
You ain't gonna die on me, are you, man? You ain't gonna die on me, man? Because I don't
There's
want
no physical requirements to be a cop. Who said that?
Hold up a second. I wasn't done. To go to academy, you have to meet certain physical requirements. You have to pass. Well, at least in South Carolina. That's the only way I have to speak off of. You have to pass an obstacle course in a certain amount of time. You have to meet certain physical fitness requirements. However, after academy and things like that, you no longer are required to meet any sort of a physical fitness requirement or anything like that.
That's not true. That solely depends on the department. Because some departments, just like an officer has to qualify with his firearm maybe every 6 months or every year, depends on the department. A lot of departments also require you to run a mile in this amount of time.
But Dead Horse, that's what he just said.
It's a good thing we don't have any physical requirements for gun channels.
Here, the only people that I know of, that I personally know of, that have a physical fitness requirement is our local sheriff's SWAT team. They have a physical fitness requirement that they have to beat yearly. But
Yeah.
other than that, everybody
Well,
else around here, they don't have anything.
Hold on. The clear reason for that is if they're the SWAT team and
Well,
WASP
that makes sense.
or bees break out, they have to have some type of ability to knock those mother effers down.
We don't even have a SWAT team in Hawaii.
Well, that's not very good, being that you have a huge tourist industry with hotels everywhere.
Well, there may be one on Oahu, but there's none on the Big Island. I mean, basically what they have is a bunch of cops that are dressed up all tactical on the weekends and go shooting, and that's
I mean,
about it.
In Hawaii, isn't your main crime just like basic drugs? Or I don't really know, but that's what I always hear about in Hawaii is like drugs.
I believe in Hawaii. I believe in Hawaii. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's.
The main crime is politicians hiring hookers.
I was gonna say taking pineapples and chugging beer through the.
Cancel my holster deal.
But the reason for having HRT is not because it happens a lot. It's because it can happen in a major city.
Yeah.
And can happen is enough.
I just had a customer today who did 17 years in Cleveland working for Department of Public Safety it's child management. Yeah, she was working in child management and talking about child protective services. 17 years in Cleveland, and then she retires and moves here to Texas. And we had a conversation about how the environment was and things were in Cleveland. It's not good.
No, it's like a variation of Detroit, which is a variation of Rockford, which is a variation of Chicago, which is a variation of Milwaukee. I mean, I can just start listing off cities on from coast to coast that it's a variation of. I mean, every major city with a population of more than 500,000 or even 500,000 is going to have areas, big or small, that are terrible.
Yeah, domestic violence is a very common crime.
Okay.
Guy gets drunk, you're sitting on an island with nothing to do, and so the wives beat up the husbands or something like that.
There's always something to do. You don't do it because you're bored.
On the Big Island they do.
No, I don't believe that for a minute.
I'm big and bored on the Big Island.
There's nothing I mean, when I first moved here, I used to live, I rented this house like on close you can get to the beach on the lava flow, and it's like a 4-bedroom house for $800, but there was a back house, and this guy was like a retired Army sniper, and his wife continually beat the shit out of him.
I mean, that's like saying if you're not an outdoor person and you move to Wyoming, you're going to beat the shit out of your wife because you're going to get just too bored.
No, the wife beat the shit out of him because he kept cheating on her. So,
well, see, then we get to the real problem.
The day, but
there's obviously not enough boxing gloves up Hawaii.
Well, but the thing is, I was just living right. It was like the back house that somebody had sublet to these people, and so they didn't have a legal right to be there, but they were living there, and it's like they would have knockdown dragouts where she would beat the crap out of them, and like the screen doors were flying off, and I just said to the real estate guy, I just I can't. I didn't move here to listen to these guys fight. Get me out of this lease. It's uninhabitable. I don't want to. And so the owner wound up. First he said, he told the guy he could stay, but then he called him up and said, no, the guy who moved here from California doesn't want to listen to you guys, so I have to throw. Sniper really pissed at me. The real estate guy goes, well, they don't have a right to be there. I'll just go and order him off the property. He said, does this guy have any violence background? I said, yeah, he's an Army sniper. And he's like, okay, you're on your own, kid. Like, great. I just didn't do anything about it because, they moving. But, it's, it was like, had one Army sniper real pissed off at me because I didn't want to live next to them fighting. She was constantly beating the crap out of them, though. So.
But they kicked you off your land?
No, I just no, I didn't want to be there anymore. I said I don't want to, live right next to. I mean, it's like the back house was just a small little house that they lived in, and it was on the same property that they leased the house to me from. But I had a legitimate lease from a real estate agent, and
basically, you got your real estate agent to release you from your lease due to circumstances.
Yeah.
In your apartment. Okay.
Yeah, and because it was like, and but the stupid owner from California said, told the guy that he had to throw the sniper off the property because of me. So that really, it was like, I figured, if the guy's gonna shoot me, he's gonna shoot me. I can't stop him because I'm not a professionally trained sniper. So, but he didn't shoot me. He just gave me the finger every once in a while. So I was like, laughed at him. I just laughed at him every time he did that. But his wife was a big girl, and she beat him up every time he cheated on her, which was frequently. So.
Well, you're worried about the guy shooting you is getting his ass kicked by his wife? Seriously?
Well, just because he's not willing to touch his wife doesn't mean he's not willing to shoot me.
Well, it's not like he could jump on his yard and something else.
No, he was pissed at me because he got thrown out of the place that they were living because of me.
Oh, okay.
Because I just didn't want to live. I didn't move to Hawaii to listen to them fight at 2 a.m. and have the screen doors just come flying off. It's like, sorry, I didn't move here to listen to that. So,
All right, I got an actual gun question here. If you guys can handle this.
Guns? Oh.
What's a gun?
Well, actually, it's an ammo question. Is per round, what's 223-556 currently going for Full Metal Jacket? 55
brass case or steel?
Well, give me both or whatever, whichever you know.
Right now, I'm pretty sure you can find steel case for like 16 cents a round, and then brass.
Go to AmmoSeek. Go to AmmoSeek or AmmoBot.
Okay, so I think Lake City stuff is going for about 36 cents a round, from what I've seen.
That's brass or steel?
Brass.
It's gotta be brass.
Lake City.
And then you can get like Tula, if you do like large quantities, like 1,000, you can get that for like 16 cents a round. That's steel. And then I think your cheapest brass stuff, non-reloads, is starting right now at like 28 to 30 cents a round, starting.
If you don't mind me asking, where do you recall where he saw it at 16 cents for steel?
I go on Slick Guns, and I just click on the ammo bar, and then click on 223, and it gives you the cheapest prices available.
Okay, yeah, because I was just over at AmmoSeek, and I can get down to 23.5 for steel.
This was like 2 days ago when I looked it up too. It's been changing almost every day.
Is it Slick Guns?
Slickguns.com.
I bought more silver today.
I saw your video.
Oh yeah, the silver bomb.
But you keep buying decorative silver.
Well, no. Well, what do you mean decorative?
There's sovereign silver, and there's bullion, and there's decorative.
Well, I buy both. Like today, I bought a 5-ounce Sunshine Mint and Canadian Maple Leaf. So
now I'll give you a thumbs up on the bullion you bought because you got the lowest cost pure silver investment that you can get. The other one, unless you're going to frame it or keep it somehow where decorative, well, it just sit somewhere and be hidden.
Well, no, because that's the and stuff
what?
Like that. That's the.
You keep getting muted somehow.
Fucking Google. It's. I don't know. 1 second.
Anyway, some silver is better than no silver.
Well, yeah, but I don't know why I was getting muted, but it's
It just
the U.S. minted stuff, silver eagles are easier to flip. You know, I mean, it's to sell.
Well, yeah.
You know, than bullion. To just
it's easier to flip silver eagles than bullion. I mean, good Lord, what type of thumb do you have to flip bullion with? Jesus H. Christ, you're crazy.
Well, it has a well.
Anyway, I was going to say
the
that.
difference between a coin and bullion. It was.
But the decorative stuff is always going to pay more than bullion. But you're never going to. No one's going to appreciate it as much as you. So the best price you're ever going to get is the bullion price.
That's not true.
Yeah, it
You'll
is.
Always pay
because it's not sovereign.
He can engrave some swastikas in it and get some people who are special investors.
What decorative are you talking about? I mean, just the one no pay, no pray, no pay coin that I had.
Well, it's not so much the form that it's in as it is if you're paying greater than bullion prices for it, and yet it's not bullion.
Yeah, I have that one pirate coin with the skull on it that I really liked because I wanted it, and that's all.
That's fine.
That's not an investment, but the other ones are. So
right.
But it's like the Silver Eagle. Those are very easy to sell, Silver Eagles, and because everybody recognizes them. So, like a Maple Leaf, Canadian Maple Leaf, everybody recognizes it. They're very easy to sell. And the bullion, you have to go to a professional store, to sell it.
That being said, why would you buy? Why would you not? How do I phrase this question? Why would you not only buy silver maple leafs?
Well,
they are recognizable, yet they're always less than a Liberty.
Well, because it has a picture of the fucking Queen of England on it, and I'm not exactly her biggest fan.
Well, you're not getting it for what you're a fan of. You're getting it for the point of investment.
Yeah.
I mean, you get your decorative stuff for what you're a fan of.
Yeah. So what was the question?
Well, since silver maples are sovereign, just as recognizable as American silver eagles, yet silver maples are always less than American eagles. Why would you not always buy silver maples?
Because
silver eagles would probably be easier to sell because they're desirable.
Yeah, some people don't like Canada. Whenever I look at a maple leaf, I think of Biker Bob and maple syrup. I don't know.
And the other thing is when it gets to gold is the difference between U.S. sovereign gold being 92% pure and Canadian, or not. It's not just Canadian, but other sovereign sources being closer to 100.
Yeah, well, the Buffalo nickel one is closer to, it's 24 karat, and it's more pure than the double eagle, the gold eagles. But I have this gold bullion for Sunshine Mint 1 ounce gold bullion that was in that video. But nobody commented on that video that I made about that I had like binary explosives, a 4-pound binary explosives right in the middle of all the silver, but I was trying to make it a real silver bomb, but I don't know how many people actually got that watched that video, but
got the silver bomb.
Because there's actually a bomb there, but on Monday though, Saudi Arabia is going to start dumping all their, a secret amount of U.S. Treasury bonds that they have because that, bill got, passed through the Congress that says the American citizens can sue Saudi Arabia,
Did it get both through the House and the Senate?
I believe so. It all becomes on Friday. It's supposed to become, the law of the land officially, and his veto is overridden. And then on Monday, Saudi Arabia is going to dump at least $1 trillion worth of U.S. Treasury bonds on the market, and probably the Federal Reserve is going to have to buy them so they don't crash the bond markets.
You know what I hear? I
But-
hear great news for silver and gold.
Well, it got clobbered today, but I think that it's got clobbered specifically because of one, Fed news, and two, that all the four banks are just they're anticipating what's happening, and they're trying to clobber the longs before Monday. I have no idea what's going to happen on Monday, but the rumor has it that Saudi Arabia they've kept strategic secret exactly how much U.S. debt they own, and they're going to dump it all Monday morning. So,
Well, I mean, but they're not the only country that does that. China does the same thing.
well, they're not going to dump it all at once.
Well,
China's
no,
gonna
and
dump
they
it
may not
slowly.
even dump it all. They may dump some of it, saying that's all of it when they've had more in reverse. Because China does the same thing, and they do it for strategic reasons. Because it's kind of like a secret weapon, except they kind of know what it is. It's
Well,
kind of held in reserve.
Yeah, well, Saudi Arabia is doing it for revenge for this bill.
Oh yeah, no different than if we did something that China didn't like, they could say, well, we would like $1 trillion back on Tuesday, please.
Yeah, and then the Fed would just print it and give it to them, and we'd all be poor. And the people who would get ripped off would be everybody who has money in a savings account because their money would be worth less.
Anybody in here shoot or looking for 22 long rifle?
Not at the moment.
Well, I just saw on Slick Guns they got 22 36 grain 330 around the Winchester stuff. 1999 limit 2.
Limit 2. Limits. We don't need no stinking limits.
Oh yeah, well otherwise you're going to get the guys doing like the Walmart shuffle thing. Oh, I'll take 30 and then show up at a gun show with them. Instead of $19.99, they'll be, $69.99.
The gun show loophole. The Walmart gun show. Well, it's a shuffle, not a loophole. So
Yeah, I called it the Walmart shuffle because it's old guys standing in line who've got nothing else better to do
we need some music for that.
than to show up at 6:30 in the morning on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday.
Well, it's not a question of what time you show up. It doesn't work anymore, but they used to have apps on your cell phone that would tell you, would ring you when they, got ammo in stock,
Oh yeah,
brass
it would
catcher.
tell you trucks that were sitting in the parking lot
Yeah.
that were waiting to be offloaded.
Yeah, and then you go in the store and the employees haven't unloaded the trucks, and they don't.
Yeah, they say we don't have anything. Well, it must be up.
Yes, you do.
Yes, you do. It's just waiting to back up and be unloaded.
Yeah, I've
You
watched a
almost have
million.
to learn your local Walmart and how because as far as unloading the trucks, they all don't do it the same. Like one of my Walmarts, they unload the trucks on third shift and start, or actually the end of second is when they start unloading the trucks, but they don't start putting the stuff on the shelves until third shift.
You should join the ammo mafia, guys. They, if I have all this intel on this stuff because we are in Hawaii. Walmarts don't sell ammo, unfortunately, and Sports Authority closed. I hope somebody moves into the old Sports Authority store that sells ammo, but
Well, do you have a Cabela's?
no.
Do you have
All
a
we
Bass
had-
Pro?
No. All we had was Sports Authority and the local gun shops, and the Sports Authority closed. So
No Gander Mountain?
Nope.
Man, you.
Well,
really-
I already have a ton of ammo, so Yeah, I don't know. Did you ever see my ammo? That ammo video where I did a tally of all my ammo.
I've seen some of them where you show out large amounts, but I'm not sure if it was the grand tally or not.
Yeah, I did a tally, and it took me I had so much ammo. It took me 2 days to tally it. So, and I have more now. So, because I bought since then, but it was a significant amount for me, an apartment dweller who doesn't live in the country. But so I have lots of lead bullion, and all I'm saying is it'd be nice if sporting store that sold ammo moved into the old Sport Authority. So if Cabela's is listening, or anybody, or Bass Pro, or who bought who in that merger now?
Bass Pro bought Cabela's.
All right. Well, hopefully Bass Pro moves into Hawaii because Sports Authority moved out, or closed all their doors apparently. So.
Well, I'm looking at my inventory right now, and I'm trying to decide that my rifle ammo should be in between my AR and my AK ammo should be fairly similar, and right now they're really not. Got a lot more AR ammo than I do AK ammo.
I was the reverse. I had a lot more AK ammo than AR or Tavor, but anyway.
But what I tended to do is I like to buy my AK stuff. Usually like one case of like boxes, so that's like my shooting stuff. And then if I buy anything else before that box is used up, I'll get it in a spam can because I'm less likely to be tempted to open it up if it's still in a spam can. It like keeps temptation away from Dano.
Yeah, it's like popping a virgin's cherry. You know?
It's like I mean, it's made for long-term storage, and it's like I really don't want to ruin that quality of what's sitting here. Now, granted,
pop that cherry.
You pay a little bit more for the spam can, so you're not going to get that price per round break that you get if you just buy bulk, steel case stuff.
Well, I'm still trying to recover from this Saturday's, marathon of the History Channel watching. It was The Prophets of Doom, and then it was first was The Killer Asteroid from Outer Space and The Prophets of Doom, and then the 7 Signs of the Apocalypse, and then Nostradamus. It was like hours and hours of different ways the world could, end. Everything from, cyber singularity and where the machines become smarter than the people and decide to swat the humans, and like a mosquito, and asteroids, red tide, economic problems, nuclear wars, and it was really interesting, the asteroids, hitting, even if they land in the ocean, still throws enough, it still wipes out the planet. So,
I'm sitting here looking at ammo, and all of a sudden I saw the Nazi name Cheaper Than Dirt show up on my screen, and it still gives me heartburn. I refuse to purchase anything from them.
Hey, I'm so pissed at the NFL for that whole Colin Kaepernick thing. My favorite NFL team that always loses is 4-0 this year, and I'm like, what the fuck? I watched like the last 2 minutes, the Minnesota Vikings game when they beat. Who do they beat? The Giants this week. Yeah, but nobody kneels down during the last 2 minutes of the game, unless they're injured. But anyway.
Really killed off this chat.
Well, sorry.
Well, I just mean nobody else is popping up with questions or saying anything. Not you in particular.
I'm trying to beat the A2 site off of 2 uppers right now, and I can't even move the tapered pins.
Now, did you have a problem getting them to line up when you first put them together, or?
Uppers came already and put together. And I'm trying to beat the A2 front side out of both of them, and I can't even get either of the taper pins to move. I think they use a hydraulic press to put these taper pins in, and when they press them, I think they press them in too far, and they're so I'm using an 8-pound hammer, solid steel punch, and I can't even get the pins to move with an 8-pound hammer.
If they used a press, all you're going to do is possibly eventually damage it or yourself, because you're never going to move those pins if they used a press, because they created an interference fit.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm going to have to make a jig out of wood to hold the front of the A2 side and support the barrel, and then use a vise and start them and somehow rig a piece on my vise, like a piece of punch or something, to when I start tightening down the vise, that punches them out.
Do you like my local mechanic has a press, and so in fact I just went down there about a week ago because I had to put a roll pin in that was so tiny I couldn't quite hold it with my fingers. So between the press and a little machinist vise, I was able to hold it in there and get it in place. But do you have like a mechanic that might have a press?
I don't know.
To try to drive it out?
I don't know. I'm going to try and review my vise first.
I mean, because
I might build enough leverage on my vise that the vise should be able to at least start. If I can just get them moving and started, then I should be able to pound them out. But I can't even get them to move on either of them.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's that first what I'll call 1/64th of an inch of movement. That once that starts, you know it's going to come out eventually. But until that first 1/64th gives, it ain't going nowhere.
And I've had other palmetto uppers that I've beefed the A2 side off of, and I haven't had one. But it's funny that both of these ones are like the same way. So it's not just one. Both of these are the same way. So I'm thinking that they probably got some machine, some press to like speed up shit.
Oh yeah. Oh, I'm sure if there was a way to take one step out of the process or one person out of the process, they'd do it.
You need a special kind of vise. Miami vice.
So you're trying to take the A2 off?
Yeah, just for a minute, and then I'm gonna put it right back on. But I can't even get these pins to move.
Okay. Okay. Well, why is it that you need to take them off for a minute?
To install these.
Oh, you're changing your D-ring thing?
The handguard cap from a triangle to a round one.
Gotcha.
These ones are triangular, and they don't fit the Magpul SL handguards I have here.
Ooh, new technology.
Yeah, so like this one's getting the block one, and this upper is going FDE. So this upper gets the FDE one. And
that's a Palmetto State?
Yeah, they're both Palmetto State Armory pencil barrels.
Do you have a Palmetto State Armory around you?
Oh, hell no.
I was gonna say, otherwise, if you take it there, they'll actually swap all that crap out for you.
Yeah, I actually just barely got Palmetto State Armory parts in the mail today. Palmetto State Armory sent me a new receiver extension and a new dust cover because the ones on a couple of these uppers I bought were fucked up. So hopefully that fixes them.
I didn't know Palmetto State actually had retail stores.
Yeah, they got like 3.
We just got a new one right here in Somerville. It's huge.
Huge.
Now, just out of curiosity, how much would you say they carry in their physical stores as compared to their online store?
They don't honor the daily deals in their store, but they, as far as like the actual store, gun quantity is quite a bit. They have a shit ton of accessories, but it's also split between like fishing supplies, archery, basic hunting supplies, and things like that. So where their website is mainly focused on like firearms and things like that.
I didn't even know they did fishing.
Yeah, they're pretty big into fishing. Like there's one up. We've got I think 4 of them within like 5 hours of here, within like 3 or 4 hours of here. The one up in Columbia actually has like, it's one huge parking lot, but it's 2 separate stores. One of them is just fishing shit, and the other one's just hunting and guns. And the one here, they bought out an old Kmart, and so basically it's the size of what a Kmart would be. It's pretty big.
When you guys were talking about security guards earlier, I was just going to say the armed truck guys I saw at Walmart that went in Hawaii in Kona they all had Glock 17s. So
All the ones that I ever see here, when I do see them, most of them are carrying like shitty ass Smith & Wesson revolver, or not that Smith & Wesson makes shitty revolvers, but like these are ones that have like been the shit beat out of them.
it doesn't mean they don't fire.
Oh yeah, I saw one that didn't even have a front sight, and I just kind of saw it because I was standing behind the lady when she was like getting behind the counter. I was like, it doesn't even have a front sight on it.
As long as you don't piss the guy off and he says, well, it has a muzzle. Want to see it.
Yeah. But I mean, I've heard that some of them will let you carry your own firearm. You just have to qualify with it. But
yeah, I don't even remember what company collects the money at the local Walmart, but I know they both had Glock 17. So,
what are your guys' ranges like there? I've never been to Hawaii, so.
When I was in DC, I saw like my first banked armed security guard, because we don't have like armed security guards in our banks. But like there was one inside the bank and one outside the bank, and they both had guns, and the one outside the bank had a Ruger GP like 100 357 mag stainless, which I thought it was just unusual, but full-time bank guard. And the one inside the bank looked like he was carrying a Browning high power.
Well, I've got a GP 100.
It seems like, at least there at that bank, it seems like they get to carry what they want, because I can't imagine a GP 100 being a service-issued gun, you know?
It's a great gun, man.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I just can't imagine a security company saying, like, oh, you're going to carry our guns or these guns, and they're going to be Ruger GP 100. Like, I think they obviously got to choose their own gun.
Well, it's probably not economical, but, you know, you get a Glock for cheaper, but at least a used one. But what was Dave? Somebody was asking me a question about Hawaii ranges. I mean,
yeah,
there's on Oahu there's one range that's been there since before the state was it's an outdoor range. I forget the name of it, but it's been there before when the state was still a territory. But I live on the Big Island, and there's one skeet range on the other side, just for shotguns. There's one kind of an indoor range on the other side of the island, on the Hilo side, but there's like the air conditioning is kind of substandard. It doesn't actually. It's more like an unofficial indoor range because they can't qualify and get all the environmental sign-offs because they didn't want to spend $500,000 on an air conditioning system to filter out all the lead and stuff.
Uh-huh.
And so all we have on the Kona side is just hunting areas, you know, and there's one hunting area that everybody goes to called Manuka, but you know, they passed new hunting laws that says you can't have any non-hunting caliber, you know, firearms on state land. So you can't bring your 9mm out, or, you know, your 357 Magnum GP 100 would have to be a long barrel instead of just a snubby. So I can't bring out, you know, the Glock or a 45. It doesn't have enough muzzle velocity to be a hunting weapon. You need basically a 44 Magnum if you're going to use a handgun. So I know that Sean Sean made fun of that. He said, well, so the only weapon you can legally carry around in Hawaii is the 44 Magnum. So yeah, okay, I could get used to that. But I don't own a 44 Magnum. I was thinking about getting one until they passed a bunch of more dumb laws. But and you have to have soft points if you're in the hunting area. If they catch you if they catch you not wearing orange or with full metal jackets or you know, a non-hunting caliber gun, then they'll just, the penalty for everything is they seize your firearm. So
well, can't you use the 10mm?
I don't.
Ballistically, a 10mm and a 41 Magnum are pretty close.
44 or 41?
41 Magnum.
Right. Well, I don't recall the exact the new regs they passed towards the end of 2015, but they specifically have the a minimum, muzzle power. It was, I think it was expressed in pounds per, I don't know, something, I forget what it was, some kind of measurement of the
10 millimeter, you can buy the weak stuff and you can buy the full power stuff as well. I mean, it's all up to the user.
Well, I don't have a 10 millimeter or a 44 Magnum. I got 9, I got 45, I got 357, and I got 380. So, I could only bring my rifles out, that's pretty much it. I could just bring my long guns out there. And I don't feel safe if I don't have like a pistol. If I have, if I'm carrying one long gun and I shoot the magazine, I don't want to be out there, and I've got to always have to have an extra couple magazines with me because I don't want to be out there with guns and no ammo. So, I just feel safer if I've got a handgun on me, but they don't allow that anymore. So, you can either ignore the law, which a lot of people do, but then if DLNR shows up, then the gun squad will say, we're going to confiscate all your guns. It's like, fuck you, man. But so, yeah, it's a problem because if we had a range and if we had an indoor range, I'd be shooting every weekend instead of like once every other month. I
wonder if that would almost be worth it if somebody had the funding to like actually build a legitimate indoor range there.
It's the price. First of all, not only do you have to spend a fortune on air conditioning, Hawaii has the highest electric kilowatt per hour rate in the nation, and so it would cost a fortune to run it, and it's just. And plus somebody has to sign off on the permit to run that kind of a business. And this is such a left-wing, deep blue state, I don't know how to describe it to you. It's but they're just not going to approve it, because they don't want to. So, but you can get out there and shoot my long guns every once in a while. So.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so my next video is going to have to be me going out shooting because it's been too long. It's been a while, so. But yeah, we don't have indoor ranges on the Big Island except for the one with the bad air conditioning, insufficient air conditioning system on the other side of the island. And
it's funny you talk about AC because when I had to go to Hickam for like 2 weeks for a class, and the dorms that they put us in didn't even have AC. They're like, just open up the windows on that side of the room and the windows on that side of the room. And
well, yeah, but people weren't discharging firearms in your dorm rooms.
Oh yeah, no.
They have a certain amount of lead in the air,
Yeah, it definitely makes a difference.
But
how was it at Hickam? Did they have any unique memorials there for Pearl Harbor?
To be absolutely honest with you, like the whole time we were there, I didn't have time to do shit. Like I was kind of sad because I wanted to go off base and like do a couple of things, but the whole time I was there was literally class or sleep. And we were being shuttled everywhere, so I didn't get a whole lot of walking around time.
Right. I just figured on the base itself, because most bases, as I'm sure you know, have, it may be tiny or maybe big, but have some sort of museum.
Yeah.
Well, there's the Pacific Aviation. There's the Pacific Aviation Museum that's out there, Pearl, and of course the Pearl Harbor, the Arizona Memorial, and but there's a lot of stuff at Pearl if you're into all that. Every December 7th they make a big deal.
Well, no, but Hickam has its own unique place in Pearl Harbor. I mean, Pearl Harbor, we say to mark the day, not just the location, but Pearl Harbor, which is one of the locations that people died at.
Yeah, well, so was Guam. When the Japanese invaded Guam, but that's where all the Strategic Air Force operates out of. At Guam, not on. not so much on Hawaiian soil. But
Well,
Guam was the Alamo of the Pacific. You know, they got
between Guam and, well, I'm not sure if they're still flying out of Omaha, or that's SAC. Never mind.
Omaha. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean,
yeah,
it's all
SAC.
Strategic Command. But yeah, in the Pacific, the base is Guam, the Anderson base. That's where I did all my bomber video. I got
Because,
the bomber videos from. The
The other route is to go straight over the polar caps, and that's why the continental U.S. is not necessarily a bad location for bombers.
Yeah, except it's also a target. The continent, although everybody knows where the strategic bases are. You know, I mean.
Oh
you know,
yeah. Oh no,
so-
I got you on that. I'm just saying, as far as the directness of the flight, because you can't hide something like that. You're not going to be able to hide building it. You're not being able to hide it when it's in operation.
They have a new bomber that they're building, the B-21 Raider. It looks like a small B-2. And by the way, Iran captured a U.S. stealth drone that
UAV.
looks like a B-2, and Iran gave it to China, who reverse engineered it. And you know, so now
Well, that
Iran-
was a year and a half ago that they assumed that it lost radio contact with the individuals that were flying it remotely, and that's why it crashed.
Yeah, or they, you know, some people say it was hacked.
Yeah, I mean, there'll always be, which is, I mean, I understand it's possible. It could also just be generate enough radio interference and it can't receive incoming instructions.
Well, but it was getting satellite. You know, I would think it would be controlled by satellite, not radio.
Well, still,
Yeah, they're controlled by satellite, and a lot of them have. I'm not like an electronics expert, but we've had a couple of people that have crossed over into that career field. They have like a default setting where if the aircraft loses contact for so long and it's not receiving any new messages, it'll actually self-program back to a default setting and send itself back home. So there had to have been some other sort of issue that caused it to go down.
Yeah.
China reverse engineered it, so now Iran has these reverse engineered U.S. stealth drones. I don't know, but we're going to have this new miniature B-2 bomber called the Raider, and that's going to be the new bomber for the Air Force. It's smaller than a B-2.
Ground attack has been the place that has been the thorn in the Air Force's side, because all we have is very good but very dated A-10s.
Well, and B-2s and B-52s and B-1s.
They're not meant for close air support.
They'll do it in a pinch.
No, they won't. Not when you're talking about 500 to 1,000 yards difference between one side and another.
Well, that's what they drop laser guided bombs.
Yeah.
So, and satellite guided bombs, and yeah. But if the guy on the ground doesn't read the map right, then well, you can get blown away by your own artillery too. So,
well,
if
yeah,
they don't
but
teach
that's
map
why
reading.
the size of the munitions matters, because it's not everything is pinpoint accurate. Many things are, but not everything is.
Well, you'd be amazed exactly like when we see the reports and stuff like that. Exactly, not so much here within the last couple of years, but when this whole shit first kicked off, friendly fire was a huge problem the first couple of years. It was happening a lot, and it still happens occasionally today.
Oh yeah, there was that football player Pat Tillman, I think it was, out of Oklahoma. That they strongly from reports that came out later from some of his guys. I don't know if they were from his squad or his company per se, but believe that it was more of a friendly fire sort of incident. And yeah, when it first happened, that's not what it was reported at all. And of course, that's typical of the higher ups to cover up, those incidents. I'm not interested in trying to punish the guy on the ground that may have made a mistake. I'm more interested in the honesty of what's happening and how do we improve the systems so we get less of it.
It happens a lot more than your average like the general population understands.
Well, war sucks, but obviously, if you start blowing away, like your own friendlies, then
And most of the time, it's not even the aircraft's fault. It's the no offense, and I've been in this situation. It's the ground guy's fault because usually you'll get like bad intel or something, and you think you're somewhere when you're actually somewhere else, and then an airstrike gets called in by a separate entity, and then you happen to be not where you thought you were.
Yeah, if some lieutenant didn't do well in map reading, then your platoon is fucked, I would imagine. But it's happened before.
A lot of times, because you'll get radio transmission saying, "Yeah, you're in the safe zone for this strike," and then it turns out you have bad intel and you're in a bad fucking spot. And now all of a sudden you're right in the strike zone. It happens. It sucks. It just does.
Yeah, wars suck in general, but because all the people get killed from it, basically 'cause people get killed is the problem. So
yeah. Were you guys prior military or anything, or still active? Or?
not me. I'm a civilian. I plan to be a civilian all my life. I'm really bad at taking orders too. I don't.
That's why I decided to rank up a little quicker.
Well, there's still somebody in charge.
Yeah, the shit rolls downhill.
and it floats
It's
to
funny.
the top. It floats to the top sometimes too.
Yeah, but the best places to be is right in the middle, because then you don't ever catch the shit. You just watch it go by. And then I do my wife's she does her cop thing, and then a couple of years ago I decided to go to like the school and become like a constable, and the only reason I do that is just for fun. And then like when my kids are at school or something like that, if I'm bored at home or something, I can call her up and I'll just do ride-alongs with her. So that's why I know so much about the constable stuff, at least in South Carolina. And in South Carolina here, once you become a South Carolina constable, you can do anywhere in South Carolina. All you got to do is call up that agency and be like, hey, you mind if I come help out?
Are you guys going to be okay with that big hurricane coming in that general direction? Or
we should be fine here. I mean, the only thing that sucks is I got everybody at work texting me, because I'm the duty officer, texted me saying, hey, are we allowed to evac? I'm like, look, I don't care that the mayor said that we have mandatory evac. We are not allowed to evac until the base commander gives us permission. We don't follow under the mayor.
Yeah, the mayor does not control the base, period, ever.
Yeah.
Done.
And that's the thing is, when Katrina came through, we had a bunch of people that were in Biloxi, Mississippi at that base. I don't remember what the fuck that base is called. But that base commander actually got fired because they had a mandatory evac. And then also the 18th Air Force commander called that commander and said, no, you guys will evac. He said, nah, fuck that. They're all going to stay here. He got fired because like 3 people ended up dying during that.
well, on that Saturday, this last Saturday, I was watching all the disaster shows. When they had the asteroid hit the Earth, one landed somewhere in the Gulf of Mexico, and Florida got just covered because most of it is hardly above sea level at all. And so if there's a gigantic tsunami because an asteroid lands in the ocean, then it's going to just cover all of the state. It will be underwater because most of it is just, there's like, I don't know, there's no mountains in Florida or something. There's no high ground. It's all low coastal lying land.
Yeah, like the average height in Florida is like 13 feet below sea level.
Yeah, so if there's a tidal wave because of like, a hurricane or an asteroid or if there's any tidal wave, it's just the whole state will be underwater.
And that's the thing here is like, I'm a little bit more inland. I think if I remember right, we're considered like 25 miles inland or something like that. But like downtown Charleston, like it's below sea level every time like we get like a rain where like it rains for more than a couple hours, they're 3 feet underwater all the time.
Yeah, it's not, you don't want to be underwater.
Pretty much all as long as it happens like it has pretty much ever since I've been here, which is going on, 6 years now, all we really get is like some wind. Not really like damaging wind, but it's pretty high wind enough to where like it's noisy outside, and then we get quite a bit of rain. But
Yeah, well, in Haiti, I think, or Jamaica, or some, or I don't know if they had to evacuate parts of Guantanamo because it looked like the eye of the hurricane was almost right over it. But
yeah,
I mean, they had 145-mile-an-hour steady winds. Cat 4. That's pretty nasty ass wind.
Yeah, we have the main Gitmo mission here. Like we send all their supplies there from this base, and we just evacuated Gitmo. So yeah, we did do that.
Well, that's one way to get rid of the prisoners. Just let them drown.
Yeah, and that was funny when we got the phone call to set up the missions to go down there. We're like, are we sending any sort of like detainee? Because we've got equipment to deal with detainees on aircraft and things like that. They're like, no, we're not sending any of that shit. Just send what you need to bring back personnel and stuff like that. So we were equipping all the aircrafts with sea kits to just pack as many fucking people on there as possible.
Yeah, let all the detainees go. Give them a lifeboat and let's send them. Okay, you're free. Get out of here. Put them in the ocean and point them towards the hurricane.
I'd say fuck that and weld all the cell doors shut before you leave. That place is supposed to be closed anyway, according to the news.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if Obama gives it back to Cuba before he leaves.
Yeah, one of those. On the day before he walks out of the office, he leaves one little letter and says, "Excuse me, Harriet. Before you go home, could you fax this down to Cuba for me?"
Obama is such an embarrassment to the. It's like. When he showed up at the G20 summit, the Chinese didn't send a staircase. What do they call them when you get off the airplanes? They walk down the staircase for him to get off of Air Force One. They didn't even, no red carpet, not even a staircase to get off the plane for him to walk down. So he had to, sneak out the back of Air Force One, out of the ass of the plane because they just.
Did he have to go
Nobody
down?
Likes him.
Did he have to go down the anal chute?
Yeah, well, I don't know. It was like, and the president of Indonesia said Obama is like, he said Obama is the son of a bitch, and the United States is broke, and when the dollar is no longer the world reserve currency, we're just going to push the United States, over downhill, and it'll roll downhill.
Well, I'm trying to think now that we have an international basket of currencies, which is going to include the yuan in just mere weeks. Except for oil, is there anything that cannot be bought in another currency at this point in time?
Well, it's when the Saudis, if they dump all their bonds, and if they no longer accept the dollar in exchange for oil, if they don't accept the dollar for oil, then that'll be the end of everything. So as the economy as we know it will be over, and nothing can.
But when they started to accept things other than dollars, that was the beginning of what would eventually happen.
Yeah, well, Putin Monday also. Putin has another meeting with like Erdogan in Turkey, and it's like they're going to be the Russians are going to be in Incirlik base. NATO's pulling out of Incirlik, and the Russians are moving into Incirlik base. I swear, Obama is just the worst. And not only is he the worst president, it's just,
every time I hear that guy from Turkey's name, I think of like Lord of the Rings.
He's like Saruman, right?
Yeah, I hear that name. It's like, is he one of the good guys or the bad guys?
He's like
Saruman. And it's just like reality. We don't really know.
Yeah, it's like we don't know if that. It's basically that Turkey's saying, oh, it's a CIA coup, was sponsored by the CIA, and I don't know if it was the CIA or if it was Erdogan did sponsored the coup to make himself look good,
or was it just simply CYA?
I don't know who started that coup, if it was Erdogan or but he's like he extended the state of emergency, you know, where he, you know, for another 3 months so he can arrest whoever he wants, you know, and lock them up for, you know, basically they locked up like 30,000 police and, you know, the judges that they don't like. And, you know, it's just, they're throwing everybody in jail over there. So, and if the Russians are moving into Incirlik and the NATO U.S. moved out all the nukes out of Turkey, you know, so it's just, you know, the whole, you know, it's like they're blaming, it's really funny when they say, oh, Trump doesn't want to support NATO. Well, NATO is like falling apart before the Obama administration is over. You know, you're going to lose, you know, members out of NATO because he's such an idiot. Nobody respects this president. It's not that nobody would respect the country, but nobody respects this president, especially, you know, every other country in the world, because he doesn't know what he's doing, you know. And if all their currencies,
why at this point in time is he picking a fight with Russia? I don't get it. I mean, they're never going to be our buddy friends, but I don't understand why the proactive, you know, slapping them in the face verbally and asking for problems.
Well, I think that Putin just, you know, is being aggressive because Obama's weak, and, you know, Obama doesn't like it. He thinks just being popular and cool and being nice, he doesn't perceive that, you know, Putin would respect him if he didn't act like such a pussy all the time, you know, but I don't know. Every time I start, you know, it's like I need to stop watching the news, or because I just wind up going online and buying more silver or ammo or, you know, guns or food, freeze-dried food or some, you know, prepper stuff like a, you know, a new some new kind of, I've got a new bag to replace my cheap Chinese bag that came with my medical pack, because basically I have a medical pack that's full of stuff, but the basic backpack just sucked. So I got something better to put it all in, and but I need to stop spending money on preparing for the end of the world, because I don't want to be broke when the world ends.
Well, you know, the other, you know, there's a lot of different philosophies when it comes to prepping. One of which, of course, is diversification. And part of that is making sure that you have cash on hand. Because for a window of time, for some unknown shortness or longevity, cash will still be recognized and people will be willing to barter on cash.
Well,
yeah, that's something that drives me nuts when you hear, like, when you watch, like, the Prepper channel on, like, the Discovery Channel, that show that they do. Everybody instantly thinks that there's going to be, like, no transition period from what we know today to what it could potentially become. Everybody's always like, oh, instantly, now I got all these barter items that I've saved up on, and there's going to be, like, not necessarily like a real slow transition, but there's going to be somewhat of a transition into things for
I don't know.
reality.
Or
there would, I would think there would be.
It depends, you know, if the, you know, if there's a cyber war and the internet isn't functioning and that you can't get money out of your teller because without the internet nothing works, and you can't buy gas because they can't process the transactions and get the pumps to work without, like, you know, the being able to process credit cards on the clouds, and the employees won't show up at work if they can't get paid or cash checks, because the payment systems for every corporation is on a cloud that's, you know, under cyber attack, and, you know.
Yeah. And then you walk in there with physical cash. Are you going to be able to get what you want? Probably.
Are there going to be any employees that bother to work? Are there going to be any employees working at these stores that you think you're going to go to if
you
they
only
can't?
Need one.
Well, are they going to bother to show up at all? Because if you can't get paid, if you can't get a check and get paid, then why go to work, right?
Okay,
I mean,
I'm going to try this again. let's say it's the pharmacy. You only need one guy to show up to work. One guy.
No, wait. Have you been to a pharmacy and gotten medicine? It's all on a cloud. All the whole system is on a cloud.
Now you're talking about after the just-in-time inventory runs out. I'm talking about day one.
I'm talking about day one. Without the internet, how are they going to give you any medication? How are they going to check your prescription, check the doctor, check the insurance coverage without the cloud in the cloud? No, it's all on the cloud. No, they don't.
Have to have some sort of like a manual backup. I would think
they don't.
They did it back in the old days.
The old days are gone. Everything is on the cloud. The cloud goes down, the system goes down, nothing works.
Okay.
But the pharmacist couldn't just call your doctor and be like, hey, did you prescribe this medicine for so-and-so? And the doctor's like, yes, I did.
No. It doesn't
Can
work
we
like
forget
that
about,
anymore.
let's forget about my prescription example. Let's go to the food store. Because the food store does not require governmental permissions. It's simply, you have the access to the exchange, yes or no. You got the bread? I got the bread. Okay, you give me your bread, I'll give you my bread.
What they can't scan your items without the computer, and all that shit is on the cloud.
Have this thing called pen and pencil.
That nobody uses. When was the last time you saw anybody use pen and pencil?
I've got one in my fucking hand right now.
Yeah, but nobody knows how to write that works at a grocery store.
I believe I said the manager. We have power outages I live in a small town. We have power outages.
I wasn't talking about powder outage.
And you know what they do?
I was talking about computer.
They break out a
outages.
pen and pencil. They write down your name with your ID and address and the transaction on there.
I
and
can't wait till you
go and transaction.
Go and write a check during.
It's cash only. I'll give you that, but that's where cash is king in those situations.
The thing with like I do gold and silver and stuff too, like you were talking about earlier. But like, could you like take? I'm not trying to. Before I say this, I know this is gonna sound horrible. I'm not trying to say like Walmart employees are stupid. Like all of them are stupid or whatever. But let's just use Walmart example. Say you walk into Walmart and you're trying to buy some bread, and you go to hand that lady like a silver coin or something. You're like, all right, here, this should pay for my bread. She's gonna look at you like, what? How much is this shit worth? What is this? What do I
know.
do
Well, most
with
people, when they were offered like a 10-ounce silver bar or a Hershey bar and told they could have one or the other, they picked the Hershey bar because they didn't know no better. No, I mean, literally off the street. People just don't know shit.
But if you hand them like a $5 bill, that's practically fucking worthless at that point. They're gonna be like, oh yeah, here, take your shit and go.
Well, if it's really an emergency, I don't. The WalMarts aren't gonna. People aren't gonna be bothering with the checkout counters. They're just gonna fill up the carts and go leave.
I agree. Yes, they do that shit anyway, and we're not in that situation now.
But yeah, you should please check out my silver bomb video. I made it. It's like a bunch of silver and a little bit of gold, and it's like all right in the middle, all leaned up against like a 4-pound bottle of Shockwave rifle explosive binary powder.
That Tannerite stuff?
No, Shockwave, different brand, same thing.
Okay.
Shockwave exploding targets, same thing, different company. So, but yeah. I bought some more today because the price went down. Silver, I think maybe a little bit more.
I'm telling you,
a shit ton of the old back when nickels and dimes had the silver. I've got a shit ton of those.
The 90% silver, yeah.
Now going back to the cash, the other thing I'm going to throw out there, with the exception of Mr. Hawaii, is try to get smaller bills because they may not be able to break $100 bills. So not a good idea to walk around with a bunch of hundreds.
I used to walk around with hundreds all the time.
Well, that's fine in regular life. But I'm saying if you're putting what I'll call maybe $1,000 in emergency cash, hidden in an event in your house or whatever, that to have it in 20s, 10s, a couple of 5s, and maybe 20 singles, so you can make your own cash, your own change, so to speak.
Make your own cash. Oh, well,
I mean, make your own change is what I meant.
Even in like my EDC bag, like that I carry everywhere with me, I usually have like probably $200 and like some ones, fives, tens, and some 20s. Just you never know. Like I've had it where like I've had to stop for gas somewhere, like in small towns or something, for whatever reason our power was out, and I'm just like, all right, here's some cash, and then they'll pump the whatever.
I mean,
Well-
even if they can't pump it out of the ground, would I let you buy the gas out of my tank if I'm living local? I would, and I would for a profit. I'm not gonna rake you over the coals for it.
Well, I mean, shit hits the fan. You could just, get a hammer and a screwdriver and puncture somebody's gas tank and drain it out.
Well, they better not be there. They're not just gonna let you do that.
Well, that's
I've
what
got
that's
one of
what guns
those-
are for. Somebody objects to.
I've got one of those siphon kits, those like cheap siphon kits you can get at Harbor Freight. I keep one of those in the vehicle with my jumper cables and stuff like that.
I just have some tubing on my bug out bag that I'll make do with tubing.
Yeah. I just
Now,
don't want to suck it at.
Were you guys aware that now I don't know when it started exactly as far as what year, whether it was 2010, 2000, how they made the anti-siphon.
Well, yeah, but if you puncture the gas tank itself, then
Well, then you've got another problem. Is if you have 15 gallons of gas in there, trying to get that up and into your tank without creating a lake of volatile gasoline at your feet.
Well, it doesn't matter if there's a lake of gasoline at your feet as long as you don't ignite it. But
Well, again, you keep living in these wonderful scenarios of the owner's not there, and that's what firearms are for, and
well,
and
who cares if the owner is there? We're talking about the shit hits the fan, not the power went out for a day. It's like I've got to get from point A to point B or I might die, and so nothing is going to get in my way, and including somebody who doesn't want me to drain the gasoline out of their car.
I mean, in that situation, transportation for some people can mean the difference between life and death. So if you go stealing gas,
you're going to get into a fight.
That level of action.
Well, gasoline, that's what people were fighting over in all the.
I mean, they're not going to ask or try to
Mad
barter
Max movies.
if you're already trying to steal it. And,
Well,
and
they
they
might
have
ask
to.
you for payment if they see that they're going to have to fight you for it. Then they'll say, "I may just go and walk up to you. Are you going to pay for that gas or steal it?" And then you can answer them.
I think you're wasting far too much time giving anybody the opportunity to ask them a question like that.
Well, I do have a galvanized steel gas safety tank in my Blazer. I don't keep it filled up. I'm not planning on filling it until there's some sign that I might actually need it for something.
Well,
But,
that's like saying I don't carry unless I go into a bad neighborhood.
no, because your ammo doesn't go bad over time. As quickly as gasoline does. So
Gasoline is not like a gallon of milk. I mean, they have this thing called, it's been around for a while, called Staybill. And I have reliably filled up containers with it for over 6 months, put it in the car, and it ran just fine.
Well, you prep your way and I'll prep mine. I mean, do you have a galvanized red steel safety can,
Do I have a galvanized one? No, I rotate my gas every 6 months.
Well, I don't store gas. I do have a tank that I could fill up anytime I go to a gas
I
place.
don't have any of those things. I got the steel skid plates underneath my vehicle, which kind of make my gas tank a bitch to get to, but I didn't do it for that reason. And I get 9 miles to the gallon, so that kind of fucking sucks.
Yeah. What kind of car do you have?
I just traded in my truck, which got the same, but I have a 2016 Toyota Sequoia that's got a 8-inch lift kit on it, some big ass
Cool.
tire.
People were talking about the cop cars earlier and saying how cops have to have their own cars, but in Hawaii, that's like a major reason that people join the police force is because the state, the police force pays for part of the payment benefits package, they pay, the payments on the car. They cover the payments on a car. So the cops, always have the newest, latest cars because the job pays for it. Instead of giving him a car, they have to bring their own. So there's this one cop that had a Dodge, not the Hellcat, but the Challenger version of it. And I was like, man, I would join the cops for a Hellcat. But it was a pretty fat, slick car. But yeah, the cops are always having like the Mustangs and whatever 4x4, and so that's a benefit for them. I mean,
yeah, but if you have kids, you're not going to want your back seat modified as if they're prisoners. Have a barricade between you and your baby in the back.
Aren't you? Well, I mean, aren't you?
Well, my wife has a take-home car. They drive the Chargers here, and they bring their cars home. And just the kid part, like normally, yeah, that would be a thing, but I don't know. My daughter loves riding in the cop car. Every time we go out there, like in my Sequoia, she's got TV, she's got all her toys and shit. But half the time when we come out there, she's like, "I want to ride in the cop car," and we're like, "Fuck." She loves it, but she's also 2, and she doesn't have to worry about leg room and all that shit.
Yeah,
there's no room back there.
I mean, the other thing is remember of who's been sitting in the back seat that your children are now sitting on the same fabric with.
Well, she's in a car seat, so.
Yeah, I mean,
well, she's 2 years
old,
yeah.
It's just a matter of time until somebody pisses in their pants or pukes or something.
Well, in ours that we have here, we got the plastic down, and you're required to clean it up and all that shit. They're not on fabric. They got the plastic seats in the back.
Do you, Dano? Do you have like protection in your Uber car or?
On the floor I do. I don't have it on the seats. I need to. I wish I could get the plastic liners. I'm not sure where to find them because they are car specific.
Well, we still have the internet working, so.
You're right, we do. Oh, maybe I can Google it. What would you call it? Like a car condom?
I don't know. Where's Flippy when we need him?
A backseat condom?
Oh, shit. What was that line from the debate again? You're gonna. Oh, there you go. You whipped out your Mexican thing. You whipped out the Mexican thing again.
Speaking of Uber drivers, there's this guy on Facebook that's dressing up like a prisoner and calling Uber to come pick him up.
Back seat covers. Let's see what we got.
You probably could get a lot of like.
Got a bunch of nylon ones. Oh, that's going to hold the puke really nice.
Yeah. You have anybody puke in the back of your vehicle?
Wait,
not
people
yet.
Up at bars, so I mean, eventually, somebody's going to get drunk.
I've never done it, but Uber's not just about like. I imagine that would be the majority of it, but it's not just about like picking people up from bars, is it?
No, it's think of it as a friendlier, cleaner, and also less expensive taxi.
Yeah.
I mean, I get people from the movie theater, the grocery store, coming in from out of town on the bus stop, from hotels, all over the place. Their personal homes.
We've got a couple of guys at work that do it just for fun when they're bored.
Oh yeah, I mean, where I'm at during the week, you can't really make any money. But I will go out occasionally during the week if I'm bored, just because I can sit home and get nothing when I'm bored, or I can go out and maybe come back with $30 that I wouldn't have had.
Yeah.
I try and think of good YouTube videos to make when I'm bored. That's how I came up with the silver bomb video. What do I take my silver and put it together with some high explosive binary powder? They call it a silver bomb video.
You mean you didn't buy the silver just to make the video?
No. I didn't buy thousands of dollars worth of metals just to make one video that I could make, 2 cents off of.
Okay. So I got back seat cover and then I had the type of model, make it model, but I'm not getting anything close to that heavy duty plastic that they have in in cop cars or regular taxis.
Why don't you just call a cop and ask him? Well, wait, somebody here is a cop. Why don't we ask who's the cop?
His wife.
Yeah,
Or he's his
And
wife.
she
Why don't we
doesn't
ask his
set
wife?
up the cars. She
They-
drives the cars.
they get them. They're already equipped when you get them.
Exactly.
We
Well,
have
then-
no say in whatsoever in what they put in the
Well,
chip.
but who works the motor pool? I mean, somebody there should know.
It's actually what it is the police force, they like in our case we have the Chargers. They call up Dodge and they say, okay, we need 10 of these, and Dodge actually gets the contract and sets them up and everything, gets all the shit installed, and then the police force just kind of gets them.
And then call Dodge. I mean, somebody's in charge of the contract, so you can, somebody's whoever find out who signs the damn check to Dodge, and then have them call Dodge and ask him.
Yeah.
That's what I would
Well,
do.
The only thing is I would imagine that was a police package for specific vehicles that the
Nevertheless,
police force is going to use.
yeah, but somebody has to sign the check that the Dodge cashes, so you find out who that is, and then you have them call Dodge and ask them the question. Because they're usually
Maybe
nice
they'll-
to people who write large checks to them.
Usually I wonder if they'll create like a Uber package for people.
An Uber package.
That would be something, especially if it's a step above your typical. We're not doing it for aesthetics. We're doing it for puking.
Oh
That- I need the bench seat, the back seat, and the back side of the driver's and passenger seats.
You
In case they try to puke on my head.
apocalyptic Uber taxi service.
Well, because you
Backseat
never know
covers.
what direction their fluids are going to flow.
Oh, God. My God, I've decided not to be a police officer, join the military, or I definitely don't want to be an Uber taxi driver. So
Yeah, no thanks on the Uber thing. I don't need people puking in my personal vehicle.
yeah, well, the class of people you meet in those professions isn't necessarily too high. I mean, you got to arrest some pretty scuzzy criminals. You don't always have control over their bodily functions. So
The main thing we get here is, for some reason, lately it's been attempted suicides, and we always have drunks, but that's the main thing that we get here. Oh, and we get a lot of neighborhood bickering. That's been a big one lately.
neighborhood bickering.
This one lady, she told her husband was deployed and she was cheating on him. Well, when he came home from his deployment, the neighbor lady told him that his wife was cheating on him the whole time. So
Fucking neighbors.
she got all fucking pissed off and put signs all over the housing development saying about how a neighbor was a fucking slut and all this shit.
Sounds like a typical board meeting at a condominium complex.
But, it sounds like it was true. So is it really wrong if it's true?
Yes.
We told the lady, we're like, look, this isn't a this is a civil suit thing. Like, why'd you even call us?
Well, because when people get that emotional, it can go from civil to criminal really fast.
Both of them were just, I was like, God.
I mean, it's no different than when people are drinking. Because, like I said, I don't know if you were in the chat when I related that story earlier about the bar fight.
Yeah.
I mean, it all started, I'm sure, with just a couple of somebody looked at somebody the wrong way, and then somebody said a word, with the wrong tone, and then all of a sudden, it's a brawl.
Yeah. Sounds like a typical.
Well, when we got there, we're like, did you guys discuss anything? She's like, no, she just put these signs out. I never said 2 words to her. I was like, so you guys didn't even attempt. You guys didn't even attempt the adult method. You just went straight to slut signs.
Shit. I mean, the poor cops that got called to my house by the lady downstairs. I had this lady that moved in that the government paid for her housing, and and she had been in an automobile accident and had part of her brain removed, and was on these anti-brain seizure medications. And
Yikes.
and so she literally kept a log of when every time I walked on the floor and flushed the toilet, she had like a 12-page log, and you know, she was such an annoying person because of her mental problems. Like the agent who leased her the place didn't want to talk to her. The resident manager didn't talk to her, and they said, "Oh, if you have a problem with Steve, just call the police." So, you know, I get this like tactical squad of like 5 guys showing up. It's like, you know, yeah, this is like, you know, I was like, she's on, you know, I don't know how anti-brain seizure medications work, but, you know, she kept a log. She complains when I walk on the floor. She has a 12-page log of every time I flush the toilet and walk on the floor. You know, it's, you know, I said, good luck, you know. And, you know, but nobody likes I didn't like having 5 guys, you know, showing up at my door with guns thinking that I was violent or something, you know, and the cop has his hands in the tactical position, you know, and it's like, you know, it's like, but he knew me, actually. The first guy that showed up knew me, and he was leading the squad. So it's like, oh, never mind. You know, I'm sorry we bothered you. And then, you know, but like 5 tactical squads later, because she just kept calling the dispatcher over and over again. You know, because that was dispatcher was the only person on the entire island that would listen to her. You know.
Yeah.
So
I've heard that from a few dispatchers. They have like in our area. It's just like old people that are lonely. Like they'll call the dispatcher and just bullshit with them.
I mean, yeah, it's like it's supposed to be 911, you know, and so, but yeah, so basically, what happened is like the next day. She kept calling, and the police came, and they instead of going to my apartment and knocking on, they just went straight to her apartment, and because they had a note from her psychiatrist to make sure that, you know, she was taking her medications and stuff, you know, or they needed to be adjusted or something. So they send the paramedics and the police. You know, she's like, I could hear her screaming, "Why don't you go to Steve's place and arrest him?" It's like, because he's not doing anything wrong, you know. And so it was just like, fucking, that's what you get when you know, he got into an accident because the state roads suck. And the roads in Hawaii are like the worst in the union, by the way. They just had a report on that. And the state paid for her, you know, operation to remove part of her brain. It was a state psychiatrist who issued her the anti-brain seizure medications. It was the state that was paying for her to live downstairs, the rent. You know, and because she couldn't get a job because, you know, and they released her out of, you know, the mental institution into the general population, you know, because they wanted her, you know, to integrate her into society, you know, but boy, she couldn't handle it. I mean, and especially it didn't help when she, you know, was yelling and screaming that her boyfriend was cheating on her and with some, you know, and then she called the police and, you know, complained that, you know, that she wanted her boyfriend thrown out of her apartment. And so he was drunk and he left and he backed up, crashed into my car and drove away because the police told him, "Don't come back here again. Get off the property." So he said, okay. He left. The police leave. The guy gets into his red pickup truck, backs up because he's drunk, crashes into my car, and then fucking just keeps driving off. So, you know, and so I was like, geez, there's this big red mark from your boyfriend's truck in my car. You want him, is he going to pay for the damages? You know, it's like, no, he doesn't live here. He was cheating on me. It's not my fault, you know, so whatever.
Like 5 years ago when I first started getting into like my FFL stuff that I do on the side, my neighbors called the cops like several times because like you figure people were just coming. I just started off just doing like transfers and stuff. So people were coming for like 10, 15 minutes and I was running out of my garage and then they would leave. So like my neighbors thought I was like a drug dealer. So like they called the cops, had them come by like several times. And finally the cops went over there like, "Look, he's selling guns out of his garage. Leave him alone. It's not the guy you want to piss off." I was like,
yeah, people I just got, when I got my AK Operators Union t-shirt, people stopped messing with me, you know. It was like, literally, as soon as they find out you have guns, they stop fucking with you. I mean, they might call the police and say he has guns. It's like, well, yeah, but he's got a permit for all of his guns, so
Yeah.
And me and the UPS guy are best friends.
Oh, I bet.
What's that? What scope's that for? Dead horse.
Did he get the thing? He was having vice problems.
I don't know if that's the same one he had or it looks like a different one.
Is that the minimalist stock you got on there?
Looks like it.
Yeah. I've got that on one of my SBRs. It's a great stock.
Paracord. What kind of stock is that? That red thing on there.
So
Paracord, yeah.
I've done them both this like more minimalist way and then all the way across. But when you do it all the way across, it can interfere with the QD. So if you like running a QD there, you got to leave room in your paracord to slip the QD in between the paracord.
What is that paracord for?
This?
Yeah.
You never know.
To keep it from getting hooked.
See, and I had the one that you first talked about when I first did mine on my SBR, where it went from the very tip all the way up to the front, like you were talking about, but it kept getting hooked on my fucking IFAC. So
yeah, and if you have a chest rig or a plate carrier, this can get hooked and actually like wiggle inside the strap.
Yeah.
So
that was the problem I was having, but I just took it off, and I haven't had the issue since.
I like this better too, this minimalist, instead of going all the way across, just doing this little shard. This works just perfectly, prevents all that.
So is that one of the 223 Wild 18-inch barrels you have on there?
No, this one's just a 16-inch 1-in-8 twist 223 Wild. This rifle's kind of like a budget 3-gun build. So I got some 45-degree sights. And then I finally just got the optic, so I can finally put the optic on it.
What optic?
Gonna swap out the grip for a Magpul grip. And then,
What optic?
BSA Tactical 223, 1-4.
1-4.
I think it's like their Sweet Series, like 223, 1-4 power. So this is what I got for free on Amazon for getting my card. So.
Oh, well then that made it an easy pick.
Yeah, that totally made it easy pick. I was like, oh, you know what? I can finally say, okay, I want to get the optic for this gun and finish this gun.
I was going to ask you what got you to that glass, and then all of a sudden you answered, oh, that's why.
Yeah, well, I haven't even shot this gun yet because I haven't had the optic for it. So now I'll actually be able to go out and shoot this gun, which will be fun.
Yeah, I saw, Dana, you posted a video actually shooting. I hadn't seen any. Have you posted any range videos before? I mean.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, it just, in fact, that's about all I had were various tips and tricks out on the range. The first part of my channel. I've literally let my channel just kind of flounder for the past year and a half.
Yeah, I haven't seen you in my channel feed, I mean, of course, I get my channel feed, I have so many channels that are in my channel feed. It's hard to watch them all, but if it's somebody from Gun Channels, I try and look at it.
Yeah, no, it was just I was actually recording myself trying to do a version of what DB Cooper had done, except obviously on the cheap as far as watching my draw, my stance, what can I improve, that sort of thing.
You need to make an Uber taxi driver firearm video.
Well, that's something I can't comment on publicly.
I know.
What's the name of your YouTube channel?
What's that?
What's the name of your YouTube channel?
Just Dano. It's a really unpopular channel.
Well, I know I'm sub to it, but because I saw your video somehow in my feed, so.
No, I've got. I started it as a prepper channel, but I tried to focus on things that other people weren't talking about necessarily, or.
And then you found out there was a reason that they weren't talking about.
Well, no, it's just that that's why I have a lot of my videos are like little quirky things that Like I can't tell you the hundreds of thank you messages I've received on how to put in the cotter pin. If you look down the center of the hole to line it up to insert it.
Welcome back, Cotter.
Yeah, but I had a little 2-minute video that I put out there that showed why it is if you push up at a certain angle and you look down the center of the hole, how you can line it up perfectly and it goes straight in. Because for most civilians that haven't been through the training, don't necessarily haven't done it hundreds or thousands of times.
Could I have everyone's attention, please? I want to take a minute.
What the fuck
That
was
sounds
that?
interesting.
Sorry, it was one of the commercials before a YouTube video starts, and I was trying to pause it.
Well, she got my attention.
Yeah. I've only got like 4 or 5 videos too. I need to do more, but I just haven't had time.
I can't believe my YouTube channel has over 700 subscribers. I remember when it was hard just to keep it over 10.
I did like a practical EDC video like a few months ago, and I don't know what the fuck happened, but like I logged in like 4 days later and had like 14,000 views, and that was like my second video I've ever done. I'm like, what the hell?
So sometimes it's like flying a kite, and you just don't know when all of a sudden there'll be a breeze coming that you weren't expecting, and it just grabs your kite and runs.
Yeah.
I don't know. All the comments that I get are all positive on it. It's just people are liking the fact that, because you know how normally when you see like an EDC video, it's like full of all this like survival gear and all that shit. Like I get that that's an important part to like a survival type pack, but like an EDC pack that you're carrying everywhere and you work in like an urban area, I don't need 10 ways to make fire in a pack I'm carrying all over the place.
You don't?
No.
I just use a devotional. I just carry a
EDC, yeah, and my EDC bag, and I made it clear in the video. I was like, look, this is the one I also take to work with me. So there's not like a firearm and like 10 fucking mags in here. This is like literally shit that I use every day. And I guess a lot of people like that. So I was like, okay.
What's really funny is like how emotional people get about if they like or don't like your bug out bag. Because
oh, they lose their shit. I was like I was talking to a guy who did another video, and another guy was bitching at me. I was like, what does it fucking matter to you if he doesn't have the shit you like? How does that affect you?
I mean, it's like people get so emotional over bug out bags, they look at your video and it's like,
it's not about the bag, it's about being right.
It's like
the same thing.
If it's not packed in a certain way, and if you don't like demonstrate each and every fucking item in it, I mean,
like I said, it's about they want to prove to the internet that they're right.
Prove to the internet.
It's the same thing with firearms. Like I tell people, like, or say you got a SIG guy, and I tell them, okay, I'm not a fan of SIGs. Not that I think there's anything wrong with them. They just don't feel right in my hand. Oh, you don't like SIGs? What the fuck's wrong with you? You probably carry a Glock. Okay, well, I'm not a huge fan of Glocks either, but I appreciate their simplicity. Oh, you don't like Glocks? What the fuck's wrong with you? It's the best gun in the world. Like, calm the fuck down.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like my bug out bag video has, I don't know, 9,258 views and 57 thumbs up and 24 thumbs down. 24 people just absolutely fucking hate my bug out bag, and 57 people love it. So, and boy, some of the comments I got were like, obviously you don't know, you need to like spend 2 years at some prepper school, survival school before you build a bug out bag. It's like,
yeah, mine's at 14,663. I got 156 thumbs up and 10 thumbs down. I don't know who I pissed off, but
well, you're talking about an EDC bag of
it says the content is practical EDC bag and contents. I imagine it's because some people don't like the fact that I didn't leave links to every fucking thing in there. Go look it up. Google is a wonderful fucking tool.
I didn't leave links to
Oh yeah, Well, the reason for the links is because people that a lot of times people will view videos as a pre-shopping thing. So if they see something they really like, that's why they want the links. As far as where did you get it? How can I get one? That sort of thing.
Yeah,
And I had one guy that got a little pissy because he's like, "Where'd you get that? Or what is that bag?" I was like, "It's a Draco gear bag. It's this model number." "Well, where'd you buy it from?" And I was like, and I gave him a link to Google.
A link to Google.
Search. Look for it. Teach a man to fish.
Teach a man to Google.
Yeah. Shit. Amazon, where everybody else buys shit online. Fuck. At least try before you ask me a question. Like, try. Put some effort for it.
And yeah, what was really funny was that whereas one week I didn't do my lock and load show, and the next day instead I did that Hanjin shipping video, and it's almost got 6,000 views of just me talking about the ghost ships floating in the ocean with no crews.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They couldn't afford to pay their, the company went bankrupt and they couldn't afford to pay the crews, so they jumped ship. But
I'm looking through Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just saying, I'm looking through some of my old videos in Video Manager, and it looks like I really slowed down after I lost a guy I knew, and I didn't know him until after he had opened up and started a gun store, but he had it for about 2 years, and then through a series of bad decisions, he just slowly drove it out of business. But I had access to a lot of stuff, behind the counter access. And that's what I was able to make a lot of videos as a result of having that access. Once he went out of business and went away, that really reduced a lot of my access to things that, because I'm not the kind of channel where people send me stuff.
Yeah.
And again, I don't ask people to send me stuff either. But I would just, I'd be able to pick up any gun from underneath the counter and then go in the back room and take it apart, put it together, see what I like, see what I didn't like, and then go ahead and give my I forget what I called them, something like gun store review, or not gun store, something like that. But
it's nice to have access to a million guns. But what was the funniest, ridiculous comment that happened on my channel was when I was I got tagged to show like a bushcraft knife, a way to start fire, and one piece of kit. So I did a Zippo lighter, a Malaysian Parang, and Cantina mess kit, titanium one. And then at the end, just to be fun, I threw in some caltrops that I had and said, "Oh, this is how you get people to stop chasing you through the woods. If you don't have a gun, you just throw these down on the path, and when you hear them go, ow, they're not chasing you through the bush anymore." So somebody says, left a comment that says, "Well, you suck because your caltrops can't save you from like an attack helicopter." It's like, how did I go from a bushcraft knife, a canteen and mess kit, and a Zippo lighter to like having to take out an attack helicopter?
I keep a surface to air missile in my fucking canteen.
No, it's in my EDC kit.
It was funny because like I did that EDC bag kit, and I was like, okay, this will get me started. And then I was like, well, I'm gonna do a video about like something cool, and I've got some automated reloading machines, like they're literally fully automated. And I did like a 2-minute video on just that, and I thought that was cool as shit. And it's been up for 11 months. I've got 101 views. I'm like, what the fuck?
Sometimes you do really cool things and spend a lot of time and money, and but nobody watches it. And then sometimes you do something dumb and inexpensive, and then you get like 200,000 views. But it was just real funny. I must admit, I have not given a lot of thought as to how I would have to take out an attack helicopter if one was chasing me, other than hide.
I would just constantly, like, as it was coming at me, run underneath it. Because that's the best thing you could probably do.
Well, I could put some balloons. I could put some balloons in my EDC kit. Well, what if it dropped a Hellfire bomb? So, but you know, or a missile. But it's like I say put some hydrogen balloons in my EDC, or some balloons filled with hydrogen, and tie them up into my, hopefully pink or something, or camo balloons or something, and put them in my bag, and then just tie the balloons up to like my binary explosives powder, mix it up, and when the helicopter flies over me, launch the balloons with the binary powder into the air, and then shoot the powder when it gets near the helicopter. I have no idea how to take out an attack helicopter. I mean,
the what ifs that people come up with, like, what have I done to this person that has access to a fucking attack helicopter that has Hellfire missiles on it? What have I done to this individual that he wants to come after me with this fucking $100,000 bomb?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, those things aren't cheap, you know. I mean, those missiles aren't cheap, and all I was doing was a Zippo lighter, a bushcraft knife, and
how much
canteen.
How much inconvenience have you caused in this person's life with those 3 fucking items that he's coming after you with a helicopter?
All right, I'm going to take off, guys. We'll catch you later.
Aloha.
Have a good one.
Yep. I mean, so it's the internet. So yeah, I'm going to have to do a chat on how to take out an attack helicopter, and hopefully some people will give me some good ideas that won't require me to spend $250,000 on stealing a Stinger missile or something, you know.
You could take a de-escalation class. That would probably cost you like $50.
How do you de-escalate? De-escalate with a guy in a helicopter? You can't communicate it with him. Well, wait, I need to?
You got to pre-plan for that. You de-escalate it before it gets to the point.
Well, wait, didn't I watched Die Hard? Didn't John McClane take out a helicopter at the end of one, like in Canada, where the guy was chasing him he used the power lines or something?
Well, he took out that one with the car. He launched it off that cement fucking barrier, and the guy was like, "How'd you just took out a helicopter with a car?" And he was like, "Yeah, I was out of bullets." What the fuck?
Which Die Hard was that in? Because I would have to.
That was the last one. That was the last one where his daughter got kidnapped, and it was like that cyber war shit going on.
Was that the one where he's in Russia?
No, this is the one in America where that hacker's shutting down all the power grid and all that shit.
I think I must have missed that one. But he takes out a helicopter in that one.
Yeah, like the helicopter's like flying through a fucking tunnel, which is already bullshit. And so he's, they got those like cement like.
Well, wait, that was Mission Impossible. That was Mission Impossible where Tom Cruise.
That was a Harrier, a Harrier airplane in the last one that was chasing Bruce Willis underneath the freeway and stuff. That was like a Harrier jet or some sort of like, not a Harrier, but like the new version.
Now I remember that like jet. It was hard
fucking
taking out a helicopter. Now I'm down.
I remember
moving
that,
up
like,
to jets.
That parkour guy like jumped out of the fucking helicopter at the last second, right before he launched the car into it.
Which Die Hard movie was it? The one where it was Hans Gruber's brother, I think, that he takes him out. That's in New York with that
that's the one where he takes out the helicopter with the power lines.
Right.
Yeah, I remember that one.
That was like number 3, I think, right? With the Vengeance. Die Hard with the Vengeance.
Die Hard with a Vengeance. Okay. And so, but what does he do to get the helicopter to fly into the power lines? Or does he shoot the power lines? Or
no, he shoots a sign, and the sign like. Doesn't he like shoot a sign and the sign hits the power line and the power line swings into it? Like he shoots like a piece of metal that's like supporting the sign or something. Like I don't think he shot the helicopter or shot the power line. I think he shot like a sign and the sign fell into the power line. And
all right, homework is learn from John McClane how to take out a helicopter with 3 different items.
3 different bush crafting items. I need to tag somebody on the internet for that, so I don't have to. Don't they teach you in the Army how to take out an attack helicopter with 3 bushcrafting items? A Zippo lighter, a canteen, and a parang.
I'm in the Air Force.
Oh, well then you should know how to take out helicopters.
Yeah. You shoot them down with bigger guns.
Oh.
Or you shoot them down with other helicopters.
Yeah, you call in a F-15. Let them do it.
I don't fucking want no helicopter. Especially if, like, I'm the lone motherfucker on the ground with a Zippo lighter, a canteen. I'm not fucking with a helicopter.
I know. This is all because somebody made a comment on my tag video where I got tagged by a bushcrafting guy. So
I would ask that dude where the hell he's at that he has that kind of problem. I had like in my EDC bag, I had like a Gerber knife that I was issued. Like, it was just one that I got issued, and the comment was, "You're in the military and you don't know that Gerber knives are shit." Like, what kind of fucking, like, I didn't have the option. They gave it to me. It was free. It's a $150 knife that they gave to me. I'm not gonna bitch about that.
well. So, well, that's the fun part about having a YouTube channel. It's the stupid shit that people say. But
I just always wonder, like, how fat that person is sitting on the other side of that's never, like, done anything or has no real experience, or if that's just what they do is just bitch about stuff all day. I don't know. Like, do you even own a gun? Are you bitching about this? What you? Or my favorite is, you're just saying you're in the military to get views. I'm like, if I was just saying I was in the military to get views, don't you think I'd pick something a little bit more manly sounding than the Air Force?
Well, Air Force pays more money, I think.
Yeah, we all get paid the same shit.
It was saying that I talked to on gun channel says they wish they joined the Air Force instead, but you know,
The lifestyle is like it's a different lifestyle, especially if you have a family. Like, the Air Force is more accommodating to your family life as well as your military life, so there's a difference. But as far as pay, it's all the same. Now, rank, like, the Army and the Marines are easy to rank up in. The Air Force is probably one of the hardest ones to rank up in just because of the way we test and stuff like that. But other than that, like, it's all based off the same scale.
right? Well, you think the guys that fly the B-2 bomb, you know, the guy that fixes.
Well, that's when you get like your special pay, like you have flight pay, you got hazardous duty pay, things like that. But like basic pay, it's all the same. Like when you deploy, you get, like, depending on where you go, you get like tax-free, hazardous duty pay, hostile fire pay. There's all kinds of different incentives depending on where you are. If you're overseas, you get COLA, which is just like extra because it's more expensive to live overseas and you don't really have the option. They have to give you extra money so you can survive.
Well, yeah, well, being in the military, in a war zone is being in a war zone is not fun, whether you're in the military or not. But because people get killed in war zones, but
yeah, I can't say it's not. You have fun. I mean, you kind of make the best of it, and you do have fun over there. I'm supposed to be leaving here within the next couple of weeks again, and this is gonna be my 9th deployment. So, I can't say I haven't had fun and I haven't enjoyed parts of it, but there's a lot of it that does suck.
Well, at least they, at least they don't make you take out a helicopter with a 3 bushcrafting items.
Yeah, I haven't had that situation come up yet. However, I would appreciate it if you would do the video so I could watch it before I leave. That way, in case you never know.
What? You want me to make a video on how to take out an attack helicopter?
Yeah, I mean, that's some knowledge I would like to have in my back.
Well, you just get some balloons, hydrogen balloons at longs, or for some, and get a birthday cake, put them on the, and then take out the center of the birthday cake and put in your binary shockwave explosives, and then as the balloons with the birthday cake rises up into the air from the helium balloons, then
I want to see you gather all these supplies as this attack helicopter is shooting at you.
As it's shooting at me.
Yeah. Or did you have like a warning that this
No, I'm going to put it in my EDC kit.
Oh, so you're carrying around a helium tank. You're carrying around a birthday cake somehow.
Could fit it in my bug out bag.
Yeah.
Anti-helicopter bug out bag. I mean, fuck. Yeah, because obviously anybody on YouTube that's a serious prepper take out a helicopter. So.
Oh yeah. If you don't, that's YouTube channel 101. If you can't take out a helicopter,
you suck, right? So. Why don't they ask somebody in the military how to solve these problems and not somebody? I mean, it says on my channel I've never been in the military.
Shit, where you're at, you're not even allowed to practice with your Glock.
Well, I don't think I'd use a Glock to take out a helicopter because, to set off the binary, the round has to be moving at least 2,200 feet per second, and I don't think 9mm moves that fast. So.
Yeah, no. They've got those 22 versions, though, where a 22 will set it off.
I don't own a 22.
No.
I'll use my Tavor, or I think, to shoot some 5.56 at it.
I've been working out quite a bit. I could probably just throw a rock at it and set it off.
Yeah, I could throw my... I need to go to Blue Hawaiian Helicopters and ask them if they'll let me practice throwing a parang at their helicopter. Or I could just go over to the Volcano National Park and wait for the helicopter tours to come over and with a tourist and throw rocks at it. We're going to practice taking out a helicopter today.
You're going to be on the news. You won't even have to film it. It'll film itself.
Well, they're always flying over the... I mean, there's actually signs on the top of houses that say no fly because the people who like to grow, marijuana in their backyards, they have the green harvest program. So there's if you look down from Google Map, you'll see a bunch of houses in Hawaii that says no helicopters, no spray, no fly. Over our house, something like that on the rooftops. So
we had some people get arrested outside the base. There's a real shitty area right outside the base here, and some drunk fucker was shooting at the planes as they were taking off because his trailer park was right at the end of the runway. So he was getting all pissed off that he was trying to have drunk sleep and these damn planes are taking off.
It's you can't get any sleep. Let the poor guy sleep. Well, yeah, you can't go start just shooting planes at the base,
Yeah, it is no bueno.
Well, I'll have to practice. Start with taking out a drone or something.
Yeah, just go buy a bunch of those shitty ass little RC ones and practice with those.
Well, aren't we required to register them or something now? It's fucking.
I thought only the ones that could go above a certain altitude.
I don't
know.
I don't know what the drone laws are. I'm sure I would need a permit. I probably need a permit to practice taking out a helicopter in a national park. So.
Yeah. Just don't be the reason all the Tannerite gets outlawed.
No, I mean, if FPS Russia hasn't got it outlawed, then what can I possibly do? Stop the stuff that he's done. So.
The guy that drove the tank through drive-through.
Yeah, that was a cool video.
Yeah.
Except that I think fat chicks don't like it because he was making fun of the girl because she was fat. But personally, I think fat chicks are better in bed. But whatever.
Just depends on how active you want to be.
I think the best way to take out a helicopter would be just to call the Air Force and have them do it. You know.
Shit.
What's the number for the Air Force? If there's a helicopter chasing me, who do I call?
Ghostbuster.
Ectoplasms. They do ectoplasms, not helicopters. So unless the ghost was flying a helicopter.
You could. I don't know.
I could just see
cops aren't going to help you.
Oh no, I called the cops once about a helicopter. Actually, they told me to call the FAA. So I did, because the Iron Man, the Iron Man, they were just about to have another Iron Man, Kona Iron Man here, and the guy was flying so low, he was like, the guy who basically was flying over the finish line, and he was like about 10 feet away from high power cable line, high transmission cable lines or electric lines. He was flying underneath the wires. And it's like, doesn't the guy have a telephoto lens? Because he's flying over like 1,000 people, like 10 feet away from these power lines. So, and not to mention that I didn't like that he was like about 5 feet over my roof, so of my condo. So, yeah, I called the police and they said, well, call the FAA. So I called the FAA, and basically, I had a real funny conversation with the FAA guy, because he didn't like that he was flying next to the power lines over all these people too. So he's trying to figure out how to get proof. So I said, well, the whole race is like, on the internet, so all you have to do is figure out, look at the Farmer's Almanac and look at the race footage, and you could see, you can calculate the angle of the sun and the length of the shadow from the helicopter on the ground, and then you could figure out the height of the helicopter. It's like basic trigonometry, right? So it's like, thank you for calling FAA. Close this case. So what? It's a basic mathematical equation. You can't be bothered to do any math,
You're asking way too much, people. That's a government job, man. You need to calm down. How dare you expect them to work?
Well, I literally said, "Was it?" He said, "Well, how can I?" He said, "I can't prove how high." Do you have any? He said, "Do you have any photographs of him flying this?" Like, no, I didn't have my video camera with me when when the guy was flying over the power lines. And I said, "Oh well." So I said, "But I told him, well, the whole race is on broadcast on the internet. All you have to do is look at the footage and figure out the exact angle of the sun on that day, and then see how long the shadow is, and you'll be able to calculate the exact height off the ground he was." And he's like, "You got to be."
How long of a pause was there before his response after you said that?
Oh, about 2 seconds.
To where he was trying to figure out just exactly how he was going to hang up on you without sounding dumb.
Like, you could have said, "I don't know how to do math." That would have been. You know, it's just he could have said, "I don't know where the video is that you're talking about, so I can't do it." But no, he said, "Thank you. I'm going to close this case," or something like to that effect.
He probably thought you were being, like, realistically, he probably thought you were being a smart ass.
Well,
Or he just didn't want to do the work.
well, he asked me if I had video footage of the helicopter flying below the power lines, and I said no, but you can calculate exactly how high it was by looking at the race footage, and so just see how long the shadow was, and the time of day, and look at the farmer's almanac, see what the angle of the sun was. You should be able to tell exactly how high off the ground he was. I mean, what's wrong with that? It made perfect sense to me.
I would have loved to have seen his face. I would have paid to have seen. That's probably the best story I've heard all week.
Well, it's an Air Force kind of a story, but yeah, we're talking about helicopters, but yeah, these guys flying so low, I could just shoot him down, but I don't want to go to
didn't
jail.
you? That would have been then you would have been able to answer my question a little bit ago.
What was your question?
How hard is it to shoot down a damn helicopter?
Well, if all I have is a parang, it's damn near impossible. Parang,
But the
lighter,
thing
and a
is,
canteen.
Are you going for vital systems of the helicopter, or are you just going for the pilot?
Well, the pilot is a vital system of the helicopter.
You know what I mean.
No, I don't. I'm not in the Air Force.
Are you going for electronics or like things that look important, inanimate objects that look important?
Well, if I was trying to shoot down a helicopter, I'd aim at the tail rotor, but
yeah,
or the pilot. But
I just go for the pilot every time. I'm not a fucking helicopter mechanic. I don't know what's important. It all looks important to me, especially if I'm on it.
All right. So, is there anything else we were supposed to talk about in this lobby chat, or is there anybody listening still?
I don't know. I just kind of came in here and we got on topics that were funny. So
Is there even supposed to be a topic for lobby chats?
I don't know. I'm new to all this. This is like my third time talking to people on here.
Well, welcome.
You guys are much more inviting than a lot of other places. Everybody else is like, how do you not know this shit? You just got here. Hey,
Obviously, you haven't met Flippy yet.
I've learned don't ever ask questions on any of the Facebook forums.
Don't ever go on Facebook is my problem. I don't like Facebook. So I don't use it.
I do it for like the business, and like my mom likes to see updated pictures of the kids and stuff, so the easy way to do things when you're gone all the time.
Oh.
What are you drilling over there?
A scope mount?
Oh.
Why are you drilling the mount?
Never had to do that before.
What other dumb stuff comments I've had on my YouTube channel.
Yeah, I'm looking at mine too. I don't have very many videos, so I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
All right, let's see.
Do I have this working now? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, good.
Pretty much all my comments are pretty like people seem pretty nice. And then again, I'm not big enough for people to want to
Tear down.
me yet. Yeah. This guy said, "Dude, don't you know everybody's supposed to keep an M60 in their bag? Wow, man, you fail at EDC." Oh. I think he was just.
Hey, I left that comment on someone's YouTube thing once.
I think he was just kidding. Did you used to have a Mario as your face, like Mario and Luigi?
No, I had Dr. Wario.
Are you Colin Johnson? Nope.
I'm just looking through my comments. I don't know how far YouTube goes back to find the next dumbest comment.
$1 million idea, dumb comment finder app.
Dumb comment finder.
This guy didn't like my response. He said you should keep a tourniquet in your bag, and I said I try to keep it pretty minimal. If I ever had to, I could use like my belt or other items on the bag as a tourniquet. And he goes, "Yeah, but that's not like a real tourniquet."
Well, you know, the military has this tourniquet. I was looking at Skinny Medic's video or his shop. He has a shop that he sells medical stuff, and like they have this one particular military tourniquet that's like one of the top 10 military items ever. Apparently, this particular tourniquet. You know.
Oh, I've got tourniquets. I usually keep one in the car, one in the truck, and I just didn't have one at the bag. And
yeah, I got some Israeli bandages, but I don't have tourniquets yet. My next medical supply, you know, buff out my medical bag, I'll get some tourniquets because I saw that. So I like Skinny Medic's website and his videos. He did a video with Iraq Veteran 888, and so I went to his YouTube channel and he had a link to his store or whatever, and he has some that tourniquet that's like one of the top 10, one of the top 10 best military item inventions of all time. So it's like, okay, I might get one of those for my medical bag, and I think my medical bag needs a little bit more buffing out than it is right now. So, including
what's your channel name again? I'll look it up now and check it out.
Oh, Hawaii Volcano Squad. I've got a lot of I just posted a lot of Air Force videos recently. I mean, that I got from defense videos, except I put some music behind it so it wasn't just completely boring.
I don't know if you noticed or not, but mine's probably Garage Guns.
Garage Guns? Is there a space between garage and guns? Okay.
No.
Just leave a comment on any of my videos so I can. It makes it easy for me to sub you that way. I'm looking through all my comments right now, just looking for something dumb. Some guy didn't like the way I held. Some guy said he didn't like the way I was holding a knife. I was like, I was just holding it in front of the camera, dude. He says, "You're holding your knife wrong." Like, fucking just holding it in front of the camera so it'll be on camera, not like demonstrating some martial art technique.
There, I left a comment.
Oh, you did? All right. Thank you.
On your silver bomb picture. Or video.
Did you watch it? Watch it?
I just brought it up. I figured I'd look at it before I head to bed.
All right. I see okay. Garage Guns. Oh, but you spelled guns with a Z though, so.
Yeah.
Let me click on that thing. so I can set.
Yeah, I drew that logo and came up with the name of it while I was drunk at a pool.
Jesus.
Gee whiz information, in case you were ever wondering.
You drew that logo at a pool?
Yeah, while I was drunk.
Oh, you're drunk. All right. Okay. Okay, I subbed you back. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I've got other stuff I want to do. I did a few stupid ass videos that get like no views, but the only one I'm really kind of proud of is the EDC one, just because that one got so many views.
Liked videos, uploads. Oh, you don't have one that says most popular videos? You should. So, how am I supposed to find your most popular videos? Oh, is that the one from 11 months ago? Practical EDC bag and contents?
Yeah.
All right.
I don't know anything. I'm completely computer retarded, so if I gotta learn how to set all this shit up too. So.
Well, I'm not all that great on computers either. So.
It is kind of funny you get all that silver surrounded by the earth shaker.
Yeah, well, that was the concept. It's still a real bomb. Because I just talk about there's like several $100 billion short of uncovered, paper short, where there's no actual real silver, and they sold silver on the futures market at the COMEX. And so there's like JP Morgan and Chase and all these banks, they have clients and they have their own vault with silver, but they've sold so much silver to keep the price down because it's antithetical to their money printing operations, and they have an unlimited supply of cash, so they can and they're market makers on the COMEX futures exchange, which is it's part of the New York Mercantile Exchange, and that's where all the futures for gold and silver are traded. So they just sell gold futures, and silver, even though they have no gold or silver, or at least they don't have enough to cover the hundreds of billions of dollars. And if prices of metals go up significantly, they lose lots and billions of dollars. So that they have a vested interest in keeping it down. So the only way it's going to go up is, if some event either there's a shortage of silver for industrial applications, which it's getting close to being there, or the price just goes through the roof because of other financial economic events. Like Monday, the Saudis are going to dump an unknown amount of U.S. Treasury bonds on the market, and because they're pissed at the U.S. for passing that, law that says anybody can sue the Saudi Arabia over 9/11. And so Monday, I don't know how many trillions of dollars of U.S. Treasury bonds are going to dump all at once, but they've threatened to publicly. So if they pass that law, and they did pass it, and it goes into effect on Friday, so Monday morning we'll find out how bad it is. And that's if Deutsche Bank doesn't collapse before then. It'll certainly collapse after, because Deutsche Bank has like $55 trillion. It used to be $77 trillion of derivatives, real estate derivatives, and basically exposure. And it used to be 77 trillion, and they got it down to 55 trillion by inventing this thing called cocoa bonds. It's like a convertible bond, and they managed to sell it off to other banks, to pass off all these bad real estate loans. And so you're talking about, and basically the biggest bank in Germany is bankrupt, and the government doesn't want to bail them out. And Greece is going bankrupt, and France is going bankrupt, and Italy, if Germany's the biggest economy in Europe. If Germany goes under, then, nobody's going to save Greece. There ain't going to be nobody to save Spain, Portugal. So, it's going to be cascading bond defaults and catastrophic derivative unwinds. And, if the Saudis decide they're going to dump the U.S. debt, Treasury bonds all at once and no longer accept the U.S. dollar in exchange for oil, and that'll be the death of the petrodollar, and it won't be the world reserve currency anymore. And then the silver will be worth a lot of money, and gold will go up, because there's this gigantic explosion of all these, like hundreds of billions of dollars of uncovered shorts, paper trading, but it's like basically the government is doing this because JP Morgan and Chase Bank, they basically are the U.S. government, so they can't do all this money printing and helicopter money where they, shove money into corporations and buy corporate bonds, and the corporation just do stock buyback programs to keep the stock market pumped up. It just the world economy is in pretty bad shape. It's like $1.5 quadrillion worth of debt out there, plus not counting derivatives. I can't even. Can you conceive of that number? $1.5 quadrillion worth of debt. Quadrillion. I don't know how big a quadrillion is, but I don't have a quadrillion of anything.
Yeah. No. Excuse my ignorance on the subject, but as far as like our Federal Reserve and stuff like that, that's not, from my understanding, our money's not even backed by gold and silver really anymore, is it?
No, it's a fiat
Fort
currency.
Knox is, from what I've heard, like from just talking to people and figuring stuff out, like our Federal Reserve pretty much now kind of houses like bulk stock medical supplies, vaccines and things like that.
And they don't like people standing in front of the Federal Reserve even to take pictures or videos. If you actually go in front of the Federal Reserve and try and take a picture, you have a security guard in your face.
Yeah.
Literally. There's nothing there. But they don't want anybody taking pictures of nothing. It's like basically the Federal Reserve, people that work for the Federal Reserve are like auditioning to be like in the mafia, because after they're done, working to the Federal Reserve, they get to get a job at a bank sitting on an advisory board for $25 million a year, and they just sit on an advisory board for the bank and give advice. So it's like if you kill enough people, it's like exactly like the mob, except instead of being run by gangsters, it's run by clowns. And so literally, it's like if they kill enough people, then they get to work, then they're made man. And it's exactly how it works in the Federal Reserve. They just print money and do this helicopter money, and they increase the earnings per share value of the stock by buying corporate bonds, without before the corporations don't even have to put the bonds on the public market. The Fed just buys them, and so they have all this money, and so instead of producing anything or hiring people to produce something and being productive in some way, they just do stock buybacks. And so the earnings per share goes up because there's less stock outstanding, but there's nothing extra. Nothing is produced. Nothing. It's just that's why it's called the death cross, right? So what's going up is the amount of M2, the money in the market. What's going down is the buying power of the money. So the more they print, the less buying power it has, and it has been going down and down and down. In the real assets, what you can actually buy with the dollar is less and less and less, and what you can, but there's more and more and more of it out there. The money supply is going up, and when those two things cross, it's called the death cross. And so the charts crossed a long time ago, and they're not. They're not ever going to meet again until there's an economic currency reset of some kind. So whether this happens Monday or when the Saudis start selling, or requires an actual war to happen, but I don't know. But there's definitely a silver bomb waiting to go off, and it's not just 4 pounds of binary explosive. It's hundreds of billions of dollars short.
What's silver at right now?
It went down $1 today, and so did gold. Gold went down a lot today. Today it was just under $18 an ounce.
Because I can remember, what was it, like 3 or 4 years ago? It might have even been longer than that, when it was up to like 30 something.
Oh yeah, it was up to 50. Well, but the real number you need to look at is, have you ever been to the usdebtclock.org website?
No.
Well, on the lower right, there's a number for the dollar to silver ratio, which is, well, let me go there really quick. Do a screen share. I can get my... First, let me look at the silver chart, and I'll get you the exact price. Say silver price. Bid $17.93, 96 cents. Ask $18.66. Yeah, it went down $1 today. Like I said, the market makers are the banks. Like a couple weeks ago, they wanted to drive down the price. So not in a day, not in an hour, but in 10 seconds, they sold $1.5 billion of gold in 10 seconds.
Damn.
So, but it was non-existent gold that they sold on the futures market. They didn't have the 1.5. They just sold paper contracts of gold that fictional gold that didn't exist.
I hate that shit. It makes no sense to me. How can I sell something I don't have?
Well, it's called, ask the banks. It's on the COMEX. It's paper shorts. See, in China, China started a new gold exchange called the Shanghai Gold Exchange, and every trade has to be settled in bullion or cash by the end of the day. Or people get thrown off the exchange and they're not allowed to trade. So none of these, like JP Morgan, they can't trade. Deutsche Bank, they can't trade on the Shanghai Chinese exchange because every trade, it's the only exchange in the world where it has to be settled by the end of the day in bullion. But yeah, on the COMEX, which is part of the New York Mercantile Exchange, the NYMEX, it's just paper trading. So okay. Now I'm gonna find that. The U.S. debt clock. 1 second. Go through my bookmarks.
Commodity markets were flat today.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean,
or did I just look at the overnight? Just a second.
You could be looking at the overnights. I think everything went down yesterday, but I wasn't paying too close attention. But I saw silver went down, so I bought some more. That's it. Yeah, it was $1 an ounce cheaper, so let's buy some more. But where's the screen share button here? U.S. debt clock. All right. Can you guys see that?
Yep.
Okay, so 19.5 trillion in U.S. national debt, and I don't know what's going to happen when Saudi Arabia sells $1 trillion worth of bonds. It may go up another trillion overnight, but on Monday. But if you look at the bottom right here, dollar to silver 1913 was 2.71 cents an ounce. The dollar to silver ratio now is $947.66 per ounce. The dollar to silver ratio. The U.S. dollar silver ratio is a year-over-year increase in the M2 money supply divided by the yearly production of silver in ounces. So, if silver should be selling at $947 an ounce, and it's only actually selling at 17, then it's kind of a bargain, don't you think?
Uh-huh.
But the banks aren't gonna are have billions of dollars in interest, and not to mention just they're short. But having high metal prices is an antithetical to money printing fiat currencies. So they can't have gold being worth $50,000 an ounce and print dollars that aren't backed by anything. So, and they
Damn,
make
that
money.
shit climbs quick.
It does.
I'm just watching that U.S. debt thing, and I'm just like, holy fuck.
Yeah, 19 trillion, 539 billion, 211 million, 800.
It's gone up like 3 million just since you brought this screen up.
Oh, that goes up quick.
That's crazy. A ton of iron is only $9.
Well, that was in 1913. $9 per ton.
Oh,
that was
no,
in
no.
1913. Yeah.
700. I didn't see
That's
the year thing.
the dollar to iron ratio.
Okay.
But actually, it's the iron is worth. I know that Australia does a lot of mining for China, and their mines are in trouble. And basically, what's happening is all the commodities. They're shutting down. The reason that there's no silver, there's a looming shortage of silver, isn't just because it's used in everything, like solar panels, electric traces, medical. Silver is a biocide. I mean, I have shown silver. Used. What's that?
You got muted like right in the middle of that.
Fucking. Sorry, man.
Total debt per civilian, 204,000. Not this guy. Damn.
What was it now? I've read that before. And that's a scary number, isn't it?
Yeah, holy shit. I don't have $200,000 worth of debt.
Well, in honesty, you do because you live in this country.
Yeah.
I'm a sovereign citizen. I don't have to answer questions. I'm free to travel. May I go now?
Not until
Those
you pay
people
your
are
debt.
so annoying when you pull them over.
You guys hear me?
Yep.
Heard you that time, but you've been quiet for a while.
Yeah, I can't even get my my laptop is just freaky.
It's the Skynet updates from Microsoft. It kicked me out too for a while. There was like a mandatory Windows 10 update or some shit that just came through.
Well, that's good because I'm using Windows 7.
This off. Okay, I'm back. Turned off that clock.
Oh, they issued the evacuation notice for the base.
But
Huh?
the mute button keeps muting.
Mine?
Fine.
Oh.
Now, if my com-
You're
You're breaking up.
You're
yeah,
muting everybody. So you're in the area where the storm's going to hit?
Yeah, I'm in Charleston, South Carolina. It's not supposed to be here till Friday, but they just issued the evacuation notice for the base. They said they want us out of here by 3 p.m. on Wednesday.
Do you have floaties?
floaties.
Got a canoe.
Let's see. The Air Force is all evacuating canoes.
Well, does that mean you evacuate all the equipment and everything by then?
They'll send out the aircraft, all essential equipment. They'll load some shit like on aircraft. The other stuff, like what they'll do is they'll like tie it down or move it to like a higher area or inside of buildings or whatever they gotta do. They'll never completely evacuate the base. They'll always leave aside or behind like essential personnel, like obviously like security forces, like our cops and certain things like that. But for the most part, like anybody that's not essential, like our base hospital or people that run the gym or like
Wait, the base hospital is non essential?
No, because our base hospital is like the way they are now is a lot of base hospitals just use the local emergency rooms for emergency situations. The only thing our base hospital does is like people who have colds, like basic like clinic type things. It's not an emergency hospital.
Well, you don't have patients that require hospitalization there?
Not at this base. They do have certain bases that still have that, but this one is strictly a clinic and a pharmacy.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah.
I was just going to say that one of the Fed, the chairman of the Fed is Janet Yellen, and there's another Fed governor called, his last name is Cryan. So somebody was saying they should, after they retire from the Fed, they should start a financial firm called Yellen and Cryan. But yeah, I would say the economy is screwed up big time, and the whole thing about the economy and the United States is that one of the basis of military power of the United States is a strong economy. If you don't have a strong economy, you can't afford the jets, the boats, or the military, and so, if the economy goes down, everything else goes along with it. But,
yeah.
And
anyway.
really, the only reason we're not suffering right now is because the last 2 or 3 years, the dollar is still stronger. If the rest of the world, if they recuperate faster than us, we're going to be in a world of hurt.
Well, like I said, it will be in a world of hurt as soon as the petrodollar dies and they no longer accept dollars for oil, and then it'll officially be dead. But basically, like I said, the world is $1.5 quadrillion in debt. A lot of the rest of the world is worse off than we are. But if they go down, we'll go down too. It'll be button. It's like the dominoes will go down, and cascading bond defaults and derivative unwinds, and the whole. Like it'll be like this mute. I'll just anything because the mute button will be on.
That's like myself. I'm a crop farmer, so the two markets I pay attention to is this corn and soybean markets. This year's going to be rough because those markets have tanked.
Right. Well, good. I hope you evacuate safely.
Yeah. chances are I'm gonna end up sticking around because I'm considered essential personnel. So I just gotta go call my mother-in-law tomorrow morning and tell her to come get her grandkids.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hope somebody
Fun
is
stuff.
still guarding the nuclear weapons.
We don't have any of those here.
There was it Star Trek movie. This is where is the base at Alameda, the one with the nuclear weapons?
Well, I hope it's just there. It doesn't hit you.
Yeah, it'll probably be like it has been every other year since I've been. I mean, I say that and I'm probably screwing myself, but so far I've never had to experience anything here.
What you ought to do is when you're on the base is just get like boxes that'll float, and then if it floods, just
Screw that. I'm gonna go to our munitions dump and pack up all the 5.56 I can, and then when they come back and do the damage report, I'm like, I don't know what fucking happened to it. I'll float it away.
You take a box and write nuclear weapons on it, and take a video camera and have it like.
I'll take all the
floating
night
down the
vision
screen.
all the night vision you can get, and cat sights. Yeah.
Oh, I need night vision. That's been on my list. I have no night vision. I'm the Hawaii Volcano Squad, and I need night vision. So how can I take out a helicopter without night vision?
You figure out a way to mail me some lava, and I'll send you some night vision.
Lava, I can mail you. It'll just be dried.
I don't want it dry. I want you to keep it at temperature.
Well, I could put it in a box, but the mail, it'll melt the mail systems.
They need to figure out a way
The
to be able to
sorting
handle that
machines
shit.
can't handle that.
Tungsten carbide will hold lava without melting.
But will the mail post office sorting machines be able to handle that hot of a box? I mean, I had a package once that was sent to Hawaii by somebody, and it was like a gift card from Gift Card Grant.
Uh-huh.
I could get a discount, and the post office said it fell through the post office, and right under the Honolulu post office sorting machine it is the machine for Guam. So my package got sent to Guam. So I was on the phone. I was on the phone calling Guam for my. I could tell you that at the Guam post office, nobody answers the phone.
Yeah?
Yep.
That doesn't surprise me.
Anyway. You'd get it. It'd be a really cool video if you could have a box. Fucking button. A
I'll
box
see if I
marked,
can get you a box.
marked nuclear weapons just floating down, floating down the street. You know, in front of the something you could tell is from the Air Force, and there's a box
Sure, I
that
can
floats
come up with something.
that just says nuclear weapons on it.
Yeah, until I get called into my commander's office. Why do you have a box full of saying nuclear weapons on your YouTube channel?
floating down the street. Blame it on Hawaii Volcano Squad. Then a black helicopter will come over to my house, and I'll have to figure out how to take it out. And then
and then they're gonna go through this chat, and they're gonna put me on some sort of a watch list because we're talking about how to take down a helicopter with tannerite and balloons and cake.
Yeah, well, isn't it that in the Air Force Survival Manual?
Nope, but it should be. All
right, well, on that note, I'm going to head on out. It's been an honor talking to you guys. Be safe out there when you're deployed and during the storm. All right.
I'm sure I'll get back on here again before I leave. It was a good one, though. Have a good night.
Good night. God bless America. I'm out.
Bye.
Well, Dead Horse, I finally did it tonight. I ordered the 450 that I've been wanting for a while.
Oh shit! Really?
Yeah, I ordered it, and then I ordered a Mark II Leopold base for it because I've got a VXR scope that I'll put on it.
Oh hot damn! I ordered a base too today. Actually, I had to call them up and stuff and like be like, hey, does your base, like, I want to put it on an AR and I need to know like if it'll clear a flip up rear sight. And you know, and the guy was like, oh yeah, it'll clear this sight, this sight, this sight. It won't clear these, it won't clear these. Like, he knew his shit like right off the bat. Like he was like, oh, a Leopold, you're putting a Leopold on it? Yeah, they all like Leopolds usually have skinnier eyepieces and all that, and it'll clear this, this, and this, but it won't clear this. I was like, right on, man. Like, he knew his shit. Like, I love calling places, and they're just like, yeah, like, this is exactly what the fuck you need.
Well, I have that mount on a couple other rifles, and I like that Mark IV mount. Scope I have. I don't know that I like it, but it's actually it has the ballistic reticle in it. I don't know how I'm going to like it for hunting, but
I love MilDOT for hunting. I just pretend that they're all ISIS and all the deers are like ISIS deers, and they're all conspiring to, you know, like do a terrorist attack, and they're evil. And pretty much, yeah, I like MilDOT reticles for hunting. I don't get too strung up on, oh, it's this many mils and it's this, you know. I still just kind of guesstimate, like I do a duplex and be like, okay, I think that's about 200 yards. I should be right here on my dope and pow, you know?
Yeah, that's probably the way
I don't take like laser rangefinders or any of that shit with me hunting, dude. I want it to be somewhat of a sport, you know?
And I haven't done anything on a lower yet, but I've got a buddy that he just bought a mill and he's done 4 or 5 of 80% lowers and then milling them himself. And he wants me to come over Saturday and learn how to do that. So maybe I'll go and make my own lower.
Well, that'd be sweet, dude.
Well, Mr. Knives, hello.
Hello. Hey, Dad, what you building right now?
Right now, I am working on my budget 3 gun build that I did a while back, but I never finished it because I didn't have an optic. I had the mount, I just didn't have the scope, and the scope came, so I go to put it all on and like be like, yeah, it's like gonna be done, and it doesn't fit the scope mount.
What about the upper and the lower?
Dremeled it and shit, but like I'm running down to the store real quick. When I get back on, I'm gonna finish it, turn on my camera. I had to let my Dremel recharge, completely killed the battery doing it.
I can't wait to see that one.
Well, I posted pictures of it on Instagram, brah. Like,
Yeah, hold on.
it was like way back when, but I was just showing it live on air and shit. But I'll show it too when I get back. But yeah, I did drill I just drilled a couple half-inch holes in it, just to just to take out material. And then I used a cutting wheel and kind of cut out a square. And now I'm just gonna finish it all off with just a little grinding wheel and finish removing the last of the material with the grinding wheel. And then I should be able to mount that scope tonight. And then I can say my scope mount is custom skeletonized scope mount, dude. Yeah, dude, yeah, I got a custom skeletonized scope mount on this gun, and yeah. No one else is gonna have a custom scope mount like mine did. I'll tell you that.
You seen that the lower that was drilled out everywhere? It had holes everywhere, and the guy got it to weigh like what 4 pounds.
The Ghost Firearms one?
Yeah, I think so.
The lower that's milled out everywhere on the lower, and you can see the trigger and all that.
No, this was ghetto.
Ghost Firearms?
No, this was ghetto as fuck.
Oh, ghetto did?
No, the guy drilled not he didn't dribble. He drilled out like holes everywhere around the upper and the lower. He got it to weigh 4 pounds.
Fuck that, dude. Like the gun I'm building now, like my lightweight gun that I have everything done for except for a couple of the lower parts, like with the carbon fiber rail and shit. Like that gun's gonna weigh like 4 pounds, like 10 ounces or something. You know,
How long is the barrel?
What's that?
How long is the barrel?
16 inches. 16 inches with a comp. So it's not even like a 14 with a pin or anything like that. And so no, dude. And then I just built a rifle with a pencil barrel and stuff, and like it weighs 5 pounds 10 ounces, like complete, like, you know, and that has an A2 front sight post, right? So it's not, you know, and it has like drop-in heat shield handguards, and so it's not even like, you know, a regular A2 grip, like there's like no lightweight parts on it really. It's just the barrel profile and the lower, you know, and the stock. Like that's all it is. That's like the only lightweight stuff on it, and that gun weighs 5 pounds 10 ounces, which is like nothing. An under 6 pound rifle. Like every time I pick up that gun, I'm like, holy shit, does this have a bolt carrier in it? And I look and I'm like, okay, it does have a bolt carrier in it. Like, because you just like as soon as I pick it up, I think for some reason that gun doesn't have a bolt carrier in it. Like that's the way it feels. Like it's missing the bolt. Like, I'm extremely happy with that. A sub 6 pound rifle with the actual A2 on it, and A2. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Hey Jeff, what you been up to, man?
Oh, not a lot today. I've been kind of lazy today for some reason. Probably because I stay up talking with you guys all night.
I went out to look for a job, but they still say I'm a liability. I'm a liability. I need to give me some bionic eyes.
Oh, I'm kind of in limbo right now. Couple weeks, my busy time will come around, and then I won't be on this. I'll be working all the time. But right now, we've had a lot of rain, and things aren't drying real well. So
Send us the rain.
Hello? I got a coupon for
I want a number 2, a number 3, a number 4, and a Diet Coke, please.
That's what I was thinking.
Don't be stingy with the ketchup. I'll be back, man. I gotta go take care of something.
What happened to Mr. Knives?
He said he'd be right back. He had to go take care of something.
I think he heard me scream La Migra down the street.
I think it would be kind of neat to go over to my friend's house and see how to make, do all the milling and stuff on an 80% lower.
I ordered 2 more 80% lowers, some billet ones, and I haven't milled the billet yet, so I don't know like how different that's going to be. So, but I've done an 80% forged, and I guess I did it wrong because I started off with a 70-75, right? And everyone's like, no, man, like your first couple you do all should be 60-61. Because the 60-61 is like so much easier to mill out, and you get like less tools chattering and all sorts of shit. And then the 60-61 will help you perfect your technique, and then you go to 70-75. Like, I'm like, my first one, it didn't turn out like perfect or anything. It was like there were some rough spots on the inside of it, but it functions perfectly. It was a learning experience. Thanks. Yeah, it was like a learning experience, Definitely, we'll do it again. But I also used drill press, right? And
he bought a mill.
Router. So I think I'm going to try the router way though next. Some of those guys say that jigs, like you'll get a lot better result.
He bought a shopsmith, or he bought a mill anyway, a big heavy mill. Then he bought a digital controller for it, and now he says he can do them perfect.
I have a little tiny tabletop mill that could do lowers, right? And it's totally capable of doing a lower. But then I've even like downloaded like 2 or 3 different programs. I found for free on the net on how to do it. But then everyone told me like if I use those programs, I'll probably wreck my machine. And because like my machine might not be like the same access or the same come at everything from the same way, I might not be able to. So like that kind of like scared the fuck out of me. Like you'll actually like wreck your machine or break tooling off and stuff because your machine's like trying to go the wrong direction or can't, and so that scared me. So like I'm like, so I need to find someone one day that's like actually like does that shit and come over and look at the programs on my laptop and be like, oh, okay, like your machine goes like this and like this, and so like, yeah, this program will like work for you. Like, it's okay. Like, I want that verification. Like,
Yeah, and that's what they call CAD, right? As far as in
well, there's a couple
computer
of them, but
terms.
mine didn't come with CAD. Mine came with well, Coral Draw and like Moshi Draw and some other program like Tenchi or something, like, I don't know. And mine came with but mine didn't come with any AutoCAD. No, like mine uses like other programs to do it, which I guess is fine because I looked them up and they're like, oh yeah, tons of other people are using these programs. So.
And I have no knowledge of any of that stuff, but that's kind of the business he's in also. His main income now, he's an electrical inspector, is his main income. But he's, what would you call it? An industrial repairman or something like that. So he's used to working with all that stuff.
There's a guy who did a titanium blower, made his own titanium blower, like on the same machine that I have. But like he did his from a 100%, or like from a 0% to a 100. You know, because it wasn't even like an 80% blower. It was just everything was out of a solid block. And like his turned out pretty damn good, man. But he wrote all of his own programming and like programmed it all in. So. Like that guy, like he was already like an engineer or some shit for it. Then he said that he was going to do an upper next. I never heard if he actually did the upper, but he said he was going to do a titanium upper. So
it'd be fun to be that smart, wouldn't it?
Dude, yeah, like totally. Like, that's why I like computer programs that make it simple. Like, you know, that's like, okay, like, yeah, like my 3D printer. It doesn't matter what the fuck I put inside there. Like, it automatically, like scans it, like, knows the details. And it's like, okay, like, we're going to print it in this orientation in this way. And I don't ever have to worry about, like, wrecking my 3D printer like I do the CNC. Like, breaking off tooling and fucking up whatever I'm doing. Yeah. Because, you know, you fuck up on an 80% lower and, you know, you're out $50. Like, you know, you're out, like... Because they're not any cheaper than like the finish loader. Like,
That's like me. Part of my college education was in computer science. But the computer I worked on in college is probably as big as my workshop, and my cell phone does 200 times what it ever did.
Oh, man. Oh, damn. What's that?
Said Mr. Knives is back. Right?
Yep.
La Migra.
Fuck you.
I don't know. I like to think of it this way. As soon as Trump's president, at least you'll be able to get a job building the wall.
I'll be cool with that.
You just better be careful because they're going to be watching you. Making like little like secret entrances and shit and leaving gaps in the. And yeah, like they're going to be watching you, man. So I want to fuck around. I'll build that shit right.
Trying to build a wall.
And every
My brother still got through.
like a pocket full of like 1-inch nails and just scatter them along the other side of the fence there. Just in case, man. Like, just in case.
Did you watch any of the debates tonight?
I got the recap.
I'm drinking. I'm not watching that shit. Tonight's my drinking night.
It's my drinking night too, but I watched the debates too.
Dude, I don't want to break my TV. I like my TV. I don't want to throw something at it. Like, are you kidding me? I heard the one guy, the Democrat dude, like he'll be talking, right? And then all of a sudden he just starts talking in tongues. Like just some ancient language and just like tries to hypnotize you with his like evil voodoo. And yeah, like out of nowhere he'll be like mid-sentence and just switches to this like, I don't know, some kind of voodoo like tongues. Like he speaks in tongues, dude.
Well, they had him so prepped up on points to say that it was like he was trying to get in every line that Hillary was wanting him to say. He was so rude. There was one time when the moderator just about lost control of the debates. But he had no, if somebody's talking, you just don't start talking over top of them. And he would try to out-yell Pence, and he looked like a jerk by the time it was over.
What is the average Hillary supporter? How do they think he did?
I don't know, but from all the commentaries I've read so far tonight, they're showing that he won the debate clearly, or that Pence won the debate clearly, that this guy looked like a jerk, that lack of respect in that killed his performance in the debate.
Did he talk in tongues, like mid-sentence? Was he like talking and then all of a sudden go off into some?
Oh, he was calling Trump's all kinds of, and I think a lot of what he said is untrue. He was saying all kinds of negative things about Trump. And Pence learned to him once, and he said that Trump is the one that's trying to move this campaign into the gutter. Of course, then that shut him up because he didn't have an answer for that. But as far as any real substance, there wasn't much that come out of it and that's probably what they wanted, because he was interrupting so much that it just turned into a brawl.
They did that on purpose. They had to make the public feel like, okay, at least there's some asshole with balls that's going to kind of like maybe be able to stand up to Hillary in case she goes fucking wacko. Like, so I don't know. They probably did all that on purpose. They're probably like, all right, you just got to look like a fucking douche. Like, go out there, yell at Trump, call him a liar, overtalk him. That's how you got to appear strong for Hillary.
The other guy was a professional, though, dude.
Well, Pence wasn't a professional debater, but he used to be a radio talk host. So he's used to having conversations with people.
He was pretty chill, though.
Which, Pence, actually, if it was me, I would take him as the presidential candidate.
That's what I was looking at.
Indiana. I live about 20 miles from Indiana, and I see what he has done to that state, and I wouldn't hesitate at all to have him as a president. Matter of fact, most of the shopping and a lot of the groceries and stuff we buy for my home, we buy in Indiana. Now, what's the gun you have pictured there?
Oh, this little thing?
Yeah.
This little AR, little 3-gun AR. Just put the new Magpul grip on it. And this is the one that's getting the scope that I can't get to fucking work.
I like that stock.
Yeah, it's solid too. There's like no fucking wiggle at all. Like it doesn't even. Like this is how hard it is to adjust. Like this is how hard it is to collapse.
Hell yeah.
I'm pushing hard, dude. It's literally that fucking tight, dude. I love it. Like that's perfect. I'm okay with it being that tight. Because I usually set my stocks where I like them and leave them anyway. So this one has the Lantac Dragon Pew Pew. Fucking badass, dude.
Yeah, that looks mean.
It is, man. These things are fucking like they're advertised as a no recoil muzzle brake, and they're. I mean, that's what the fuck they are.
Looks like if the gun quit shooting, you could jab that in somebody's belly and twist it, and it hurt awful bad.
No, on my Triple Crown comp, my Strike Industries Triple Crown, that one's actually sharp. It's actually got like like a serrated knife.
Yeah.
Imagine the serration part of a serrated knife all around the very end of your muzzle brake and being that sharp. So it's like when you punch someone with that, it's like hitting them with a serrated knife. Like that one's pretty mean, dude.
You cut my steak with this bitch.
I think this one did, didn't it? Oh no, it didn't. Oh. I thought these ones came with a hole for pin and welding, but I guess they don't. Let's see if the King Comp came with. Nope. But that's the Strike Industries King Comp.
That still looks nasty.
Yeah, it looks like a 2-chamber brake, but if you look, there's holes there on the side, and that's the 3rd chamber. But instead of slots, it's just holes, 1 on top and 2 on each side.
Are we gonna play chess?
So that's what it's modeled after. Is like see the chessboard. They got the Triple Crown, the King Comp, the Checkmate, the I don't know, the J Comp. But a lot of them, they go off of a chess thing. So I'm waiting for this charge. I guess I'll work on another gun.
Well, I guess I'll go fill my glass and have one more tonight. I'll be right back.
Stuff, Flippy. Now it's a chat.
Oh, we have Flippy here now. We just can't hear him.
How's your day, Flippy?
You okay? Gotta slow down eating. You'd be such a pig. On both sides?
Flippy comes and goes.
He can't handle all this fun.
Oh.
I think whenever he sees someone working on a gun, he's like, "Oh shit!" Like people actually like do their own thing. Like I can't stand to look at this. I only pay people to do shit for me.
There's a lot of it I can't do, but I have a talking about. He does a lot of them, and he lives about an hour from me, so I can always drive over to his house and. So what kind of project do you have on this gun?
On this one, I am putting a 2-point primary arm sling on it. I am putting some high-vis AR-15 front sight post with the fiber optic in there. See that little fiber optic U?
Yep.
You see it glowing right there, that little dot?
It's kind of neat.
Yeah. And then put a cleaning kit in it. And then go out and shoot it. This one's a 18-inch 223 Wild.
Now, what's meant by wild?
What?
What's meant by wild? You guys was talking about that last night, and I didn't really
Just a
pick up
different
on
chamber.
that.
It's just a different chamber. It's kind of like an in-between a 5.56 and 223 Remington. So you can shoot 223 Remington in it or 5.56, but it's meant to shoot 223 Remington better than what a 5.56 chamber does, but it's also meant to handle the pressure of a 5.56. So if you want to use 5.56, it can handle the pressure, no problem. So it's just kind of an in-between gap in between those two.
Okay. I'd never heard that term before.
What, 223 Wild?
Yeah. I guess I kind of thought they both was the same. You could shoot 5.56, you could shoot 2.23.
No, you can't shoot 5.56 in a 223 Remington chamber. Well, like you can, but it's not meant to handle that high pressure. And chances are, with a good quality gun, you'll be fine because I've done it. But some other people have also done it, and their fucking guns have blown up. So you're dealing with a lot higher pressure in a 5.56 round than even a hot loaded 223. 5.56 is like a 223 like plus P plus. Like, you know, I can't remember for sure, but I want to say just off the top of my head, like a 5.56 round is like running at like 15% higher pressure or something, or maybe even 20% higher pressure than your average like reload. Because like when you're looking at like pushing like the average 223 at like around, you know, 2,600, 2,700 feet per second out of like a 16-inch barrel, you know, you can get 5.56 loads that easily come up to, you know, 3,200 feet per second out of a 16-inch barrel.
But you can take 5.56 ammo and size it to 2.23 and.
No, it's not. It's not that it's a different size. Like a 5.56 fits in a 223. It's the chamber that's different. The only thing that's different on the ammo is the wall of the case of a 5.56 is a tiny fraction of a hair's ass thicker than 223. That's like, so if you did like a CC test, like a volume test on the two cases, the 5.56 case will hold a little less water because the brass is thicker going inside, you know. So it has a little less volume. But other than that, the cases and the bullets and, you know, the primers can all be pretty much like identical sizes, everything. It's the chamber itself, like the shoulder of the chamber, off the shoulder, the throat, off the shoulder there is different. And 5.56 has like a longer throat, so it can hold so it can handle that higher pressure right at first. And the shorter the throat you have, that's going close to the bullet, the more likely you could like blow up your gun on a high pressure round because it doesn't have time to expand that gas behind the bullet before the bullet starts contacting the lands and grooves. Before there's all that resistance, you know.
Right, that's why the bullets expand and you resize them every time.
Wait, what do you mean? The bullets expand and you resize, like, when you're loading a case, like, yeah,
when you're going to reload that case.
I don't like swage my bullets or anything, except unless they're 22s. I have like a little die for the actual 22 bullets, not the cases, but no, you're talking. That's all in the chamber. That has nothing to do with the length of your case. Nothing to do with your projectile. Really, that's just all about like the chamber is the difference between the three. Like basically, to simplify it, like imagine like the Remington is the tightest chamber, the 223 is like the medium, and the 5.56 is the loosest. Just think of it that way. Even though that's not the way it is, it's more about length. It's not about diameter. It's more about length, but that's what it is.
Well, I just looked, and looks like that upper will be here Friday. That'll be nice. Like I said, I still have to decide what I'm going to do about a lower, but I think I'll go over and talk with my friend first, and I think it'd be interesting to do that project. And of course, then I have to buy all the hardware yet. And I don't know what I want to do for furniture.
Talk to friends. There's usually always a buddy. Dude, you don't even know. Like every time one of my buddies are like, "Oh, dude, I'm almost done with this. I need a stock." Do you have any?
Well, I have a brother-in-law that probably has a box of them in his basement, so that's a good idea, actually.
Yeah. So many people have takeoffs. You know, extra hand guards and like regular M4 stocks and A2 grips and so usually like anyone who's ever like bought an AR has like that shit laying around because they've never put it on anything else.
Well, and I figure worst comes to worst, if I want to shoot it, I've got converted to a 9mm upper. I could always pop that one off and use the lower receiver or something to put this one on, and then I have another dedicated 223. I have a couple I need to sell, or one I need to sell for sure because I bought it 3 years ago. It's still brand new in the box, and I've never shot it. It's a HK 416 in a 22 long rifle. And I figure if I haven't shot it by now, I'll probably never shoot it. You suppose Flippy and Mr. Knives are having problems? They keep jumping out and coming back.
Yeah. It's all that porn and video games they run on their computers and shit. Like all the viruses they have, like their computers I'm sure look like, the average prostitute in, Las Vegas. All infested with every little bug known to man. Keep telling him he's gonna shoot his eye out one day by watching all that porn, but he doesn't believe me.
Well, I'm afraid I'm going to have to go at night, too. That's part of the problem. Our time's quite a bit later than your time.
All right, man.
Talk to you another night.
All right, you too. Have a good one.
Yep, you too.
Another man's girlfriend? Listen up, asshole. Call of Duty Big Red One. Call of Duty Modern Warfare. Call of Duty World War. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. Black Ops 1. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. These are all advanced simulations that taught me to kill pussies like you with precision accuracy. Now, fuck off. You can just flirt with another man's girlfriend?
Oh yeah, I found you, Flippy. I found you.
Dingus? Listen up, asshole.
Oh my god, dude. I found Flippy. Holy shit.
Call of Duty World War. Call of Duty Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. These are all advanced simulations that taught me to kill pussies like you with precision accuracy. Now, fuck off. You can just flirt with another man's girlfriend? Think I'm some kind of skinny white cock-sucking fish fruit loop dingus? Listen up, asshole. Call of Duty Big Red One. Call of Duty Modern Warfare. Call of Duty World War. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. Black Ops 1. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. These are all advanced simulations that taught me to kill pussies like you with precision accuracy. Back the fuck off. Hey, yo, you know what it is, boy. He's got his free taco. And how much of it?
No, that's funny. Shit. Wall Street.
Oh, I don't like that. Okay, 2.7.
Captor sighed, stepped out from the group watching the encounter, and roughly pulled John to his feet. "Lucky son of a bitch," George announced to all. "Just see to him," Burnett said, "and cuff his ankle to the bed. Bet he got one of those bullshit escape and evasion courses and now thinks he can pull a Rambo and split on us." John looked at Burnett.
That said, it's 1 year after the second in that series. Second in that series.
Oh, is that where the written by the American what oh, is that where the
Who's Rebecca?
terrible echo.
Oh,
is that where the
where's that coming from?
is that Dead Horse or is that you, Jim?
No, it's Bob.
Terrible.
It has to be Bob, I guess. It sounds like you have another window open.
Yeah, he's playing it out in the lobby.
Sorry, it was me.
So, yeah, that's the second book out of that series where an EMP goes off in South Carolina.
Oh yeah. And it's written by an American, something like that.
No, the guy's name is William R. Forstyn.
Forstyn, okay.
Yeah, it's not an alternative history. It's just a theoretical, like if an EMP bomb went off, basically a nuke went off a couple of 100 miles up.
Yeah.
Actually, 2 of them, I think.
Yeah.
And
I
then-
know. It would wipe out all the electronics. Yeah, and then I'm sure, but I read I got 2 of those books and they were self-published when I got them.
This one is written by some guy who's a friend of Newt Gingrich, and Newt Gingrich tried to get some law passed to harden the electrical systems.
Yeah.
And some chick in Alaska said, "No, we're not going to do that." So the bill was stifled or whatever.
Yeah.
So then he got all upset and he said, "We need to get popular opinion on this changed, so that we can move this through." So he encouraged this guy who's a writer. I don't know if it was Newt Gingrich or somebody around him. And they encouraged this guy who's the author to write this book as a fiction book, but to get people aware of the concept and what would happen. Because people think I guess they're concerned that people think oh, we have an EMP and then for like a week the power's out. But it basically takes us back to the 1500s.
Oh yeah. But did this guy have guys on quad bikes?
Nope.
No. Oh, okay.
Nothing unrealistic. It's all about gas actually falls apart and degrades, and people don't know about people just don't magically know about steam power or anything.
Yeah, but there are. Oh, okay. No, I've read some of Newt's. I read that one book he wrote.
Well, this isn't. He didn't write it. He didn't write it though. He just inspired the guy to write it.
But that's a good. That's the one thing I've always thought about is EMPs. That's one of the reasons I want to go start using my older vehicle, because it's EMP proof, right? It's got points, ignition, and all that. Plus, it's easier to work on and all that.
Yeah, it's kind of like I think that we were talking about that CCW SASH earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a lot more to it. That's why I've enjoyed this. It's the first book is on tape, 12 hours, 2 6-hour books on YouTube for free. And then this one is 10 hours altogether. And the first one goes it's called 1 second after. And it's basically like a flashback. So you kind of know who we're talking about. And then it's the thing going off immediately. Yep. And then, because we all know what it's like without the fucking thing. So they have the thing go off immediately. And then the first maybe a good portion of the book is the first 4 days. and then it kind of skips to like maybe the first couple of weeks or something, and then it skips to like maybe the first month, and then it might skip on a little bit or kind of allude to what would happen in the first year. And then the second book is like basically a calendar year after the thing actually happens, which is about 6 months after the last book. And then it's kind of going at a more slow pace, not trying to cover any amount of time. It's just talking about what's it like after the dynamic. I don't want to ruin the book if you ever listen to it, but I don't know if you listen to this kind of stuff or not.
I'd rather read it, but I mean, if it's only available as an audio book,
No, it's a book. That's what I was going to say. I'm not going to ruin it for you if you're going to read it then. It's
oh
called,
yeah, I'd love to read it. Yeah, it sounds like the kind of book I'd like. I like those kind of stories. I mean,
I haven't read any of them before or heard any of them or whatever you call it, but like I say, it goes into some real depth and gets into like who's going to die because of what diseases, and then what kind of shit's going to happen, and pets and stock animals, and what people think they have for food reserves, and then when people are just on the highway and they're fucked because they're 16 miles from home, but you can't go 16 miles anymore. So
I mean, most people can. I mean, well,
not if there's massive fires. I mean, think about if like a neighborhood goes up or something, or like maybe you can walk the 16 miles perhaps, but maybe there's nothing to walk home to. So you're just out of town, and then you're good thing because your house blew up or something.
Yeah.
Or like a battle happened in front and you got Molotov cocktailed.
Yep. Oh yeah, I mean, there's all that. That's right. I mean, I find it really, part of what I find the downside, I guess, to being a gypsy is that you just have no reserves.
Yeah, but that's the thing. What I'm getting out of this book.
Yeah.
More than anything, it's just having your wits about you is the best thing you can possibly have, because there's no amount of anything you can take with you, especially if, let's say, you got everything down and then the fucking typhoid comes through the valley. And then what are you going to do? Fucking fight typhoid with a knife? So you got to leave your place anyway, or like everything dies around you, or like some plane comes out of the sky and crashes, and now you got aviation gas everywhere, and how are you going to filter that? So now you got to leave no matter what. So I think the best thing you could hope for is to try to be comfortable for a while, but then just have the kind of knowledge that you're useful. Because then they get into like, this has taken place in a valley on I-40, which is a east-west, one of the major east-wests, and it goes through some pass in a north-south mountain between two medium-sized towns in the middle of nowhere, North Carolina. So there's the shore, and then there's like two big towns, and then there's a mountain ridge between them, and then this road, and then there's a road that goes across that mountain range. This is on one side of that mountain range. So it's basically in a situation where it's fairly isolated, but it's also like 200 miles from the shore technically. So, they're about 3 or 4 towns in. So when the aid starts coming to the shore, they're within the reach. They're not like in this book, a bunch of stuff in the middle of the country without any hopes of resupply or anything, just goes away. It just destroys. They also have a dynamic where China comes in to provide aid, but then kind of permanently lives here. And then people are getting concerned, and they're trying to raise a resistance force to kind of push them back home. So there's some different dynamics, but anyhow, it's just neat how when you get the town together and they go through the first winter where nobody just automatically like magically knows how to survive in the olden days. So we're all knocked back to the olden days, and most people are fucked. And then, the people that can live or figure out what to do to live start starving to death because there's only so much food to go around, and then they got to start deciding who to kill and who not to feed, and like that kind of shit. It gets pretty crazy. Roving bands of bandits and shit.
Yeah.
So even if you had the like best place, wilderness, like remote area with like all the preps you could get, if an EMP truly comes and it takes everything out for more than a year or something, or way more than a year even, then what the fuck? They're saying how the generators might live, but then the distribution lines would have to all be rerun. So it could take forever basically to duplicate what's already out there, especially with no machines cranking it out. We'd have to supply, depend completely on other countries.
Well, I mean, if the machines will keep running, you can like run any gas engine off wood gas. They did it in World War II. I mean, it's not new technology at all. It's old technology, actually. But yeah, you can get, you can.
Yeah, but then what are we doing? Like, if we're lucky, we're getting to where we can grow some horses and plow with horses again? Or are you saying we're just going to go right back to combines and like taking out big chunks of Kansas to grow corn so that we can turn that into fuel?
We won't need to. We won't need to. I mean, the basic mechanical bits are there. We're just going to have to relearn how to use them, So it will be on a much smaller scale to start with, but yeah, that's all going to be stuff that we can relearn. In the case of an EMP that's not going to be ongoing. I mean, it'll be really bad for 20 years, but the Depression was really bad for 20 years. The only thing is we're going to have a much higher death toll than the Depression because, like I say, most people aren't going to know how to survive that. But yeah, humanity will survive. The country will survive.
No, I don't think so. I don't know about that. It depends. If it's something like this,
it will be a much weaker country, a whole lot smaller, and
but let's say that
more divided.
If there's a big fire in the middle or like a nuke or something that cuts us in half because we're kind of a rectangle,
yeah,
that would be tough to keep them both together. I mean, I guess it's possible, but if according to this, basically everybody gets down to like basically themselves. Like the cities just catch on fire and there's no way to put them out, and it's just carnage downtowns. So like most of the cities, just 80% of people get killed just by the carnage or whatever of the like initial reaction.
And that's what would happen, yeah.
And then all the stores not stores, but like food stores, like the prepped items get eaten right away. And no matter how you ration that, if nothing's coming back, you run out of food. So then everybody's just out on the highways, like, eating everything they can possibly shove in their mouths and killing and cannibalizing and that kind of crazy shit. And it's a few towns, according to this book at least, like there's only a few towns that are in those like, set of circumstances that all come together that allow them to come together and work as a team. So this town that he writes about has a little like Presbyterian college with a bunch of kids that are there, with the mind towards public service. So when the thing first happens and everybody needs to come together, they're like willing to volunteer, and then they become the help for like the triage and medical stuff when all that happens, and then they also become the like defenders, so that they have like an
core group.
A higher number than average of like young healthy people, because like a normal town's going to have a shit ton of kids and old people and whatnot. This town has a little bit extra healthy, normal age people because they happen to be in this college.
Right.
They now have a bunch of people that were driving by on the highway and have nowhere to go because there's nowhere else to go. So they come off to their exit, and then they're sitting at the hotel at first, and then they basically have to incorporate them into the town because what the fuck else? They're just going to push them out of town. So then they're in this town and they have to kind of, well, anyway, they talk about it in this thing that the one town comes together, and that's like, this set of circumstances allows the town to be just remote enough that it's and just, I guess, with enough resources that it can survive, and then it can also defend itself. So it's only got the one highway. They're able to defend themselves from people coming in the highway, and then they
ideal situation.
Exactly. It happens to be an ideal situation. They make friends with the town on the other side of the pass, so that people coming up that way, they basically mutually have each other's back, and that's successful. And then this one guy ends up having to become the leader or whatever, and then becomes known. But anyway, in this guy's future or whatever, there's not very many towns like that. So basically the country's gone. The president tries to get in the airplane to get away, and that's not hardened, so it just immediately crashes. So like it goes immediately from like the president down to like the 5th in line or something. So eventually it's like some clerk from a place who's like 15th in line for a presidency turns out to be the president, and they've got like, you know, of course they have their military from around the world because they didn't get hurt, so they all come home, and then they reestablish the country. But we're basically talking like the Chinese coming in from the West Coast and quote unquote helping us, and then we've got just like, I guess, giant fires and just, you know, so much shit, natural disasters that happen from it that it takes forever. There's no resources to do anything really. So for like the first year, everybody's just on their own. And like I say, this guy says it just kind of goes to like out for themselves.
Oh, it sounds really interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out.
Yeah, it basically what I'm getting from it is there's really no point in prepping. Your best prep is just to have your wits about you, practice your skills so that you're valuable, so that when it comes time, or if it ever comes time to like, well, who gets the rations because we're running out, like, well, this guy's valuable and this guy's a, you know, dumbass.
This guy can guard the tower and he can weld.
Right, or he's got like the ability to figure out how to get this done or whatever, or, you know, go do the whole.
Oh, for sure, man. And that's true. Although at the same time, I mean, like even in my camper, I've got, I don't know, enough soup for 2 months. Now, you know, anyone who's ever been in a starving situation will tell you
2 months. That would be like that would be like 120 cans of soup.
well, you just need a can of soup per day.
So 1 can of soup per day. What's that? 340 calories? You're crazy.
No, that's all you need. You can survive
That's
on
not all you need. You would die with 300. I
survive on
like
it, though.
hundreds.
What I'm saying is you're going to survive on it because you look at people who lived in concentration camps and that kind of stuff. They survived on far less calories. I mean, you could survive on it. You're not going to thrive on it. But
well, no, but there's another thing too. It says that minimum calorie requirements is the internet. While survival may be possible on fewer, people should eat 1,200 calories per day.
Yeah.
And should eat 1,800 calories, even when trying to lose weight to avoid metabolism slowdown. I didn't know that. So anyway, you're talking 340, dude. That's a quarter of what they're saying is the like recommended minimum.
you know what I'm saying is I have that much soup. I mean, I've got other stuff, spaghetti, rice, shit like
Yeah,
that.
but that's what I'm saying. Like when you look at that, like seriously, like maybe it's a couple of weeks. Very few people put it up for that long.
I could easily do a couple of months on the amount of food that I have in the camper now. I would be hungry most of the time, but I mean, it wouldn't be.
I don't know what you're trying to game or whatever, but I think the only way that I would agree with you is if that would only work if no one was going to steal it from you, right? And you didn't have to worry about repellent borders, because you might be able to survive on a low number of calories, but you're not going to be running around defending your homestead and driving and doing stuff, you know, and just doing maintenance and stuff. You'd have to basically just be laying there and hoping to not have to move too often. So I guess you could possibly do that if you were like at the top of some mountain that nobody else climbed up. And then if you were at that top of that mountain, that would also mean you'd have like all the critters up there to eat too.
Well, and that's what I'm also saying is, I mean, this is if you had to, you could go this long, you know, if you got enough. And I just say soup, but because, you know, any kind of canned, you know, food substance. But I also have a lot of dry goods, like spaghetti.
Yeah, see, I think all that's the sucker bet. I think what I'm going to start doing is getting a lot more vitamins, pills, you know, vitamins, and then a lot more spices. Because what I bet you is going to end up happening is people are going to be they're not going to be eating meat very much at all. This guy's book is, I think, legit. If you read it, we'll bullshit after whether you think it's crazy or not. But according to this guy, so you've got your natural disasters and fires and shit that are not going to be controlled anymore. So some of the habitat's going to be lost that way. You're going to have looters and poachers, well, whatever, there's no laws. So hunters, and nobody's going to respect like, oh, I'm not going to shoot that animal until it grows up and then has its own offspring. And then I'll shoot this one and then let that one grow up to have offspring. You know what I mean? Unless somebody's like you're saying in some fantasy land where you own the whole top of a mountain to yourself, you might be able to be selective about what you're hunting. But for the most part, you're gonna kill whatever the fuck you see, because you figure it's gonna walk across the hill and get shot by some guy over there who's hungry and wants it, right? So nobody's gonna do any conservation. Everybody's just gonna go out and hunt whenever they're hungry, and they're gonna harvest. And if you're lucky, they're gonna eat it all. But in this guy's book, often people who don't know what the fuck they're doing are gonna take a big slice off, like a steak off of it, and they're gonna cook that. And then they're going to take a slice of steak off the next day, and they're going to cook that. And then they're going to figure out that they killed the cow for 2 steaks. You know what I mean? Because they don't know shit, and they're lost the whole rest of the cow. So you're going to get quite a bit of critters that people are just dumb about and don't know what to do with them. You know, loss. But anyway, they're never going to be able to reproduce. You're going to have everybody shooting everything. And unless there's some, I mean, where is there even remote places? I've been to a few places that take 40 miles to get to them, and then there's another 80 miles down the other side of the ridge, like up on the Continental Divide, and that's up in Wyoming. I can't think of very many places, even here in Arizona, where there's not enough people that they're just going to go up and just eat everything. Definitely out east, though, there's not enough green out east. As soon as people get hungry, they're going to go out and kill every single 4-legged thing.
Yeah, I see. Where I, like in Canada here, it's so different. We have so few people compared to you guys. I mean, literally, I know, I could drive 2 hours and be at a place where probably the people per square mile is like 1 person per 200 square miles.
Well, in Canada, then, do they have counts of wildlife? Because like here in Arizona, for example, they probably know pretty accurately how many deer there are and like how many elk there are, at least on public land. You know what I mean? I don't know if they still do if they can do those tests on the reservations or not, but I suspect the reason they give out the hunting tags and the way they've been able to, you know, what do they call that? Maintain the populations over the so many years of people hunting. You know, they keep a real good head count. So do they do that in Canada?
Well, they do counts. Most of the time it's like, they take a percentage. They'll go fly around a square mile or a couple of square miles or 50 square miles, and they'll count how many deer there are, and they'll go then, figuring out that many square miles, that's how many deer we have. But yeah, our animals number in the millions. I mean, it's,
yeah, well, that seems like the best thing to do then, unless you get nuked or somehow fucked, like where it's ruined. Yeah. And then what they do anyway, because down here it ain't gonna happen. So this guy's book, everybody kills all the deers and bears basically, and then a whole bunch of pets go missing, and then they put eventually, as everybody starts to starve and shit, they put prohibitions on having pets, and then basically everybody eats their pets. And then the horses and shit all get ate, of course. And then the last few things that they were trying to keep is breeding. Some of those keep their lives, but for the most part, most everything gets et. And then some people even turn cannibal or whatever. So then they get a harvest of apples and pumpkins and shit like that. And but there's no way to start breeding. I mean, you might get how many pigs does a pig make? 8. I don't know.
Yeah, but they twice a year.
You're saying they get pigs twice a year?
I think so. Yeah. Pigs are really prolific. They have a short gestation for mammals, and they have large litters.
Yeah, it says a domestic farm pig averages 10 piglets and can have 2 to 3 litters per year. Feral hogs have 5 to 6 piglets and average 1.5 per year. Pig farmers average 23 piglets per breeding sow per year. So if they had one, so then, but you got to feed them 23 pigs something. So that's basically what he gets into, is like, without the supply chains, without that corn coming from Kansas, those people in Kansas have corn out their ass. But what are they going to do with it? Because, they're going to have cows and everything. They're probably fine. But the people in the other places where that corn is, trucked to, they're fucked. So what are they going to feed them hogs?
Oh yeah, I mean it's like we don't really or most people don't really understand how much the infrastructure depends on our transportation, and that it gets shut down with an EMP. Like it literally does shut. Even if it doesn't shut the vehicles down, which in most cases, if it's more than was made after 1990, it's going to shut down. Like all the sport utility type stuff. So yeah, your quad bike is not going to run as much as those.
Well, all the radios, obviously all the databases, and they make a big thing about how many pictures are even taken anymore. We all look at stuff on computers, and we take it on computers. We never pull it off the computer. So once it's all gone, it's gone.
How many hard copies are there? None.
And then the libraries, the like card catalog thing in the library, we all used to have to learn when we were kids. Yeah, they quit using those in like 2000. So for the last 15 years, they haven't updated anything like that. So even if there are books on the bookshelf, you got to go remake all that again.
Oh, I know. And like who's going to maintain that building that the books are in? Because if you don't keep the air conditioning, the heating, and cooling going, the books are going to deteriorate.
And also giant fire hazard, right? There's no way to put out fires anymore.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's crazy. And so anyway, when I got through all that, I was like, yeah, basically the best thing you can do is just get used to adversity and have a good, ability to take it as it comes, and then be as
productive as possible.
Yeah, be as useful as possible.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the way I've lived my life, so it doesn't really matter. I'm ready for it. If it happens. And like I said, I think about it.
It's scary because I figure Bob's waiting for it. Like he's eager for it.
You know what? In some ways, I have this dark thought of how wonderful it would be to be in downtown in the big city and see an EMP go off and see all the people that are walking around like zombies with their phones, and all of a sudden just like, nah, there's nothing. They would just fucking lose their shit.
Well, that's the other thing, and the reason everybody survives is because, the reason that the world goes on is because in the first year, I don't remember exactly, but let's say 80% of the people end up fucking themselves, dying because of either diseases or in dipshits or war and that kind of thing. So what you get on the other end of that year, and that's probably more in the States where winter kills you.
Yeah.
So what you get on the other end of that is
too in areas.
Huh?
Oh, winter will kill you in Europe in lots of areas.
Yeah, I mean, we don't die in winter down here. It gets like 50. So, you get cold, but you ain't gonna die in the winter down here.
Yeah.
You'd die in the summer down here though, without anything to do, probably.
Well, I mean, the original, people originally survived down there. So, I mean, it's got to be within the human.
Oh, no. People who lived down here back in Indian days, historic and prehistoric, were in massive groups. Like you couldn't just live out here by yourself hanging out. You needed a lot of efforting. Plus back then they had running water. These were fertile valleys. We don't live in an arid desert.
That's right. Yeah.
It's only arid now because we suck all the water out to the cities that never were here. So our water table's gone. But back in the Indian days,
once the cities weren't pumping the water anymore, what would happen? It would go back to being the fertile valley.
Yeah, I wonder how long that takes to re-get your aquifer. Probably not that long, really, when we're not sucking farms out of it. We're fucking doing almond farming. The almond farming down here takes more water than the fucking copper mines, which are some of the largest in the fucking world.
Yeah, now just think, all of a sudden, none of that stuff's happening.
That's true. And we'd still have copper, and we'd still have gold, so we'd probably be pretty good down here, actually.
Yeah.
Because we saw it happened, and Phoenix happened because, like I say, it's nice when there's water here, and there was water here. It's New Mexico that was all shitty.
Now just think, if you could make it the first year.
Well, that's what it is. Yeah, the 80% of people die, the 20% of people live, and then you only need 20% of the resources. So even though you've lost 80% of your shit, you just kind of start over with less shit and less people need it, but there's also less people to do it. So
yeah,
you just figure
plus
it out.
There's still going to be all kinds of stuff that nobody's looted yet.
Well, maybe
there'll be warehouses full of shit that.
But that's going to be fine. that would potentially just be tiny little frosting on the cake. That's not going to be like enough to like, oh, we're done. This is over now.
Well, no, it'd be like you say, at any time in the United States, I think you have what 14 days worth of food.
I don't know. I heard someplace. I think I watched a couple of videos, right, where I watched videos where the author was talking at like, in rooms in front of people, and then I watched a couple of other things now because I've been curious about this. And something said 28 days, and I found that ridiculous. There's no fucking way that the stores in Tucson, even if they had some way of dividing it up, would have 28 days worth of food, unless they're talking like your crazy ass, like 300 calories a day thing.
Yeah.
Because that's crazy. But I think you'd have more like
to have that and then supplement it with whatever you can. But you have that 300 calories a day.
Well, here's the thing. Like I say, I think you get water, for me at least, because you're right. If we had an EMP, eventually our water would come back and it'd be good, but it would take more than a year, I bet. And then, so water for the immediate living. And then I'm thinking more like spices and vitamins. So have a shit ton of vitamins. Like if you had a good 2 or 3 football-sized bags of just vitamin pills that were all sealed up, maybe wrap them in aluminum foil or some shit, and then have those things so that you can always supplement your shit. How many things are in a pill? Like let's say it's a 30-day. You could have years worth of vitamins in a bag that's really not taking up too much room, and just make sure you keep that thing cool and with you. And then spices, right? So shit tons of peppers, because as soon as everybody's boiling shit and that's all you got, and we're eating dog food, and like you say, anything scavenged opportunity, rabbit and shit, just gross shit we're going to be eating, then people are going to want salt and fucking pepper.
Salt and pepper, yeah. And
That's
it's really,
the salt, I would say, would be a luxury. It's super heavy. So maybe I'm thinking, if you really wanted to be hardcore, you just take like a 5-gallon bucket of salt and go dig a hole somewhere and bury it underneath the tree that you can remember. And then you just know you got some salt out there some places, because that's not expensive to do. Yeah. But I wouldn't carry salt around. But I'm thinking pepper is pretty cheap to obtain and is probably going to be like fucking gold. You'd probably at least get a lot of blowjobs off it if you can give a chick some.
I'd get kernels, though, not ground pepper. I'd get like the stuff that wasn't ground yet.
That's a good idea. Yeah, so that it stays better.
Right, it stays way fresher. I mean, I've had that stuff in like Ziploc bags because they had a deal on it. So I got like a pound of black pepper because it was really good black pepper.
Oh, the name of the book is 1 Second After. I'll be making a video on it because I got a book going about it.
Oh, cool, man.
Pink was asking about it in the lobby out there.
But I had it over a year, and when you ground up those peppers right at the end of the bag after having it for a year, they were just as tangy as the originals, right? Because
wait, are you talking red peppers? I'm talking black pepper.
Well, that's what I'm talking, black pepper, right?
Okay.
Black pepper kernels.
Yeah, and here's the thing: there's like a billion kinds of that. So I would just have like gallon bags of that, and in some kind of ammo can, and then you're going to be the king of shit when there's eating to be done. And then I'm thinking like probably lettuce seeds and spinach and kale or something, some of those greens that can give you a lot of good protein. Because everybody's fucking crazy if they think they're going to be eating meat, just like eating steaks all the damn time. You're going to be eating a shitload of jerky and like dried fish and gross shit. Well, if you live around water, you'll eat hell of fish, but yeah, it'll be dried. It won't be like even salted unless you're living near the ocean, I guess. But and that's probably not going to be good for you to be.
It's not easy to get salt from the ocean. It's certain shores, it washes up. You get big. You can just go over and pull off chunks of it. Some shores, it don't work like that.
Well, what if you're eating fish and you can just dip it in the ocean? It's like soy sauce.
I don't know, man. I've only.
Yeah, I hear you. It's not like you can just turn on a salt spigot when you're next to the ocean or something.
I don't think I've touched an ocean.
What?
I've touched an ocean.
I've been in both of the oceans and then the Gulf of Mexico.
Well, I'm thinking when I'm down in Arizona, that'd be the best time, because I could go to both coasts a lot easier than if I was up in Canada. A lot shorter drive.
You're crazy, dude.
Dude, no way. You go to Texas, there's a coast there.
It'd take 2 days to drive to California, and then that would be 2 days back to here, and then it would be 3 days across fucking Texas, and then it's another like 4 days. So that's 7 days of driving all day long, and that's me driving, not you driving. So you got to probably put another, put 3 days out of 2 days there for you.
You know what? To cross Canada, it'd take me 14 days. I mean, it's like.
But is it because they didn't bother to ever put in an east-west road?
They have a really nice east-west road. It's like, divided highway and everything, 2 lanes. Speed limits basically 80 miles an hour. So, yeah. But yeah, it's just like fucking big. If you try cross, from the East Coast to the West Coast, or vice versa, it's a long drive.
How close are you to being done to come down then? Your test drive go okay today?
Oh, I didn't. I hooked it up and everything, and did the balance check and everything, and then kind of went, I don't feel like dragging the trailer out right now. I got everything cleared out around it, so I'm ready to go. It's just a matter of clicking the hitch in, but I had to go over to my buddy's place, so I didn't want to hook up the trailer. So, but yeah, it's when the trailer is hooked to the truck, I hooked it up. I just unhooked it right away. Anyway, I hooked it up and it sits perfect, right? When the truck and trailer are hooked up, all the weights, on the truck, everything else, the bumper is a good, 3 feet from the ground, maybe, the back bumper, and the trailer is completely level, eh? So there's no more all tilted when I'm towing the trailer. It doesn't tilt anymore. It pulls straight behind the truck, level.
And that's what you were looking for. That's why you did it, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. I mean, the spare tire cover, the spare tire bolted onto the back bumper, and the spare tire cover on the bottom is worn off because the spare tire was actually dragging, pulling out of gas stations and stuff, any kind of little ramp, because the back bumper of the trailer was so close to the ground because it was tilted on such an angle because my truck's way taller than what it was designed for, right? So yeah, now it's perfect, right? Just flip the axles over, which most older trailers, it's what you got to do with newer trucks. But yeah, it worked really well. Yeah, my buddy, that's one thing my buddy here really helped out with it. He, like I say, brought his big arc welder over, gas-powered arc, like stick welder, over to put the pads on because his little MIG TIG that he'd loaned me didn't quite have the power to. I mean, I could spot weld them on, but I felt better having, a big, nice bead on the pads to mount the springs on. So yeah, but yeah, it worked out really well. Yeah, the trailer is just like, it's actually looking pretty good. I redid the fender flares. The fender flares in the trailer were all busted up because, it's an older trailer. So I kind of repaired them a bit, painted them with black bed liner, like truck bed liner, because it protects them. Plus, now they're black. They match the truck.
What were they before?
They were white. Same color as the trailer, right?
Yeah, that's the book on tape I just listened to, Pink. I don't know if he's still there or not. He keeps saying, like, I'm gone. And then he asks a question. So I just barely looked over there and saw him.
Oh yeah, well, Pink's like that. He's a little flighty. At least he doesn't dress up like Flippy.
I don't even think Flippy comes on here anymore. I haven't seen him for forever.
That's true. Yeah, he must be busy. Oh, maybe his girlfriend or wife wants to get pregnant, because that'll keep you busy.
So yeah, I guess you're leaving, and it's not too long, couple of weeks, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, it's getting scary close, and I'm still like, scrambling to get shit done.
Gotta figure out what I should do then. Shit. Should I meet you in Tulsa? If I meet you in Tulsa, then we got till the 12th, and then we just have to go up to Salt Lake City maybe on your way out. Or if we go up to the east, or I mean the northwest, we could go to Salt Lake City on the way up or back there. I just don't have,
is we just
Scratch. I definitely don't have Scratch to do the motor yet, and it wouldn't have time anyway. Nobody's going to fix my engine now before the end of the month.
No.
So that means I'd have to either take the cop car or a rental. I wonder how much a rental would cost.
Well, no, the thing is, once you get...
For how long do you, Webbs? How long for a rental?
I'm looking.
You get you an Oro to Tulsa.
I can get my price on a rental is usually about $250 for a week.
For a week?
Yeah, $250 for a week.
I'm gonna just go to Priceline and tell it. I'm gonna find the cheapest rate or whatever. So if I pick it up on October, I think I was gonna do it on October like 27th, and then I think there's like a gun show. Or no, I'm thinking of something else. So I would just need to get to Salt Lake City. How long does it take to get to Salt Lake City from here?
From Phoenix, if you drive up through Las Vegas way, I made it in about 12 hours.
Go to Las Vegas, dude. That's crazy.
Well, that's the way I found it was faster than going straight down through, because when you go straight down through, you run through all these little rinky-dink towns.
Really?
Going up through southern Utah, and there's a lot of speed limits where it slows down to 35, 45 through all these towns, because the main interstate runs like right through all these towns, and it's basically Main Street in all the towns. So I've gone down to Phoenix both ways, and to me, honestly, the Las Vegas way is faster.
Yeah, according to the map here, it says if I go to Vegas, it's 12 hours and 11 minutes, and if I drive up through Flag, it's 11 hours and 52 minutes. So it's fucking...
Yeah, I don't believe that. Like, it's more like 14 hours going up straight, like through Flagstaff and stuff. And then
this is saying it's 19 minutes different to go an extra 60 miles only. So it's only 60 miles more to not go to, well, yeah, to go to Vegas basically, and not through St. George. So yeah, that'd be cool. Then I could have some excuse to go to Vegas, I guess.
yeah, I'm just telling you from experience. Like, I don't care what they say. Like, because you go through all those rinky-dink towns, it's faster through Vegas, like about an hour faster. Because there's a lot of stretches on those highways too, where it's completely straight, like on the way to St. George from Vegas and all that, and you can just fly. You know, you'll be getting passed by cars doing 120. You know.
Well, let's see. So if I opened up two maps here. If I drive to Salt Lake City, it's 11 hours and 52 minutes, and then I'm driving to Tulsa and everything. So I'll go look at I guess I still have to map it out in here. So then I will go to Denver, and I will go to Tulsa. Where are you thinking we're going to drive?
Denver, you definitely want to take I-80 up through Wyoming and drop down into Denver. You don't want to go take, what is it, like I-70 or whatever east. You want to take I-80.
Well, I'm just letting Google figure out whatever's best. Google knows best. So, Bob, you still there?
Yeah.
After Tulsa, how much of Texas are you talking about doing?
All of it. Why not?
I mean, all of it.
Well, you can go back home. I can still wander around Texas now. Me and Charlie are going to check out some gun shops, some weird Texas towns. I've heard a lot about Texas. I just want to see if it's as crazy as everybody says it is.
All right, so you're not planning on coming back to Tucson then?
Not right away, not for the first month. I'll be back in Tucson in December.
Oh, well, then I was waiting to fix my fucking engine, Bob. What the fuck? So we're not fixing my engine until December now? I can't get a stick to get it going before a SHOT Show then.
Yeah, well, you know what?
No, that's fine.
I'll
So
have to fan chat so I can talk to you about your engine. I've been talking to my buddy who knows about Chevys, and he's like, oh, yeah, it's not good news, but anyway. We'll talk about that on a fan chat or something. Well, on the upside, it is a Chevy, so there's tons and tons of parts available for cheap. So, yeah, it's not going to cost a lot to fix it. It's going to gotta fix it. It's rebuilding it's not an option. Not that motor. Then you have to kind of decide, is it worth the core value? They'll give you $200 for it as a core. And $200, keep it. Put it in the back shed.
that's fine. We'll talk about it in the van chat sometime then. So I'm just searching to see what a flight to Tulsa is going to be then. So I want to add a car to it though. How do you do that? Well, if I don't add a car to it, I can just fly in. So then we can meet in Tulsa on like, where'd the calendar go? Around the middle of that week, so like the 9th. So that gives you till the 9th just to drive to Tulsa. That's fucking simple as shit. Where are you at? Winnipeg?
Oh, pretty much. A little closer to the border. Brandon.
Brantford.
Brandon. Bradon.
So that says you're 10 hours away, basically. No, wait. Yeah, 10 hours. No. 9 hours by plane. You're 17 hours away. You're basically like south.
9 hours by plane, 17 by driving. Why wouldn't you drive? Just to not have to deal with TSA.
All right, well, I'm out of here. We'll talk tomorrow.
Yep, same. Three.
All right, later. Bye.
It's yeah, almost 20 to 3, and talk to you guys tomorrow. If not, listen to the podcast. Gun channels. No. Podcast every day on the gun channels.
What up, man?
What's the haps?
Oh, just sitting here being pissed off
Oh, why's that?
because I gotta fuck with this scope mount because it won't fit.
What mount did you get?
It's primary arms, like pro series or professional grade or I don't know, something like that.
Sounds very airsofty.
Yeah. It is. Oh, you know, it's from Primary Arms, so of course it's fucking like made in China or something, you know. But it won't clear the fucking scope. It like on the, it's like a one-piece mount. Okay, so it grabs onto each side of the scope, on each side of like the housing, like the middle housing that holds your like control, you know, your elevation and windage and shit. So the bottom of the mount, the rings aren't high enough off the mount to even clear that little bell, like that little, you know, like the rings are sitting like right on the fucking mount, like they didn't like finish machining it or something. So I'm having to like drill it all out and fucking Dremel it and make it like it's turn it into like a custom skeletonized fucking scope mount, and the scope's actually gonna sit like down inside the mount now. Fucking, it's fun, dude. Good times, man. Good times.
What else is new? Hello? Man, this room is dead tonight. Surprised Flippy's not on. Tell the fine ass ape to jump in here. Jump in, asshole. Hey, Dead Horse, what did you think of that that super awesome fucking case I made?